Chapter 91, demanding the awakening archives of spirit masters across the entire continent over the years. Courtesy first, force later. After receiving instructions from Jade Zhao, Lin Yi's gaze swept across Spirit City with profound eyes, and he calmly said, "Let's go meet Bibi Dong. Lead the way." Douluo Bo grinned, his snake pupils flashing with a dim light under the midday sunlight, revealing a sense of excitement. "Hey, Spirit Hall. It just so happens that this old man will be crowned with a titled Douluo today." Yu Guan and Gui Mei appeared exceptionally silent. The two exchanged glances with complex expressions, and Yu Guan instinctively tidied up his golden chrysanthemum-patterned robe. "Your Eminence, this way please." Yu Guan led the way, and Lin Yi followed. Douluo Bo chuckled, walking at the very back with his hands behind his back, observing everything in Spirit City with great interest, wondering from which place releasing poison would be more powerful once the fight started later. Stepping into Spirit City, as far as the eye could see was the central avenue paved with giant stones, wide, straight, and flawlessly white. Spirit Hall knights clad in bright gold armor were stationed and patrolling along the road. When their gazes touched Yu Guan and Gui Mei, their sharp eyes turned into astonishment and confusion. "Greetings, Elder." Although they did not know why the two elders were leading the way for a young man, they still habitually saluted the two. Yu Guan nodded, his steps steady as he walked straight ahead. In the distance, inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Bibi Dong was leaning lazily against the tall Supreme Pontiff throne, supporting her head with one hand, in a lazy and casual posture with her jade feet propped up high. A luxurious dark purple Supreme Pontiff robe cascaded down, outlining her mature and majestic curves. Her gaze lowered, falling onto her other white and jade-like hand, completely indifferent to the four people who had entered. Supreme Pontiff. Lin Yi walked to the center of the Supreme Pontiff Palace and stopped, his gaze calmly meeting Bibi Dong on the high seat, and he bowed slightly as a courtesy. "I wonder if you could hand over the data archives of the spirit masters awakened by Spirit Hall over the years to me." After the courtesy, Lin Yi raised his head and stated his purpose straightforwardly, his voice carrying an unquestionable penetrating power. "Oh." Bibi Dong finally raised her eyelids. The corners of her lips curved upward in an extremely subtle arc, half smiling, carrying playfulness and scrutiny. "You. What gives you the right?" In her view, the person who could be brought back by Yu Guan and Gui Mei, aside from the currently prominent 8-year-old food-type soul master Jade Zhao, should be no one else. Even though he did not look 8 years old in appearance, and was accompanied by Douluo Bo, this newly promoted titled Douluo. But relying solely on this to run amok in Spirit Hall was still a bit too naive. "Yu Guan, Gui Mei. I asked you to bring back potential food-type soul masters, but I didn't expect you to actually bring back Jade Zhao. Really, how wonderful." Bibi Dong's voice rang out, crisp and melodious, yet carrying a bone-chilling coldness. She had a bit of life chi. Not following her own orders, these Yu Guan and Gui Mei were truly becoming more and more unruly. "Supreme Pontiff, if you have anything to say, you can talk directly with Your Eminence Lin Yi. Gui Mei and I came back this time to help Your Eminence Lin Yi demand the Spirit Awakening archives." Good, 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 good. Seeing their stance, Bibi Dong laughed out of extreme anger, and deep within her purple eyes flashed a trace of anger born from betrayal. "Going out for a trip has really grown your abilities. I wonder what kind of strength this Your Eminence Lin Yi possesses to subdue the two of you." Bibi Dong's voice suddenly turned cold, looking sarcastically at Lin Yi, the mastermind in her eyes who caused her two subordinates to stab her in the back. "Hey." Lin Yi's expression did not change in the slightest as he softly spat out two words, "strength." The next moment, a pressure from a limit Douluo erupted. Centered on Lin Yi, 9 spirit rings rose slowly from beneath his feet without warning. Black, 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 red, red, red. 3 blood-red spirit rings symbolizing 100,000 years lit up, and substantial spirit power pressure filled the entire Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong's pupils shrank violently, and the laziness and sneer on her face instantly froze. Twin spirits. God's successor. Bibi Dong sat up straight, her gaze locked tightly onto those 3 scarlet spirit rings. As a twin spirit's owner who had already begun the Rakshasa god trials, she naturally knew under what circumstances such a terrifying spirit ring configuration would appear. This aura, limit Douluo, a thought exploded in her mind, her eyes filled with disbelief. With such a young appearance, how could this be? You must know, the time for god trials usually takes 2 or 3 years for each trial. To be able to obtain the reward of upgrading even the first spirit ring to 10,000 years, he must have already passed the 7th trial. And this did not even count the time it took him to cultivate to a titled Douluo. With such natural talent, why has it never been heard of on the continent? Because Chrysanthemum Douluo was not by her side recently, her reception of intelligence was somewhat delayed, and she was not clear about the information of Night Shadow Douluo. This was also the reason why she had life chi after learning of Chrysanthemum Douluo's betrayal. Almost at the very instant Lin Yi's aura erupted. Deep within Spirit Hall, inside the Elder's Hall. In front of the huge angel god statue, an old man with white hair and beard and a rustic face had an aura around his whole body like a deep pool, faintly blending with the sacred radiance of the statue. He suddenly opened his eyes. Tang Chen. Qian Daoliu frowned, then relaxed again, shaking his head in denial. No, Tang Chen's aura is more explosive and heavier than this. Then who could it be? His gaze cast toward the direction of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, his eyes filled with solemnity. Compared to Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu paid even less attention to worldly affairs. Not to mention the news of Night Shadow Douluo suppressing the Sword and Bone Douluos with a wave of his hand, he did not even know the Ji Jiao philosophy. But the aura of the limit Douluo coming from Spirit Hall was perceived by him crystal clearly. Gloomy, pure, majestic. It made him, a peerless powerhouse in the demigod realm and the angel god high priest known as, invincible in the sky, feel a serious threat. High priest. Inside the Elder's Hall, several other elders who were in seclusion cultivating with Qian Daoliu were also alarmed, their gazes casting toward the same direction, their auras fluctuating. Qian Daoliu stared for a long time, the sharpness in his eyes gradually retracting. Sigh. Letting out a sigh, a trace of complexity flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes, containing surprise and inquiry, which eventually turned into absolute tranquility. Let her be. As long as it doesn't affect Xiaoshui, whatever she wants to do is fine. This is what our Qian family owes her. Thinking silently in his heart, Qian Daoliu slowly closed his eyes. Although the remaining elders were surprised and doubtful, seeing that High Priest made no move, they all abandoned their thoughts of inquiry and continued their secluded bitter cultivation. In the Supreme Pontiff Palace, Lin Yi calmly said, "Rank 99 limit Douluo, is that enough?" Meanwhile, at the same time, 9 spirit rings similarly rose from beneath Dugu Bo's feet. Although the spirit ring configuration was not as shocking as Lin Yi's, that emerald red 9th spirit ring was still alarming. Count. This old man in rank 94 is indeed a bit weaker than your eminence Lin Yi, but this old man plays with poison, heh. Dugu Bo smiled maliciously, obviously having already figured out how to release poison next to cause the greatest deterrence to Spirit Hall. Chapter 92 Establishing Prestige in Star Luo. Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged a glance. Simultaneously releasing their spirit rings rose from beneath their feet as they walked side by side behind Lin Yi, choosing their side with firm stances. Do you think that at level 99, you can run amok in Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong's knuckles clenched tightly, turning white from the exertion. Anger flickered within her deep purple eyes as she glared fixedly at the youth below, who was calm to the point of indifference. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace, the atmosphere froze. Spirit power surged within Bibi Dong, the phantom of the Death Spider Emperor looming vaguely behind her. 9 spirit rings surfaced one after another, their configuration no less impressive than Dugu Bo's. Bibi Dong's voice was icy. She had already reached level 99 many years ago, but due to the restrictions of the 9 Rakshasa trials, she was unable to unleash her full strength. But to say she was afraid of Lin Yi because of that was simply impossible. Spirit Hall was not comprised of her alone. If they were to fight today and she could use the hands of the 4 people before her to wipe out the Elder's Hall and destroy Spirit Hall, she would more than welcome it. But alas, After a moment of stalemate, Bibi Dong ultimately failed to wait for Qian Daoliu to appear, and could only suppress the killing intent in her heart, taking a deep breath. Good. Very good. Her gaze swept past the 9 slowly revolving spirit rings beneath Lin Yi's feet, almost gritting her teeth as she spoke word by word. With that old fellow Qian Daoliu not appearing, there was completely no need for her alone to make a move. Spirit Hall, respect strength. With an unsightly expression, Bibi Dong said to Yu Guan and Gui Mei, "You both know where the things he wants are, just make a copy and take them away." "Thank you, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff." Lin Yi's voice remained calm as he bowed. Slightly, his manners entirely appropriate. Then he turned around, without any unnecessary chatter, walking straight out of the hall and leaving Yu Guan and Gui Mei with a single sentence, "Lead the way." Du Gubo chuckled, cupped his hands toward Bibi Dong, and turned to follow Lin Yi. After the 4 of them left. Inside the hall, Bibi Dong sat alone on the Supreme Pontiff throne with her head lowered, her long hair hanging down to obscure her face. Her expression was unpredictable as she didn't know what she was thinking. Qian Daoliu, Zhe Zhao, Lin Yi, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, Du Gubo. Malicious words spilled from between her tightly clenched teeth, her resolve to destroy Spirit Hall growing ever firmer in her heart. She wished she could stir up wars right now and make Spirit Hall the target of public criticism. However, her strength was insufficient. Under Qian Daoliu's watch, it was difficult to completely destroy Spirit Hall. No matter what, Qian Daoliu would never sit by and watch Spirit Hall be completely destroyed. Only by following the general trend and hiding her plan beneath the cake of the Spirit Empire could she deceive his eyes and ears. For this goal, she could endure Qian Runshui's existence, endure the constraints of the Elder Palace, and likewise endure the humiliation before her. It was simply a pity for Yu Guan and Gui Mei. 2 useful tools had just left her like that. As expected, not a single man could be relied upon. Except for Shaogang. Bibi Dong's nails sank deeply into her palms, her jawline taut and her shoulders trembling slightly. Only when thinking of Yu Shaogang did a trace of a frantic smile appear. Outside the hall, deep within his consciousness, Lin Yi reported to Zhe Zhao in real time. "Young Lord, Bibi Dong endured and did not act, and Qian Daoliu did not appear." The process of demanding the Spirit Master archives went extremely smoothly. Far away at Heaven Do Academy, Zhe Zhao gave his next instructions, "Since that's the case, then go make an example of the Star Luo Empire to establish prestige." Just right, news has come in saying that the Star Luo Empire has detained the food-type soul masters within the Star Luo Empire's borders and forbidden them from leaving. The few of you make a trip there, give them a lesson, and by the way, add some limelight to the food-type soul master evaluation competition. Food-type soul masters across the world are one family after all. Use this reason. Receiving the order, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. "Understood, young lord." Severing the connection, Lin Yi looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were busy in the archive hall. A sharp glint flashed deep within his eyes as he chewed on 2 words, establishing prestige. Bibi Dong's tact caused the young lord's plan to establish prestige to be aborted prematurely. This time going to the Star Luo Empire, they could no longer be polite before using force. Not long after the 4 of them flew away from Spirit City. An urgent Supreme Pontiff decree was issued. Centered around Spirit City and continuously passed along by Spirit Hall members, it rapidly spread to all Spirit Master factions across the entire Douluo Continent. Decree. In gratitude for Your Excellency Lin Yi's profound spirit power that shakes the current age, he especially conferred the title of Knight Shadow Douluo, enjoying the esteemed position of an honorary elder of Spirit Hall. Conferring Your Excellency Du Gubo as the Green Phosphorus Douluo, enjoying the same honor. The wording of the decree was grandiose, filled with respect and attempts to win over titled Douluo tier powerhouses, displaying the prestige and orthodoxy of Spirit Hall. Outside Star Luo City, 4 figures tore through the sky, ignoring the long lines of queues and carriages waiting to enter the city on the official road below, and appeared with astonishing speed in the air 100 zhang ahead of the 100-meter-high city walls. At the head was Lin Yi, his black robes fluttering in the wind. Behind him, the auras of the three titled Douluo, Dugu Bo, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei, were released without the slightest concealment. Their combined pressure instantly descended upon the hearts of all the soldiers and those waiting to enter the city below. An uproar instantly broke out atop the city walls. 4 scarlet 100,000-year spirit rings shone brightly in the air, absolute proof that they had come with ill intent. The soldiers of the Star Luo Imperial Guard, holding long halberds and sharp blades, sounded the alarm. Enemy attack. On guard. Maximum alert. A sharp and piercing alarm pierced the sky, and dozens upon hundreds of colorful lights instantly lit up atop the city walls. Hum, hum, hum. Countless archers drew their bows and nocked their arrows, pulling back the powerful bows in their hands. The arrowheads flashed with cold light, densely aiming at the 4 figures in the air. Even more, dozens of Spirit Master officers with powerful spirit power fluctuations soared into the air, summoning their respective spirits and eyeing them with hostility to form an aerial defense line blocking the front of the city gates. Halt! This is the Star Luo Imperial City. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. A city guard general clad in heavy armor emitted a Spirit Douluo tier aura, shouting sternly in an attempt to use the Empire's military might to deter the enemy. The White Tiger Legion garrisoning the Star Luo Imperial City made their move at the very first moment. 2 fused Hell White Tigers appeared in the air. Various attack system, control system, and support system spirits appeared atop the city walls, spirit rings flashing and lights intertwining with a menacing aura. However, Lin Yi's gaze didn't fluctuate in the slightest as he gazed into the distance toward the Star Luo Imperial Palace. Emperor Star Luo, hand over the food-type soul masters groundlessly detained at the border recently and rescind the order. Forbidding food-type soul masters from leaving the country. Now. Immediately. Right away. Do not say you weren't warned in advance. The spirit power transmission clearly drowned out the commotion atop the city walls, carrying an unquestionable penetrative force as substantial sound waves rolled into the entire Star Luo city. Audacious. Duty-bound, even though he knew the 4 people before him were titled Douluo, the Spirit Douluo garrison general still shouted sternly, yet he delayed and dared not make a move. 1, 2, 3. Lin Yi spoke at a rapid pace. As the 3rd word left his mouth, the spirit rings beneath him flashed simultaneously. He activated his martial soul true body, expanding the Fengdu Ghost domain and bringing down the descent of the Fengdu Ghost Emperor, going all out directly. Carrying coldness in his eyes, he slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 93, Food-type Soul Masters of the World are one family. With his 5 fingers spread open, his 4th spirit ring lit up. He pressed down slightly toward the 100-meter giant gate below, which was as towering as a mountain and symbolized the iron-blooded defense of the Star Luo Empire, as well as the thick, rolling city walls behind it. His movement was effortless. The power was utterly despairing. The moment his palm pressed down, the sky darkened, and a formless, intangible yet utterly bizarre force suddenly descended. The phantom giant hand condensed from netherworld spirit power blotted out the sky. Boom! The giant palm fell, and the city walls collapsed. The faces of the city guards clad in bronze armor were filled with horror and despair. Before they could make any reaction, they burst apart under the crushing pressure, turning into balls of blood mist. Time was infinitely elongated at this moment. The rumbling sounds were endless, and blood mist mixed with dust drifted in the air. Countless innocent lives vanished and died under this single palm strike. Looking at the carnage caused by his own palm strike, Lin Yi's expression was indifferent, without the slightest ripple. What if innocent people were harmed? When establishing authority, when is there ever no bloodshed? If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the Star Luo Emperor for issuing an order to blockade domestic food-type soul masters and forbid them from leaving the country, thus bringing about this disaster. In fact, Lin Yi could have used many more methods to establish his authority. But he still chose the most brutal and intense one, solely to give the Star Luo Empire an unforgettable lesson, and at the same time add a touch of glory to the young lord's plan to make a name for himself. Who is it? Deep within the Imperial Palace, the Emperor Star Luo abruptly rose from the White Tiger throne, his resolute and majestic face filled with extreme fury. As the loud sound came, the entire Star Luo city shook violently. The phantom of the white tiger spirit automatically appeared behind him, letting out a roar of shock and anger. Pushing off hard with his feet, he catapulted out of the imperial palace. At this time, Lin Yi's third countdown finally arrived tardily. At the city gate, the smoke and dust that blotted out the sky, like a huge gray curtain, slowly settled, revealing the city gate collapsed into ruins and the wreckage of the city walls. Smoke, dust, and blood mist permeated the air. In the sky, 4 figures floated quietly. Lin Yi slowly retracted his palm, his gaze piercing through the sky filling smoke and dust. Ignoring the dying wails in the ruins and the countless terrified and despairing gazes, he cast his eyes toward the Emperor Star Luo, who was sprinting over from deep within the imperial city. "Can we talk now?" A faint, icy voice came, ringing clearly in the ears of every survivor, and also reaching the ears of the Emperor Star Luo, who had just rushed out of the palace. "Who are you, Your Excellency? Acting like this, isn't it too? 100,000-year spirit ring." The Emperor Star Luo chided as he raised his head to look, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue, and exclaimed in utter shock, "Dai Tian of the Star Luo imperial family pays respects to Your Eminence. I wonder how my Star Luo subjects have offended you to incur Your Eminence's such great wrath." He was playing dumb while knowing the truth. Otherwise, the blame for Lin Yi destroying the city walls and harming soldiers and civilians would fall squarely on his head. If he had stepped forward earlier, how could such a consequence have been caused? Although Lin Yi acted impatiently just to establish his authority, the Star Luo soldiers and civilians were not clear about that. Facing a titled Douluo whose spirit ring configuration so subverted cognition, they certainly didn't dare vent their inner resentment toward Lin Yi, and inevitably, they would feel resentment toward the imperial family. To prevent this situation from happening, Dai Tian directly played deaf and acted out a bitter scene. "If there is any offense, I hope Your Eminence will speak plainly. The Star Luo Empire will definitely give Your Eminence a satisfactory reply. Please do not harm the innocent, Your Eminence." In just a few words, Dai Tian shifted himself out of the center of the spear's tip. Lin Yi didn't care about his little thoughts. The effect of establishing authority had already been achieved, and now it was time to handle serious business. He spoke in a cold voice, coordinated with the 36 spirit rings around his body, exuding a full sense of oppression. "Food-type soul masters of the world are one family. You blatantly issued an order to restrict the personal freedom of food-type soul masters. Isn't that completely disregarding the young lord?" Lin Yi spoke coldly, stating his reason. Dai Tian felt bitter in his heart. After the Ji Jiao philosophy spread, the importance of food-type soul masters was self-evident. Could he not restrict them? Who knew that this Jade Jiao could be so petty-minded? He knew the identity of the deity's successor and the information about the limit Douluo, Night Shadow Douluo, but he didn't take it to heart. In his view, he had only detained some food-type soul masters unrelated to Jade Jiao. Who would have thought that he actually let a limit Douluo come to Star Luo City to make trouble with this reason? Furthermore, as soon as they came, there were 4 titled Douluos. Dugu Bo was one thing, but that Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo beside him were clearly the 2 fierce generals of the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, yet they appeared here at the same time. Could it be that Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire had reached some kind of agreement? Dai Tian guessed endlessly in his heart, piling a look of utter terror and trembling on his face, lowering his posture to the extreme. Misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding. Your Eminence, the border did indeed accidentally and mistakenly detain some food-type soul masters, but this was all because the Imperial Palace's secret treasure was stolen. I will lift the ban right now, what do you think? His speech was extremely fast, casually finding a passable reason, with his focus placed on lifting the ban. As the monarch of a country, he certainly knew where Lin Yi's focus lay. Food-type soul masters were certainly important and could be called the Empire's strategic resources, but in front of 1 limit Douluo and 3 titled Douluos, they were nothing at all. The White Tiger Legion could contend against titled Douluos. The Spirit Fusion skill Hell White Tiger could likewise contend against titled Douluos. However, could a titled Douluo and a limit Douluo be the same? In front of absolute power suppression, what imperial dignity, what imperial face, and what strategic resources could compare to pacifying the anger of this fierce deity before him? Misunderstanding. Lin Yi sneered sarcastically, his gaze like knives, and threatened, then lift it. All of you, remember this. Food-type soul masters of the world are one family. From now on, whoever dares to oppress food-type soul masters for no reason again will end up just like this city. Yes, yes, yes. Lift it immediately. Dai Tian didn't hesitate at all, turning his head to speak to the officials who followed behind him, pass down the decree. Starting immediately, release all food-type soul masters at the border and provide corresponding gold coin compensation. From now on, food-type soul masters will be treated with the highest standard of courtesy in the Star Luo Empire. Those who neglect them will be executed without mercy. As soon as these words were uttered, attendants behind him naturally left to convey the decree. Dai Tian raised his head, struggling to maintain a humble smile on his face. I wonder if your eminence and young Lord Jie are satisfied with this handling. Remember today's lesson. Food-type soul masters of the world are all under the protection of the young lord. If you dare reach out your claws again, it won't just be the city walls that get broken. Lin Yi coldly watched his performance, noncommittal, and emphasized it once again. The invisible pressure made sweat stream down Dai Tian's forehead, and he repeatedly agreed, yes. Yes, we will strictly obey your eminence's teachings. Up and down Star Luo, we will never let this happen again. A deep sense of powerlessness and humiliation surged into Dai Tian's heart. There was no helping it, at the current stage, a limit Douluo was the sky. A limit Douluo's words were more useful than an imperial decree. Relying solely on the power of the imperial family and the army, without titled Douluos, it was obviously difficult to contend. Gradually, a name emerged in Dai Tian's mind. The ancestor of the Shu family. The Shu family, which had been hidden from the world for many years, reportedly had an old ancestor who had broken through to the titled Douluo realm many years ago with unfathomable strength. Perhaps they could be brought in as assistants. But, human favors are hard to repay. Dai Tian was afraid that as he kept inviting them over, he would end up inviting the Star Luo imperial throne right out as well. The Shu family's ambition was by no means smaller than that of Spirit Hall. Chapter 94, Martial Soul Fusion Card. Heaven Do Academy. In the past few days, Jie Zhao successively led his team members to participate in the round of 16-8 and the round of 8-4 battles. With just the last two matches remaining, the new preliminary team for the Heaven Do Imperial team would be decided. Back Mountain Heart Calming Lake. Jie Zhao sat cross-legged with a focused mind, refining the medicinal power of the soul-elevating pill within his body. This soul-elevating pill was bought yesterday from the auction house. It came from another Douluo second world and had been modified to be effective for spirit masters below the spirit ancestor rank, increasing spirit power by 1 rank, and up to 3 pills could be taken consecutively. Exactly. With the continuous support of medicinal power from the spirit spring world within his body, Jie Zhao's spirit power rank had already reached level 36. After taking 3 soul-elevating pills, it would not be long before he could go hunt for his 4th spirit ring. The debts of the auction house had not yet been paid off, and a new long-term subscription contract for a soul spirit had been added. Jie Zhao felt that he should acquire his 4th spirit ring sooner rather than later. Changing his usual lazy demeanor, he prepared to head out to sea to find the deep-sea demon whale king to obtain his 4th spirit ring after the food-type soul master evaluation conference concluded. A million-year spirit ring, 4 spirit abilities. Thinking this, he lowered his head to look at his watch, 50 minutes past 5. Jie Zhao opened the auction house with his consciousness to review today's reorganized list. Yesterday, he had seen a particularly interesting item but failed to secure it. He hoped it was still there today. Xian Qin Tiger Tally, Shadow Descendant Diva, Quantum Immortality Pod, Spiritual Word Contract, Time Stopper, Hospital Ward Series. Open double angle bracket Treasured Repentance of Merits and Deeds of the Heavens Bodhisattvas. Original Scripture of the Jade Emperor Close double angle bracket. Open double angle bracket Immortal Seal Technique Close double angle bracket. Zhe Zhao scrolled all the way down, searching for a long time, and finally found the item he wanted among the numerous auction lots. Martial Soul Fusion Card. Origin: the Unrivaled Tang Clan. Starting bid: 10,000 coins. Description: ignores spirit conflicts and forcibly establishes spirit fusion, with an initial spirit fusion degree of 70%. Subsequently, it can be gradually increased with mutual understanding and cooperation, up to a maximum of 99%. It contains fusion law. Seller's remarks: a newcomer has just arrived, thank you all for your support. What a good item. Opening the details page, Zhe Zhao directly bid 50,000 coins. I couldn't secure it with 30,000 coins yesterday, bidding 50,000 coins today should be enough, right? After all, it only targets spirit fusion, which is far too niche for the myriad worlds. Wait a minute. Zhe Zhao swept his consciousness back over the description and discovered something amiss. Yesterday, he bought it directly upon seeing the name without looking closely. Although the spirit fusion ability was very strong, to Zhe Zhao, it was actually just icing on the cake. But what on earth was this fusion law mentioned in the description? A law tier auction item with a starting bid of 10,000. Zhe Zhao frowned. That shouldn't be. Logically speaking, the upper limit for rule tier auction items already reaches 500,000 to even 1 million. How could a law tier auction item have a starting bid of less than 1 million? Zhe Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He regretted bidding too early and bidding too little. Fusion law. How could the auction house allow such a huge bug to appear? Even if the law content within it isn't high, it still shouldn't be like this, right? Unless the restrictions are too great and it can only take effect on spirits of the Douluo world, resulting in a low value in the auction house's evaluation. Zhe Zhao guessed thoughtfully, his mind spinning rapidly. The fusion law contained within this martial soul fusion card might not have high value for others in the auction house, but that didn't mean its value was low for him. Things involving the law tier. Even if he didn't use it himself, giving it to Xiaoyu to study, the shared knowledge would be enough for him to benefit immensely. The seller's remark that a newcomer has just arrived should be true. Damn it, what a genius. Zhe Zhao couldn't help but complain. Without the help of the auction house, to be able to create law tier items on one's own, this is enough to be called God King rank in Douluo, right? He opened the seller's details with his consciousness and found other commodities listed by him. Sealed milk bottle, Tyrant Tiger Soul Refining Blade, 4 Ultimate Techniques of Tang Sect, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Mysterious Jade Hand, Controlling Crane Catching Dragon, Purple Demon Eye Incomplete Version. Mysterious Water Pill, Soul Elevating Pill, Modified Version. Just as Zhe Zhao wanted to buy one to establish a chat page with the other party, he suddenly realized that he had already bought an auction lot from him. The soul elevating pill he ate earlier was bought from him. What fate. Sighing with emotion, Zhe Zhao used his consciousness to open the seller contact page on yesterday's order and sent a message. Hello, are you also a transmigrator? The other Douluo second world. In Shrek City, inside Lin Zhao's private spirit tool laboratory. Lin Zhao was comfortably lying on a chair, waiting for today's earnings from the Heavens Auction House to arrive, when a message suddenly popped up in the depths of his consciousness. Yesterday's buyer. He glanced at it casually, but when he saw the other party's question, he was instantly startled and sat up straight. Holy crap, doxing me. Lin Zhao's pupils contracted sharply. This secret buried deep in his heart was unknown even to his closest Yuner, Xiao Xiao, and Big Sister Wu. Ming, how did this person know? Lin Zhao took a deep breath, cautiously weighing his words, and replied with his consciousness, Hello, Big Boss. I wonder what instruction Big Boss has. He decided to play dumb first and inquire about the other party's intention. Zhe Zhao's message followed closely. I want to ask, can the fusion law contained in your martial soul fusion card be customized? Auction coins are not a problem. The martial soul fusion card can be customized. Big Boss, please provide the spirits of both parties. Currently, I can increase the initial fusion degree up to 84%. I wonder what fusion law Big Boss is talking about. Looking at the message coming from the chat box in the depths of his consciousness, Lin Zhao replied uncertainly, asking what fusion law was. This touched upon his blind spot of knowledge. Having transmigrated, he came with an innate talent that allowed him to produce a spirit fusion ability with anyone's spirit. Relying solely on this point, he received vigorous cultivation from Shrek Academy. Although in his past life he disdained Shrek Academy in Douluo too. When Shrek Academy took out a large amount of resources to cultivate him, Lin Zhao instantly changed his tune. There was no helping it, they gave simply too much. Anyway, his cheat wasn't that big. Under the condition of having no strength to contend against God King Tang, Lin Zhao just wanted to live one day at a time and earn one day at a time, acting as a minor background character in the plotline. He would quietly develop, and by virtue of spirit fusion abilities, date female characters such as Nanman Yuner, Xiao Xiao, Ling Luokan, and Wu Ming, while staying away from Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao. As the saying goes, being idle was still being idle. Besides roaming among several girls to date them, Lin Zhao also deeply studied his own talent, searching for the reason why spirit fusion abilities appeared. After much exploration and groping, he, already a level 8 spirit tool master, branded his own talent onto the spirit tool, creating a brand new martial soul fusion card spirit tool that allowed 2 designated people to conduct spirit fusion and produce a spirit fusion ability. Originally, it was just research on his own talent. He didn't expect that the long-awaited cheat would arrive at this time, binding to the Heavens Auction House, which made him overjoyed. The Heavens. This meant that as long as he casually got some good things, he could crush God King Tang. What was there to endure anymore? Screw it, I'm not afraid of anything. Holding this thought, Lin Zhao had the vast majority of things on his body appraised in the auction house and listed them all for sale. He was just waiting to exchange them for auction coins, buy some powerful props to improve his strength, and start speedrunning mode. Yet he didn't expect to be tracked down by a buyer in the auction house at this time, and the first sentence asked if he was a transmigrator. Doxing me, are you? Chapter 95, Passing on the Torch. The fusion law is one of the hardest laws to comprehend among law grade 1s. You know the grade classification of the auction house's myriad realms lots, right? Ordinary grade, rule grade, law grade, and Dao entering grade. As for whether there are higher grades after Dao entering grade, I am not very clear about that. But this martial soul fusion card of yours containing the fusion law. Zhe Zhao explained patiently, not deliberately deceiving just because the other person was a newcomer, just like how his good brother from the Douluo second world had cleared up his doubts back then. Passing on the torch. Just like how his good brother from the Douluo second world had bluffed him back then by asking if he was a transmigrator, Zhe Zhao completely replicated his operation. Sure enough, another transmigrator. Big Boss is truly amazing. The fusion law you mentioned came with my body after my transmigration, and I was born able to perform a spirit fusion with other people's spirits to generate a spirit fusion skill. I merely replicated it out, it's not as amazing as you described, Big Boss. Seeing the reply from the opposite side, Zhe Zhao thought of Lin Yi. In Lin Yi's initial auction house description, it was detailed that he was born with the ability to convert any living creature or living being into a spirit ring. This ability was bestowed by the will of the Douluo second world. Then is it possible, could the spirit fusion talent of this Douluo second world transmigrator before him also be given by the world will of the world he was in? In other words, since he could replicate his own talent and make it into a martial soul fusion card, could he take inspiration from it, replicate Lin Yi's talent, and make it into a spirit ring conversion card? Zhe Zhao lay on the lawn, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his thigh as he pondered in his heart. The possibility was extremely high. However, their relationship was shallow for such deep words, so Zhe Zhao did not reveal his thoughts to the other party. Instead, he prepared to establish contact with him first, and express his demands after they became familiar in the future. There was no need to rush. Making Lin Yi's talent into a spirit ring conversion card was merely icing on the cake for himself. Perhaps it also contained laws, but that was far from what he could comprehend right now. Besides, he didn't have any extra money to buy it right now either. Thinking of this, Zhe Zhao couldn't help sighing. The transmigrator newcomer on the other side has a truly strong talent. Whether it is spirit tools or spirit cultivation. Even with the help of the world will, being able to replicate law-grade creations with one's own strength alone means his comprehension ability is definitely unquestionable. I must establish a good relationship with him. Zhe Zhao revealed a smile. I finally know why the good brother from Douluo too is so generous to me. Perhaps in his eyes, I am just like this newcomer before him, with superb talent and a boundless future, requiring us to establish a good relationship in advance. In his consciousness, Zhe Zhao organized his wording and asked, "What is the output of your martial soul fusion cards? If possible, give me 10 cards with the best effects first. You name the price, and there are no requirements for the two parties fusing." Replying to Big Boss, "If I go all out, I should be able to make 3 cards a week. But if we want the best effects, lacking the gold of life as carrier materials, I can currently only make 3 for now, and only 1 can be made per week. As for the price, 50,000 auction coins per card. Then give me 3 cards first. As for the gold of life, it's available in the auction house. You just need to pay attention to refreshing the list every morning and make a bid. I'll give you the deposit first." Saying this, Zhe Zhao found the auction house and applied for a short-term ordering contract. Valid for 1 year, purchasing 10 martial soul fusion cards, bidding 1 million auction coins, with a deposit of 990,000 auction coins. It's an investment. Be generous. Although Zhe Zhao was not well off at the moment, he could still pull out 1 million auction coins, which could be earned by selling a few bowls of soft jade lard deer milk paste every day. I have sent the contract over, guaranteed by the auction house. Take a look and see if there is anything that needs modification. 1 million. Big Boss, this is too much. Not much, you are worth this price. Speaking of which, I should consider myself taking advantage of you. A law-grade commodity is far beyond this price. I don't quite understand law-grade, but I will definitely keep Big Boss's kindness firmly in mind. Appearing alongside the message in the chat box was the signed Martial Soul Fusion card purchase contract close double angle bracket. After chatting with the other party for a while, Zhe Zhao's consciousness exited the auction house. Spirit Fusion. Hey, I wonder what kind of spirit fusion skill will appear between my white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup Martial Soul and Sister Yanyan's 9-colored illusory light snake. Or what kind of spirit fusion skill can appear with Lin Yi's Ghost Shadow Spirit. What a pity. Martial Soul Fusion cards can only make 2 people's spirits fuse. It would be great if multiplayer spirit fusion were possible. Zhe Zhao lay flat on his back on the lawn, unable to help daydreaming in his heart. His inner spirit power rank reached level 39. Before heading out to sea to search for the deep-sea demon whale king, Zhe Zhao felt that his cultivation speed could slow down slightly. The sacrifice of the 100,000-year Jufang white deer could provide him with 8 ranks of spirit power. The sacrifice of the million-year deep-sea demon whale king might bring an enhancement of 10 ranks of spirit power. By then, he might be able to continue acquiring his 5th spirit ring. I hope I can encounter the Tianmeng iceworm as soon as possible. Zhe Zhao made a wish to the world will, routinely testing the limits of his own luck and the world will's favor, then got up and hurried toward the soul fighting arena. 8x4, 4x2. For 2 consecutive days of soul fighting matches, Zhe Zhao always stood idly by, letting the team members play to their heart's content and showcase themselves. Fighting. What kind of thing is that? As an excellent food-type soul master, isn't it only natural to wait to be carried by teammates? As for whether he could securely sit in the position of the captain of the Heaven Do Imperial team without fighting. Isn't it enough that the team members all recognized it? Although he bore the 5 elements light and shadow armor, and his true combat strength was enough to rival a tier -1 divinity, Zhe Zhao didn't want to show off this limelight at all. There was no need. The label of food-type soul master was the identity he valued most at present. In terms of strength, Lin Yi's deterrence was enough. Finals day. The atmosphere of the Heaven Do Royal Academy's soul fighting arena was already boiling. When the 6 titled Douluos, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, Bilan Douluo Dugu Bo, and Limit Douluo Lin Yi, appeared hand in hand in the exclusive viewing area in the front row, a tsunami-like wave of sound instantly rushed into the clouds. All 6 Your Excellencies arrived together. The weight of the finals goes without saying. Zhe Zhao led the team members onto the Duhun stage, and the tsunami-like sound rushed towards them. He still maintained that calm and breezy appearance. Sister Yan Yan, let's make it quick. Sister knows. Isn't it just after the fight? Rest assured, I won't let your medicinal pill go to waste. Du Guyan blinked playfully, walked lightly to the center of the Duhun stage, and faced 7 solemn opponents alone. The Heaven Do, Royal Elementary Spirit Master Academy's team selection finals officially begin. Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes Flower, appear. Before the referee teacher's voice fell, colorful light flashed in Du Guyan's eyes at the center of the arena. With a crisp cry, a jade-green Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower bloomed above her head. Chapter 96 Soul Spirit, Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower. The flower was lifelike. It had a total of 9 leaves, strange in shape, resembling a human hand, yet it had 7 leaf fingers, which left everyone in the spectator seats puzzled. What kind of flower is this? Isn't Du Guyan's spirit a 9-colored snake? Could she have twin spirits? No way. Even if she has twin spirits, what can summoning this second spirit without a spirit ring do? Quote. Whispers broke out off the stage. In the exclusive viewing area for titled Douluo, the lounging Du Gubo sat up straight, waiting for the implementation of the next step in Zhe Zhao's plan. On the other side, the members of the Food-type Soul Master Club vaguely guessed something. They looked at each other with mutual understanding, but no one spoke up. First soul skill, 9-colored red radiance. On the stage, facing 7 opponents who were fully prepared and summoned their spirits and spirit rings, Du Guyan smiled with confidence, and the first spirit ring beneath her lit up. The Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit hovering above her head was in sync with her heart and mind, its 9 leaves trembled, and a poisonous mist spewed out. Her opponents did not dare to be careless. Although they found Du Guyan's behavior strange, the battle had already begun, and thinking too much was useless. Their spirit rings flickered as they simultaneously released their spirit ability. 7 against 1. Even if they lost, they had to lose with some dignity. Before a few of them could harden their hearts, after the red radiance shone over them, the 7 opponents only felt that the world before their eyes had turned blood red. Everywhere they looked, there were only enemies. Bastard, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? One person's eyes were blood red, and with a roar, they lunged fiercely at a teammate beside them, their fists wrapped in spirit power while the 2 spirit rings beneath them flickered. Together. Get lost. So you were here. Quote. In a split second, chaos erupted. The 7 people acted as if they had taken gunpowder, frantically and recklessly striking at those around them. Their spirit power collided, producing muffled groans of pain. With injuries now present, they fought even harder. Any thoughts of a match or formation were thrown to the back of their minds, and they remained completely unaware that crisis had quietly descended. The Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit above Du Guyan's head quietly spat out a jade-green poisonous mist, slowly diffusing into the chaotic battle. Wisp by wisp, it was inescapable. The figures that were frantically beating each other just a moment ago suddenly stiffened in their movements the next. The wild fury on their faces was instantly replaced by extreme pain, their muscles twisted and spasmed, their strength was instantly drained, and eerie cyan-green patterns surfaced beneath their skin. Thud, 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 they fell to the ground one by one, their faces filled with unwillingness and shock. Curled up on the Duhun stage, they groaned in pain, their complexions turning cyan, their breath as thin as gossamer, looking as though they were on the verge of death. Retrieve. Du Guyan gently clapped her hands, her thoughts shifting slightly as she softly signaled the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit to retract the poison. Then she sat cross-legged on the ground, and without waiting for the referee teacher to announce the result, she began absorbing her 3rd spirit ring. As for where the 3rd spirit ring came from, after absorbing the poison and returning, the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit swayed gently. A profound purple spirit ring slowly condensed, emanating powerful energy fluctuations as it settled onto Du Guyan. Is she absorbing a spirit ring? That flower can actually condense a spirit ring. Is it a spirit beast? A purple spirit ring, a 1000-year spirit beast. Quote. The entire soul fighting arena exploded into an uproar. Whether it was the students or the nobles who had come to watch, everyone was shocked by this scene and discussed it endlessly. Right at this moment, on the viewing platform, Douluo slowly stood up. He walked slowly onto the Douluo stage. Beneath his feet, yellow, purple, black, emerald red. 9 spirit rings rose one after another. Rising alongside them was also a Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower, extremely similar to the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit above Douluo's head, clinging to his arm. What you see is named a soul spirit. It originates from a spirit beast, yet it is not a spirit beast. It can sign a contract with a spirit master, share thoughts and feelings, grow together symbiotically, and be commanded like one's own arm. Not only can it assist in battle. Douluo pointed at the stabilizing deep purple spirit ring on Douluo's body. Its true core value lies in the fact that it can bestow upon the spirit master a spirit ability that is most compatible with their own spirit. Furthermore, a single soul spirit can grant a spirit master 2 to 3 spirit rings. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Tailor-made spirit abilities. Obtaining spirit rings without needing to hunt spirit beasts. A soul spirit can provide 2 to 3 spirit rings, and it can also assist in battle. This completely subverted the inherent understanding of the spirit masters world over tens of thousands of years regarding hunting spirit beasts to acquire spirit rings. This is a pioneering move. It is even an epic-making product. The appearance of soul spirits is enough to change the landscape of the entire spirit masters world. My 9th spirit ring originates from the 100,000-year soul spirit, the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower. As his voice fell, the Jade Phosphor 9 Absolutes flower soul spirit on his shoulder emitted a faint, ethereal clear cry, and the emerald red 9th spirit ring beneath him glowed brilliantly. A terrifying pressure exceeding that of an ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring, coupled with boundless vitality, simultaneously pervaded the air, causing all spirit masters below the titled Douluo rank to feel a wave of palpitations and suffocation. If you wish to acquire a soul spirit, there is no need to be impatient. Half a month from now will be the Heaven Do Empire's inaugural Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. At that time, among the competition rewards, a large number of rare mental attribute soul spirits will be distributed. As soon as this was said, the breathing of the Food-type Soul Master Club area grew a bit heavier, while other areas erupted in unbelievable exclamations. Soul spirits were actually going to be used as rewards for the Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. Of course, non-Food-type Soul Masters need not be disappointed either. After the evaluation competition, the acquisition channels and specific methods for soul spirits will be announced to the world, and everyone may come to take a look. With that said, Douluo stood with his hands behind his back, guarding beside Douluo as she absorbed her spirit ring. What he left behind was a deathly silence across the entire soul fighting arena. Quickly write it down. Hurry and record all of this. Big news. This is truly big news. Won't the newspaper's print sell out completely now? The editor-in-chief will definitely have to give me a bonus. In a corner of the soul fighting arena, dozens of reporters were writing frantically, their complexions flushed and expressions excited as they detailed everything happening before them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Douluo gently opened her eyes. Tilde. Beneath her, 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, pulsated incessantly. A human face appeared on the petals of the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower above her head, giggling as usual. Grandpa, Zhao, I'm at level 31. Douluo stood up to share the good news with Douluo and Zhao. The 3rd spirit ring beneath her flashed with purple light, and she gave a soft cry. 3rd soul skill, 9-colored illusion. Spirit power surged forth, and her hands formed a profound hand seal in front of her chest. A pillar of 9-colored light shot straight into the sky, exploding thunderously dozens of meters above the ground, falling like brilliant fireworks. Resembling a giant net, it enveloped all directions. A spherical barrier visible to the naked eye, flowing with 9-colored rosy light, suddenly formed centered around Douluo. It enshrouded a radius of 100 meters. Enveloping Douluo, Jade Zhao, along with the teachers, students, and spirit masters in the front seats of the soul fighting arena's spectator stands, the color of heaven and earth changed because of it. Inside the barrier, the five senses were stripped away. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch were completely disrupted and distorted at this moment. Immersed within, it felt as though one were in a dream. A domain. Jade Zhao furrowed his brow slightly, speaking in unison with Douluo as they looked at Douluo full of pleasant surprise. Chapter 97. The Food-Type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition is about to be held. Inside the 9-color barrier. Excitement and pride flickered in Douluo's eyes, and the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower above her head grew even more dazzling under the reflection of the 9-color light, as if it had merged with the illusion. That's right. It's a domain-type spirit ability. Douluo nodded in confirmation, and explained the effect of her third spirit ability, but it's not a true domain, only a prototype of a domain. Inside the barrier, everyone's 5 senses can be distorted. At the same time, spore toxins from the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit will drift in the air, continuously consuming the enemy's spirit power. The effect doesn't seem as strong as the second soul skill. Douluo frowned slightly as she saw the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower soul spirit above her head give a gentle leap, falling into the 9-color illusion, shaking its head and transforming into the appearance of Douluo. The collar, the space between the eyebrows, and the tips of the hair were lifelike. Douluo looked at the self transformed by the soul spirit in front of him, slightly surprised, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise and admiration. He could clearly feel it. The illusion formed by the soul spirit in front of him was not a simple blindfold, but reached a degree where it could truly pass off the fake as genuine. If this were used in combat, its potential would be absolutely boundless. Good heavens, what is that? Exclamations came from the spectator stands, and the students and reporters in the back row who were not enveloped by the 9-color illusion saw everything clearly from beginning to end. Is this a domain? It's definitely a domain. I've heard that only the most top-tier spirits can possess domains. I didn't expect Douluo's third spirit ability to actually be a domain. A soul spirit. It must have been given by the soul spirit. That's right, Your Excellency Bilin said that a soul spirit can bestow upon a spirit master a spirit ability that best fits their own spirit. Wait a minute, look at that. The soul spirit actually transformed into the appearance of Your Excellency Bilin, even the expression is identical. Hiss. This soul spirit is too strong. The Food-Type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, we must go and visit when the time comes. Let's go together, let's go together. Quote. There was a lot of discussion under the Douluo stage, and after displaying its abilities on the Douluo stage, the Jade Phosphor 7 Absolutes flower disappeared from its original spot and sank into Douluo's sea of consciousness. The reporters standing in the very back kept their penpoints moving non-stop. They firmly wrote down everything happening in front of them, focusing on describing the role of soul spirits in combat, as well as the effects that soul spirits paired with spirit abilities could produce. The news spread out, and the continent was in turmoil. Supreme Pontiff Palace. Bibi Dong tapped her knuckles lightly on the armrest, her gaze deep and solemn. The power displayed by Lin Yi made her temporarily choose restraint, only wanting to mind her own business and not interfere with Lin Yi. She only gave a cold order, having Platinum Bishop Solace of Heaven Do City closely monitor the evaluation competition and report back everything that happened in the competition in detail. Elders Hall. Qian Daoliu, having received Qian Runshui's message, finally consented to dispatch personnel, arranging the Qianjin and Zhongmo brothers and Guangling Douluo, 3 people in total, to set off for Heaven Do City with the Food-Type Soul Masters in Spirit Hall. Star Luo Empire, Imperial Study. Bang! Emperor Star Luo Dai Tian fiercely slammed the newspaper onto the table, veins throbbing at his temples, as Lin Yi's world-destroying palm strike in the Imperial City stung his nerves once again. Soul Spirit. Another thing enough to change the pattern. He slammed the newspaper onto the table violently, his expression filled with dread and unwillingness. The might of a limit Douluo cannot be violated. Sigh. He raised his head and instructed his eldest son Dai Wisi, who stood respectfully to the side with hands hanging down, Prepare generous gifts, and dispatch an envoy delegation immediately to Heaven Do City to visit the Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. Be sure to bring back every detail of the Soul Spirit completely. Yes, Your Majesty. Dai Wuxi bowed to accept the order, turned around, and walked quickly out of the imperial study. Dai Tian leaned against the back of his chair, looking out the window with a trace of fatigue in his expression, and let out a long sigh. It seems. I really have to go invite the ancestor of the Shu family to come out of seclusion. Emperor Shui Yi's bedchamber. Looking at the urgent report sent by Vice Principal Shui Tianyu, Emperor Shui Yi's face was interwoven with excitement and worry. The public debut of the Soul Spirit system in Heaven Do City undoubtedly greatly enhanced the Empire's prestige, focusing the eyes of the entire continent here. However, with Spirit Masters gathering, the crowd was mixed with good and bad. This brought tremendous pressure to the city defense work of Heaven Do City, and a slight carelessness could trigger turmoil. Fortunately, with Your Excellency Night Shadow and Your Excellency Bilin around, there shouldn't be too major a disturbance. Pass down the Imperial Decree. The Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition is a grand event of the Empire. Order the Curtain Axe and Iron Wall Legions to be responsible for the core security of the Great Spirit Arena, and the Blazing Flame and Thunder Legions to garrison Heaven Do City and patrol the entire city. Be sure to ensure the smooth progress of the competition with absolute foolproofness. The attendant acknowledged the order and withdrew. Emperor Shui Yi looked at the bustling Heaven Do City outside the window, feeling a myriad of emotions in his heart. He knew that the Empire was currently at the forefront of the storm and needed to reconsider its relationship with the Jade family. The deterrence of a limit Douluo was like a sharp sword hanging overhead, suffocatingly oppressive. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Fengji looked at the intelligence, and even he, who was always scholarly and calm, showed undisguised shock on his face. Soul Spirit, bestowing the most compatible spirit ability. As expected of Mr. Jade. A sharp light flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. At this trend, perhaps it won't be long before soul spirits can be purchased through the Tiansheng token. With the Tiansheng token circulating across the continent, it will shatter the commercial pattern of the continent in one fell swoop. Ning Fengji murmured to himself, called upon several spirit Douluos of the sect, and headed to Heaven Do City together. There was no other way. At this moment, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo were still supervising the construction work of the Food-type Soul Master Academy. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Cliff of Thunder. Sect Master Yu Yuanjun looked at the intelligence and couldn't help slamming the table and applauding. What a soul spirit. It can actually transform to fight and bestow spirit abilities. If we can obtain this soul spirit, our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Mere clear sky hammer. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was already clear. The elder beside him quickly advised, Sect Master, Lin Yi is a limit Douluo of the present age, and his might is unfathomable. The cautionary tale of the Star Luo Imperial City is still vivid before our eyes. The evaluation competition is imminent. Why not first send people to observe, find out the truth, and then make plans? What you say makes sense. Yu Yuanjun nodded, and instructed in a deep voice, Luomian, you lead the Food-type Soul Masters of the clan to Heaven Do City to participate in the Food-type Soul Master competition. The Spirit Bone must be contested, and the Soul Spirit must also be contested. Remember to bring enough gold coins, keep your eyes peeled, and make sure to see through all the tricks of this Soul Spirit, but you are strictly forbidden to cause trouble. The storm triggered by the news was surging undercurrents among the major forces. But constrained by the mighty reputation of Limit Douluo Lin Yi, for a time no one dared to pull the tiger's whiskers, fearing that the Star Luo Imperial City incident would repeat itself. When a Limit Douluo attacks with full force, not a single force can withstand it. Everyone was silently looking forward to the holding of the inaugural Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, and countless Spirit Masters gathered into Heaven Do City from all directions. The eyes of the entire continent were focused on Heaven Do City. Everyone was holding their breath and waiting. Finally, Amidst the eager anticipation of countless spirit masters, more than 10 days later, the inaugural Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition officially kicked off at the Heaven Do City Great Spirit Arena. Chapter 98 Soft, waxy, sweet, and fragrant little honey sweet potato. The huge circular stands were already packed. Voices were boisterous, and it was exceptionally lively. Spirit masters, nobles, merchants, and even commoners from all over the continent stretched their necks, casting their gazes toward the spacious Douluo stage ahead that had undergone special modifications. On the Douluo stage, unlike the flashing swords, gleaming blades, and roaring spirit abilities of the past, in the center, luxurious wooden chairs were lined up side by side, extending in a long row facing the entrance of the Douluo stage, which was precisely the judges' seats for this Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. In the central main seat sat a young man upright. He was officially the creator and founder of this Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, the proposer of the Ji Zhao philosophy, an 8-year-old three-ring spirit elder, Jade Zhao. He was dressed in moon-white tight martial clothing, with sword-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, and a dignified appearance. On the left was Vice Principal Shui Tianyu of the Heaven Do Spirit Master Academy, on the right was Crown Prince Shui Qing of the Heaven Do Empire, followed by Night Shadow Douluo Linyi, Sect Master Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Poison Douluo Dugubo, Sword Douluo Chen Shin, Bone Douluo Ji Yurong, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei seated in order. A total of 10 judges. Inside the modified elevated private box in the distance, Emperor Shui Yi and his younger brother Prince Shui Xing walked out, wearing jade crowns, carrying a graceful and luxurious demeanor, with gentle smiles on their faces, nodding and greeting the surroundings, highlighting the imperial family's support for this emerging grand ceremony in the Spirit Master's world. At this moment, below the Douluo stage, at the registration area at the entrance, another lively scene was unfolding. There were middle-aged Food-type Soul Masters who had rushed over covered in dust, nervous youths whose plain clothes were still stained with mud and grass clippings, mercenaries wearing damaged leather armor, noble Spirit Masters wearing luxurious velvet robes, and young students embroidered with their respective academy badges. Of course, there was also no shortage of Food-type Soul Masters wearing clothing with obvious sect identifications on them. Their attire and dressing could be called the myriad states of continental spirit masters. They stood one by one at the entrance, holding specially made iron nameplates, waiting for Yang Tong to register their information and arrange for them to take the stage. Silence. A loud voice resounded throughout the great spirit arena, instantly suppressing all the noise. The entire venue fell into pin-drop silence, and tens of thousands of gazes uniformly focused on the judges' seats. Dugubo straightened up and served as the host. Scanning the entire audience with his gaze, he spoke in a deep voice. Under the diffusion of his spirit power, every word was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. The inaugural Continental Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. Today, it officially begins. This Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition aims to discover talented and potential Food-type Soul Masters, scoring them based on spirit quality, spirit ability effects, and future potential. Each item is out at 10 points. The 10 judges score individually, with a total score of 100 and a maximum score of 300. The ultimate winner will receive a 90,000-year-old Ice Soul Snow Fox Wisdom Skull Bone. Second place will receive a 20,000-year-old Nether Bright Purple Underworld Illusion Pupil Skull Bone. Third place will receive a 4,000-year-old Frost Heaven Ice Wolf Left Arm Bone. Dugubo paused, waiting for everyone to digest the information, and then continued. Speaking. In addition, all Food-type Soul Masters who participate in the Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition will receive a token of the Food-type Soul Master Guild. All Food-type Soul Masters who possess the token will receive a one-time free quota to claim a soul spirit. As his words fell, without any deliberate prompting, thunderous applause and cheers erupted instantly, and the sound waves almost overturned the dome of the soul fighting arena. The rewards mentioned by Dugubo had already leaked out via minor news rumors in the past few days. Now that it was truly confirmed that participating in the competition would grant a free claim for a soul spirit, how could everyone off the stage not be overjoyed? Soul spirits were not soul beasts. They could be traded. Moreover, among the many lords of forces present, which family hadn't arranged a few food-type soul masters to go up and join the fun? If they didn't have their own, they could recruit them. The grand event for food-type soul masters was creating such a huge buzz, how could they not participate? At the entrance of the private box, Prince Shui Xing smiled and added, "By His Majesty's special decree, anyone who scores 200 points or above will be ennobled as a Viscount. The winner of the championship can even be ennobled as an Imperial Count. The doors of the Imperial family are always open to you. Your fiefs will be allocated in turn after you possess the corresponding spirit power rank." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked sideways in astonishment. You must know that whether in the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, titles of nobility are ranked from highest to lowest as Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Just with the scoring of a food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition, an unknown number of Viscount titles were handed out. This generosity was enough to shock anyone. Titles were not all equal. Although quite a few spirit masters possessed titles, obtaining titles from kingdoms and duchies was easy, but obtaining titles from the empire was not so simple, especially the directly bestowed count titles. The fief was enough to cover a large city and several small cities. Even a viscount's fief would include a small city. This made everyone ponder deeply whether the Heaven Do Empire actually had so many cities to bestow as rewards, and whether they were about to start a war. Especially Dai Wuxi, the first imperial prince of the Star Luo Empire, whose expression instantly turned a bit ugly. Finally, Jade Zhao stood up gracefully, his voice clear and infectious. Food-type soul masters are different from other soul masters. I believe everyone already understands this through my philosophy. Today's stage, especially set up for all of you. I hope all contestants will display their strengths to the fullest, allowing various food-type spirit abilities to blossom in 100 ways, and writing a glorious chapter belonging to us food-type soul masters. I declare, the inaugural Continental Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition, now, begin. Dong. As his voice fell, a heavy bell chime suddenly boomed from the highest point of the Great Spirit Arena Dome. This bell chime was produced by several high-rank spirit masters joining forces, using pure spirit power to agitate a specially made amplifying spirit tool. The sound waves were condensed like substance, instantly piercing through the clouds and sweeping across the entire Heaven Do city. Above the Duhun stage, countless specially made lighting spirit tools emitted soft light, illuminating the entire central Duhun stage area down to the finest detail, waiting for the food-type soul masters to take the stage. First, Zhu Yi, Spirit Sweet Potato, Level 24 Spirit Grandmaster. Yang Tong's voice holding the amplifying spirit tool echoed across the soul fighting arena. A chubby middle-aged uncle dressed in simple plain clothes squeezed through the crowd and handed over the iron nameplate in his hand. Verified correct, go on in. The uncle walked onto the Duhun stage excitedly, his complexion ruddy, pinching the corner of his clothes, slightly nervous. Respected judges, I display your spirit ability. Without letting him introduce too much, Douluo Bo waved his hand straightforwardly, stood up from his seat, and hosted. The middle-aged uncle nodded hurriedly. One white and one yellow spirit rings slowly rose beneath him. The dim white ring lit up, and he chanted the spirit incantation in his mouth, warm and rich roasted sweet potato. He was seen supporting empty space with both hands. A wave of warm heat surged out of thin air. Following that, the white first spirit ring beneath him continued to shine, and a full 10 scorched yellow roasted sweet potatoes as thick as a forearm appeared in midair. Handing the 10 roasted sweet potatoes to Douluo Bo who walked over, Zhu Yi did not pause and chanted the spirit incantation once more. Soft, waxy, sweet, and fragrant little honey sweet potato. The second yellow spirit ring flashed a few times, and 10 baked honey sweet potatoes the size of an infant's fist appeared in the air. Their color was golden, their skins were crispy and on the verge of cracking, exuding a strong caramelized aroma. Chapter 99, Various Food-type Spirits. Distinguished judges. My first soul skill is hand-warming sweet potato, which can continuously emit heat. After eating it, it can slowly restore spirit power and last for half an hour. My second soul skill is sweet honey potato. Not only does it smell sweet and fragrant, but it can also instantly restore a portion of spirit power. Zhu Yi's voice was a bit steadier than before, and a hint of honest pride appeared on his face. As a food-type soul master with rank 4 innate spirit power, although he only barely reached rank 24 in middle age, these two spirit abilities had brought him a substantial income. Douluo flicked his finger. Spirit power swept up the honey potato and sweet potato held in Zhu Yi's hands, distributing them one by one to everyone in the judges' seats. He picked up a small piece of honey potato himself and took a bite. Sweet fragrance overflowed, piping hot, soft, and glutinous. The taste is not bad. Quality 4 points, effect 3 points, potential 3 points. Grade 2 rating. Behind them, the 9 people who had tasted them gave their scores in turn. Senyu stood at the edge of the Douluo stage recording them one by one, and gave a total score, 86 points. Next, Jade Zhao tossed out a token of the food-type Soul Master Guild engraved with the words, Grade 2, on the back. Drop blood to bind it, and through it, you can claim 1,000-year soul spirit. Next one. Hearing this, Zhu Yi excitedly bowed repeatedly. Thank you, young Master Jade, thank you, distinguished judges. All right, step down. Douluo waved his hand, urging Zhu Yi to leave the stage. At the entrance, Yang Tong continued to call out numbers. The second one, by Cancan, Spirit Sunflower, rank 33 food-type Spirit Elder. Coming. The glamorous young woman with a beaming smile raised her hand and handed over her identity badge. Yang Tong confirmed everything was correct and let her pass. The young woman briskly walked into the soul fighting arena. After a brief self-introduction, she directly summoned her spirit and chanted the spirit incantation. Radiant sunflowers bloom facing the sun, crack open those sunflower seeds. Radiant sunflower seeds are plump, pulling mountains with might and overwhelming the world with chi. Radiant sunflower hearts gather the warm sun, vitality rejuvenates to heal wounds. Distinguished judges, my first soul skill is leisure sunflower seeds, which can relieve fatigue. 3 consecutive spirit rings flashed, and a handful of melon seeds appeared in the air, which she smilingly handed to Douluo. After explaining the effect of her spirit ability, she stood aside waiting for the review. Quality 3 points, effect 5 points, potential 7 points. Grade 4 rating. After Jade Zhao spoke, the rest of the people gave their evaluations in turn, mostly referencing the score given by Jade Zhao. Perhaps because it was a good start. The spirits of the subsequent food-type soul masters who took the stage were not particularly outstanding or eye-catching, not even comparing to Zhu Yi's sweet potato spirit and Bai Cancan's sunflower spirit. Overnight tea, Grade 1. Hard-boiled egg, Grade 1. Mint, Grade 2. Coarse grain steamed bun, Grade 1. Morning dew floral honey, Grade 3. Cloud flake cake, Grade 1. Quote. When reviewing the 80th plus person, Jade Zhao felt that he was almost stuffed. The effects of various food system spirit abilities had accumulated in his body. Although most of them were temporary buff types, he still had a bloated feeling. Milky deer paste seeps into the heart. A 100,000-year spirit ring appeared at his feet, and his third soul skill was continuously activated. Jade Zhao thought that the purifying power of the soft jade lard deer milk paste should be able to relieve his symptoms. Of course, he didn't forget to give it to Qian Runshui and the others beside him. A cool and pure energy flowed through his entire body, and the bloated discomfort instantly dissipated by more than half. After easing his stomach bloating, Jade Zhao signaled Yang Tong to continue calling people. Under the huge base of participating food-type soul masters, quite a few eye-catching food system spirits and spirit abilities finally appeared. Qingxin Lotus Seed Soup, Grade 4. Glazed Sugar Painting, Grade 6. Rouge Fruit, Grade 7. Rhythmic Sweet Chestnut, Grade 5. 100 Flowers Brew, Grade 7. Mints, First Soul Skill Refreshing Mints, Grade 8. Salty and Fragrant Jerky, Grade 4. Quote. Through the spirits of the numerous food-type soul masters, it was not difficult to see that the food-type soul masters with high ratings mostly came from nobles, sects, and other forces. Commoner geniuses were not non-existent, but they were very few. Moreover, because of family background issues, their first spirit rings and even second spirit rings were mostly white 10-year spirit rings, making it difficult to bring them spirit abilities with excellent effects. Sigh. The current situation of food-type soul masters is truly hard to put into words. Zhe Zhao shook his head, handed over a grade 8 token, and watched the 16-year-old one-ring soul master whose spirit was Amber Walnut leave the stage. The spirit quality was excellent, with rank 7 innate spirit power, but the first spirit ring was an 80-year white ring. If he weren't a food-type soul master, perhaps he would be valued more by his elementary academy and could obtain a 100-year spirit ring. Amber concentrating small walnut. The spirit ability effect was extremely outstanding. The instant boost and condensation effect on mental force were enough to rival or even surpass many mental-type food system spirit abilities produced by 100-year spirit abilities. What a pity. The spirit ring age limited its sustainability, and it could only last for 5 minutes, otherwise, they really could have given out. The first grade 9 token of this competition. However, the future is promising. Zhe Zhao had already told him to go and enroll in the Food-type Soul Master Academy next to Heaven Do Academy. With the help of the Food-type Soul Master Guild and the Academy at that time, he believed that he would definitely fulfill his talent. Next one. Douluo Bo's voice pulled Zhe Zhao's attention back. At the entrance, Yang Tong was still calling out numbers. No. 192, Sun Shuo, Spirit Dragon Beard Ramen, rank 47 Spirit Ancestor. Spirit Ancestor, rank 47. Hearing this, Zhe Zhao's spirits perked up. The first Spirit Ancestor level Food-type Soul Master, and his spirit power rank was close to the rank 50 barrier. Giving him any random immortal herb might just bring a revenue-generating product to his auction house. At the same time, low gasps sounded within the soul fighting arena. The highest among the previous contestants was only a soul elder in the 30s. Food-type soul masters at the spirit ancestor level were already quite rare existences in the ordinary spirit master's world. Moreover, at rank 47, it was only a few steps away from the threshold of a rank 50 spirit king. Douluo Bo narrowed his eyes, and Shui Qing, disguised by Qian Runshui, also put down the pen he was holding to record, looking at the entrance with great interest. A robust old man with white hair and beard strode onto the Duhun stage. His face was resolute, and his gaze was steady. His steps carried a steady confidence. He wore a clean white training suit without any extra markings, making it impossible to tell his background. Distinguished judges. Sun Shuo cupped his fists in salute. I am Sun Shuo, Spirit Dragon Beard Ramen, rank 7 innate spirit power, rank 47 food system tool spirit ancestor. Without any hesitation, he directly displayed his spirit and spirit rings to prove himself. 4 spirit rings with the best configuration of yellow, purple, and purple rose from beneath his feet, and powerful spirit power fluctuations instantly spread out. As the spirit ring light flickered, a phantom dough mass steaming with heat, emitting a rich wheat fragrance and strange energy fluctuations, condensed and stretched in his hands, finally transforming into a bowl of crystal clear golden ramen. The ramen in the bowl was as thin as hair, with dragon-shaped chi currents faintly surrounding it. Just looking at the appearance of the spirit, one could tell it was extraordinary. Good spirit. Douluo Bo couldn't help praising. The quality and contained spirit power displayed by this dragon beard ramen spirit were far from comparable to those previous spirits. Chapter 100. The first grade 9 token, unfortunately lacking potential. Respected judges, I have made a fool of myself. Without further ado, Sun Shuo chose to let his spirit ability speak, chanting the spirit incantation in a deep voice. Dragon tendons enter the bones with the force of 1,000 jun, towering giant strength shatters mountains. First soul skill, tendon and bone dragon beard noodles. Clear springs cleanse the mortal heart and it warms itself, a single bowl enters the belly and 10,000 worries disperse. Second soul skill, clear soup heart-warming noodles. Jade marrow acts as a guide to gather the spirit sea, endless and ceaseless with an inexhaustible source. Third soul skill, Jade Marrow Spirit Source Noodles. 1,000 times needed and stretched to cast dragon scales, golden dragons coil around to protect the physical body. Fourth soul skill, Unbreakable Dragon Soul Noodles. As the spirit incantation rang out, 4 fragrant bowls of hand-pulled noodles appeared before him, lifted by spirit power and accurately delivered in front of Douluo. Without pausing his movements, Sun Shuo circulated his spirit power once again. First soul skill, Tendon and Bone Dragon Beard Noodles. Second soul skill, Clear Soup Heart-Warming Noodles. Third soul skill, Jade Marrow Spirit Source Noodles. Fourth soul skill, Unbreakable Dragon Soul Noodles. Following the same method, the light of spirit power flashed successively, and bowls of hand-pulled noodles were precisely delivered to each judge's desk. Goodness. As expected of a spirit ancestor. Just looking at the appearance of this spirit, it has complete color, aroma, and taste. I wonder which faction pushed him out. Looking at the 4 steaming bowls of noodles in front of him, with golden light flowing over them, bright side dishes, and rich soup, Zhe Zhao secretly praised in his heart. Sun Shuo calmly introduced, "Respected judges, my first soul skill, Tendon and Bone Dragon Beard Noodles, lasts for the time of an incense stick. It can significantly enhance the user's strength and also restore stamina." Zhe Zhao took a light sip. The noodles were as thin as dragon whiskers, chewy and smooth upon entry. A warm current quickly melted into all limbs and bones, injecting new vitality into the muscles. The sense of strength was noticeably enhanced, and the effect was indeed very good. Second soul skill. Third soul skill. After consumption, it can continuously provide spirit power for a quarter of an hour. Fourth soul skill, Unbreakable Dragon Soul Noodles. After consumption, a dragon soul will condense on the body surface, comprehensively enhancing defense and possessing extremely strong resistance to elemental impact. Moreover, it can also gain a crowd control immunity effect. Before the dragon soul is shattered, it can immunize against all mental control spirit abilities. Douluo did not interrupt his introduction, letting him explain the spirit ability effects in detail. As the first spirit ancestor level food type soul master to appear in this food type soul master soul skill evaluation competition, he had the qualification and privilege to stay on the field a little longer than others. Qian Runshui scooped up a spoonful of golden soup with a tiny dragon shadow swimming in it, gently parted her lips, and sent it into her mouth. Boom! An overbearing and scorching energy condensed on the surface of her body, turning into a golden dragon phantom that coiled and roamed around her, casting streaks of golden light to wrap her within. She praised inwardly, as expected of Grandpa Sun's dragon beard noodles, "It's still the taste from my childhood. It's just that I don't know if Grandpa Ju is here. When I was young, Grandpa wouldn't let me drink. This time, I can finally taste the spirit flavor of Grandpa Ju fair and square. I heard that even the best wine on the market doesn't taste as good as Grandpa Ju's spirit ability." Zhe Zhao and the others tasted them one by one. All of them couldn't help nodding repeatedly. Even Ning Fengji had to admit, the effect of this third soul skill, Jade Marrow Spirit Source Noodles, is much stronger than the spirit power amplification of my own third soul skill. Quality. Zhe Zhao looked at Sun Shuo approvingly and commented, "The spirit is solid, the energy is pure, all 4 spirit rings are of the best configuration. The Dragon Beard Noodle's spirit ability has complete color, aroma, and taste, and the energy is internal." 8 points. Effects, 7 points. Although the effects of the 4 spirit abilities are applicable to soul fighting battles, they do not match the Zhe Zhao philosophy. I hope you can obtain a spirit ability in your 5th spirit ring that can provide long-term amplification to spirit masters. Potential, 4 points. Although you are a rank 47 spirit ancestor with a solid foundation, superior spirit quality, and hope to become a spirit saint in the future, but you are too old, sorry. Zhe Zhao shook his head, but still gave a grade 9 token. Although it was a grade 9 token and the highest grade token that had appeared so far, the audience present and Sun Shuo himself knew very well in their hearts that this evaluation was given for his spirit quality and spirit ability effects. The convening of the Food Type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. Its original intention was to search for young spirit masters with special and potential spirits. Someone as old as him could only regretfully exit the stage, missing the era. Thank you for your comments, young Master Jie. Sun Shuo cupped his hands in salute. Being able to obtain a grade 9 token is already my honor. I will certainly consider your suggestions for the 5th spirit ring carefully and not live up to your expectations. He didn't care about the rating. Coming here this time was mainly to complete the mission arranged by the High Priest, focusing on participation, but Jie Zhao's recommendation for his 5th spirit ring selection was firmly remembered in his heart. He was old and indeed not suited for fighting. In the Jie Zhao philosophy, obtaining a special food spirit ability capable of producing nourishment for a spirit master's foundation, enhancing cultivate speed, or even improving cultivation talent had greater value for him and his family. Jie Zhao nodded. You don't have to rush to claim the soul spirit quota inside the token. When your points are sufficient, you can claim a 10,000-year soul spirit and just make up the difference. After giving the instructions, Jie Zhao calculated in his heart whether he should take out an immortal herb to invest a little or two. Let's see. In case someone with a better spirit quality appears later. Jie Zhao's choice leaned more towards young spirit masters with equally outstanding spirits, sufficient spirit ring slots, strong plasticity, and more sufficient future potential. Spirit masters of this older age, including Xiao Xin. Aside from recruiting them as teachers for the Food-type Soul Master Academy, they couldn't play much role in his revenue generation plan in the auction house. Unless their next spirit ability had extremely prominent effects. Next, Douluo Bo's voice sounded, but the gazes of everyone in the arena still lingered on Sun Shuo, who had steadily retreated after just obtaining the grade 9 token. Grade 9. The first grade 9 token. A spirit ancestor is indeed a spirit ancestor, 173 points. What a pity, he's a bit too old, otherwise, he could definitely have obtained a total score of over 200 points. Young Master Ji's commentary is very pertinent. Although combat amplification spirit abilities are strong, according to his philosophy, the strengths of the food system still lie in long-term benefits. On the judges' seats, Qian Runshui looked in the direction where Sun Shuo left, with a just right gentle approval on her face, feeling helpless in her heart. Just as Jie Zhao said, Grandpa Sun's age caused the potential score he received not to be very high. The dozen or so food-type soul masters who appeared next had various spirits and differing effect focuses, but under the standards of the Jie Zhao philosophy, their scores were not high. Lightning Berry, Grade 5. Malt Biscuit, Grade 3. Frosted Roast Duck, Grade 4. Grilled Beef Ribs, Grade 6. Air-Dried Shadow Bat, Grade 4. Quote. Looking at these food-type soul masters with diverse spirits yet low scores, and comparing them with Sun Shuo from before, the audience's discussions gradually subsided, and the atmosphere appeared somewhat gloomy. Many people in their hearts began to agree with the Jie Zhao philosophy. For ordinary food-type soul masters, the spirit abilities they obtained were useful in soul-fighting battles, but their spirit power cultivate speed was too slow, seriously affecting their rank improvements. Even a genius with rank 7 innate spirit power could not avoid this. Only with the appearance of the Jie Zhao philosophy could the disadvantage of slow cultivate speed for food-type soul masters truly be changed. Chapter 101. Amidst this slightly bland rhythm, a figure walked onto the Duhun stage somewhat timidly. Not very old, about 7 or 8 years old. With a thin and small stature, a trace of shyness and unease on his face, wearing grayish-white plain clothes, the spirit ring on his body lit up, revealing only a single white ring. Hello, judges. The boy's voice was not loud, carrying a bit of tension. My name is Akiong, my spirit is a cicada monkey, my innate spirit power is rank 8, and I obtained my first spirit ring last month. Cicada monkey. Innate spirit power rank 8. The talent is not bad. A slight sound of doubt rang out from the audience seats. This spirit name sounded rather strange, and even a bit rustic. It wasn't as appetizing as the names of the previous spirits. Douluo Bo raised his eyebrows slightly. Show me your spirit ability. Akiong took a deep breath, tried to calm down, stretched out his small hand with his palm facing upward, and the spirit power managed to condense with difficulty on that white spirit ring. With a childish low shout, cicada monkey sloughs its shell, perceiving the future. The light of the spirit power flashed faintly. A grayish-yellow cicada slew, only the size of a walnut and extremely ugly in appearance, appeared in his palm. Not a trace of fragrance drifted from it, making it seem completely unrelated to food. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. He didn't look at the ugly cicada slew in Aqiong's hand, but instead stared intently at the extremely faint ripple that flashed across that white spirit ring when Aqiong used his spirit ability. That fluctuation was very peculiar. Unlike any energy amplification or attribute addition, it instead carried a kind of sluggish sense of the passage of time. Yes, it's time. After confirming this in his heart, Lin Yi quickly transmitted a message to Zhe Zhao in his consciousness. Young lord, this boy's spirit and spirit ability are related to the time element. The time element. Zhe Zhao's eyes lit up. Time has always been synonymous with power across the heavens and myriad worlds. Yes. Moreover, there is a high probability it is because of his spirit. A 10-year spirit ring, even if it contains the time element, cannot possibly bestow it upon a spirit master. Observing the spirit power fluctuations and time ripples when he releases his spirit ability, Lin Yi eloquently stated a series of pieces of evidence in his mental transmission to Zhe Zhao. Although his memories were cleared, during these days following Zhe Zhao, he hadn't just been idle. Instead, he kept books constantly in hand and studied hard. Combined with perception and vision far surpassing a titled Douluo, at this moment, he truly possessed the foundation of a divine official. Finally, Lin Yi concluded, perhaps his spirit cannot be called a cicada monkey. Instead, it is a time cicada. At this, Zhe Zhao nodded, choosing to believe Lin Yi. The look he directed at Aqiong was no longer casual and judgmental, but filled with anticipation, hoping that his performance would live up to Lin Yi's evaluation. Judge sir. Aqiong timidly raised the cicada slew in his hand, cautiously delivering it before Douluo Bo. My spirit power is limited, and I can only release my first soul skill once. A 10-year spirit ability can only be released once. Hearing this, doubt and incomprehension appeared on Douluo Bo's face. How much spirit power could a mere 10-year spirit ability consume? Even so, he still reached out to take it. Without tasting it himself, he turned around and delivered the cicada slew in his hand in front of Zhe Zhao, asking aloud, Zhao Zhao, will you do it? Or shall this old man? I'll do it. Zhe Zhao smiled and without the slightest hesitation, reached out to take the grayish-yellow cicada slew handed over by Douluo Bo. It felt cold and rough to the touch, with a texture like a withered leaf. Unassuming in appearance, he wondered if the effect was as Lin Yi had said. Without waiting for the boy to introduce the effect of his first soul skill, Zhe Zhao raised his hand in a half-cover. It looked like he was putting it directly into his mouth, but in reality, he had already placed it into the auction house for appraisal. Spirit Perception Cicada Slew. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 100,000 coins. Introduction: peering into the fleeting moment, grasping the initiative first. A rare treasure containing rare time rules. After consumption, within the time of an incense stick, spiritual perception briefly touches the river of time, foreseeing the future by 1 second. Long-term consumption can subtly enhance affinity with the time attribute, making the cultivation of time-type cultivation technique and secret arts twice as effective with half the effort, serving as a stepping stone to touch the rules of time. Seller notes: none. Quote question mark quote. Quote question mark quote. Quote question mark quote. Seeing the price and introduction given by the auction house, Zhe Zhao wore a face full of question marks. Is this right? Mere Douluo Continent. A mere 10-year spirit ring. A mere cicada monkey with rank 8 innate spirit power. Ah no, even if it's considered a time cicada spirit, it shouldn't be this heaven-defying. By comparison, what is Oscar's first soul skill? And what are his own first soul skill and second soul skill? Who on earth is the transmigration person? Who on earth has full innate spirit power? Zhe Zhao's heart was full of complaints, not knowing where to begin. It would be one thing if a food system spirit ability provided by a 10-year spirit ring had a starting bid of 10,000 in the auction house, but long-term consumption could actually help someone touch the rules of time. Is this right? Wrong. Zhe Zhao's consciousness swept over the appraisal results given by the auction house once more, only to find that he had missed a zero when looking at the starting bid just now. Not 10,000, but 100,000. The starting bid is 100,000. The starting bid set by this auction house was even higher than the price of his own 100,000-year third spirit ring, soft jade lard deer milk paste. This, although Zhe Zhao knew that anything connected to the rules of time was not simple, this was simply too outrageous. His first soul skill has a starting bid of 100,000, then what does that make him? A clown. An absurd and unrealistic feeling arose in Zhe Zhao's heart, making him feel as if he were in a dream. Aqiang's spirit and spirit ability were definitely favored by luck, no less inferior to Huo Yuhao from Douluo 2. He was practically the biological son of the Douluo world's will. Wrong. He just said he was 7 years old, his spirit was awakened a year ago, and his spirit ability was obtained a month ago. Could it all be driven by the world's will? A year ago, I was in the Heavens Auction House. After the psychological shock, Zhe Zhao calmly pondered the reasons for the appearance of Aqiang's spirit and spirit ability, always feeling that his appearance was related to him. With his current state, sometimes he felt it was even closer to the truth than the facts. Beside him, Shui Qing, disguised by Qian Runshui, had her eyes, which originally carried a gentle and warm smile, freeze. She subconsciously tapped the desk lightly with her fingers, looking thoughtfully at Zhe Zhao and the boy Aqiang. Zhe Zhao's reaction told her that Aqiang's first soul skill was definitely not simple. Even if it was just a 10-year spirit ring. At this time, seeing that the judge sir was holding the cicada slough in silence, Aqiang felt even more anxious. Gathering his courage, he introduced it with a trembling voice. Judge sir, my first soul skill is called Spirit Perception Cicada Slough, and it really doesn't taste good. Grandpa told me that our family's ancestral spirit, the cicada monkey, is actually an attack system spirit. But for some reason, when it reached me, it turned into a food system spirit. But the spirit ability effect is very strong. Speaking up to here, Aqiang looked excited and tried hard to organize his words. Don't look at it as just a 10-year spirit ring's spirit ability. Once it is eaten by someone, within the time of an incense stick, they can see the future 1 second later. The future. That's what Grandpa told me. It's just that my spirit power is too little, urging the spirit ability once almost exhausts all my spirit power. Aqiang's description was very plain, and even somewhat incoherent, but falling into the ears of Dugu Bo, Qian Runshui, and the others, it was completely different. Chapter 102. The first full score, 300 points. Foresight into the future, even if it is only for a single second. In the ever-changing battles of the soul-fighting arena, that alone was enough to turn the tide of battle and decide the outcome, truly deserving to be called a divine skill. Furthermore, after consumption, it could last for a full incense stick's worth of time. Could this really be a spirit ability produced by merely a 10-year spirit ring? Are you sure it is not some 100,000-year spirit ability disguised as one? Inside several people's hearts, turbulent waves surged, making it hard to believe. Although most people were completely baffled, those powerful and knowledgeable spirit masters instantly understood the meaning behind Aqiang's words. Impossible. Someone in the spectator seats instantly cried out, how could a white 10-year spirit ring have this kind of effect? Incredible. Qian Runshui's fingertips dug into the wooden table, brilliant light flashing in her eyes as countless thoughts raced through her mind, predicting 1 second ahead. No wonder Zhe Zhao was silent for so long after eating the spirit perception cicada shedding. If this spirit ability's effect were placed in a battle of high-tier spirit masters, foreseeing the future for a single second would be enough to decide victory or defeat. The gaze she directed at Aqiang instantly became burning hot. Merely a 10-year first soul skill could produce such a heaven-defying spirit ability. If he could obtain a 100-year second spirit ring, a 1,000-year third spirit ring, or even a 10,000-year fifth spirit ring, how transcendent would his spirit abilities become? Foreseeing the future. Ning Fengji's face showed a moved expression. For a food-type soul master to be able to foresee the future, such a thing is simply unheard of. Right at this moment, Zhe Zhao stood up and left his seat, his voice gentle yet solemn. No, the large spirit power consumption is not your problem. It is because your spirit ability's effect is too strong. It is really hard to imagine that such a spirit ability would appear on a 10-year spirit ring. Zhe Zhao's words carried amazement. Under the focus of countless shocked and incredulous gazes, he walked step by step in front of Aqiang. Judge sir. Aqiang was made somewhat flustered by Zhe Zhao's aura and gentle attitude, subconsciously taking half a step back. Your spirit should change its name. Zhe Zhao paused for a moment and said word by word, I call it the Time Cicada. Time Cicada. Aqiang murmuredly repeated this unfamiliar name that carried a certain mysterious power, his eyes filled with blankness and a hint of inexplicable palpitation. An irrepressible exclamation rang out from the spectator seats. Time. In the Spirit Master's world, this vocabulary itself represented power and the unknown. That is right, Time Cicada. Zhe Zhao said in a resolute voice, the reason why your first soul skill consumes a large amount of spirit power is not because it is weak, but because this spirit ability is too strong, so strong that it does not look like a spirit ability produced by a 10-year spirit ring. Foresight into the future. Interfering with time, this is a domain that countless spirit masters cannot touch. Zhe Zhao smiled as he took out a token from his bosom, gilded with gold, which was different from the grade 9 food system token given previously. Instead, it was similar to the president's token in the Student Union Club. If you have not enrolled yet, then I represent the Heaven Do Empire Food Type Soul Master Academy, inviting you to join. This token is the Food Type Club President's token for new students. You can exchange school credits for soul spirits, spirit bones, heaven and earth treasures, and all other items available in the Student Union, with a value exceeding that of a grade 9 token. Zhe Zhao placed the token into Aqiang's cold little hand. The voice was not loud, but it carried a solemn promise. If you have already enrolled, I still represent the Heaven Do Empire Food Type Soul Master Academy and welcome your joining. At the same time, Lin Yi, who received Zhe Zhao's instruction, stood up, walked closer, and spoke calmly, Aqiang, are you willing to take me as your master? Take me as your master. Aqiang's lips trembled, his mind went blank, and after a brief pause, he immediately knelt and kowtowed, Aqiang is willing. Aqiang greets teacher. Although he was young, he also knew that the person in front of him was the Night Shadow Douluo standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Being able to take him as a master gave him a dizzy feeling of being hit by a huge surprise. The sudden change on the Douluo stage caused the entire venue to explode into a boiling uproar. What? Night Shadow wants to take a disciple. A titled Douluo is taking a disciple. And he is taking a food-type soul master. This, did I hear wrong? Cries of alarm, gasps, and incredulous discussions rose one after another, more fierce than any time before. A limit Douluo personally spoke to take a disciple. The significance and weight of this, compared to Zhe Zhao's previous invitation for Aqiang to join the Heaven Do Empire Food Type Soul Master Academy, were simply as different as heaven and earth. Take this mortal world blessing. Without too much explanation, Lin Yi gave a Tier 10 triggered defense spirit tool, leaving it for Aqiang to protect himself. If nothing unexpected happened, the champion of this evaluation competition should be him. A 90,000-year spirit bone moved people's hearts. The mortal world blessing given by Lin Yi was a custom version specially purchased by Zhe Zhao in the auction house. Its effect was even stronger than the original mortal world blessing. It stored energy in advance, did not consume the user's spirit power, could defend against 5 full power attacks from a limit Douluo, and would reflect the attacks back during defense. It could be called the ultimate choice for low-tier spirit masters to save their lives and protect themselves. Thank you, teacher. Aqiang stupidly looked at the mortal world blessing in his hand, subconsciously raising his head to thank his newly acknowledged teacher, Lin Yi. After the match ends, come back to Heaven Do Academy with me. Lin Yi nodded, gave a calm instruction, and turned back to his seat. For the quality of your spirit, I can give you 10 points. For the spirit abilities effect, 10 points. For future potential, 10 points. Zhe Zhao looked at Aqiang with burning eyes. I am very much looking forward to what kind of surprises your spirit, your second spirit ring, your third spirit ring, will bring. After Zhe Zhao gave 3 full scores, Du Gubo, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei also unanimously gave 3 consecutive full scores. Ning Fengji followed closely behind. Sword and Bone Douluo was the same. A series of 10-point evaluations caused the audience present to exclaim in surprise once again. Even Aqiang was somewhat bewildered. Were his spirit and spirit abilities really that good? Could he still be dreaming? Sen Yu, who was recording at the edge of the Douluo stage, wrote down the scores given by the 10 judges and calculated the total score, 300 points. Full score. There was no accident. He was practically the default champion. If there was no one whose spirit quality, spirit ability effect, and potential were higher than Aqiang's afterwards, then the 90,000-year Ice Soul Snow Fox's wisdom skull could be said to already belong to him. Full score. It is actually really a full score. How old is he even? 7 years old. He has just obtained his first soul skill, and he already gets a 90,000-year wisdom skull. Quote. On the stage, Jie Zhao watched Aqiang leave, while the audience below whispered endlessly. Yang Tong at the entrance faithfully executed his task, ignoring the noise and chaos inside the soul fighting arena, and continued to call numbers. Number 250. Fang Tang, Spirit Monkey Brain, Level 39 Spirit Elder. A thin and shriveled old man walked into the soul fighting arena, attracting everyone's gaze after revealing his spirit. Monkey Brain. Can monkey brain even be used as food? A food-type soul master with a monkey brain spirit, is this something you can eat? For a moment, even the attention on Aqiang weakened by a few points. Chapter 103, The True Difference Between the Food System and Other Systems. The audience was buzzing with discussion, and even Jie Zhao and several titled Douluo could not help but be attracted by this peculiar spirit, turning their heads to look. The withered, petite old man did not speak. He turned a deaf ear to the roar of laughter and questioning from the crowd. He stood still in the center of the Douluo stage. He raised his right hand, palm facing upward, and a layer of faint, almost gray mist emerged from his palm as spirit power fluctuations gathered. The gray mist writhed, revealing a clear outline. A human brain. Or rather, a monkey brain. Its shape and size were extremely similar to a human brain. The surface was crisscrossed with ravines, and faint, fine blood vessel patterns were visible. The whole thing appeared in alternating pale pink and grayish-white colors. It pulsed slightly, as if it were a living thing. This monkey brain, is he really not a fallen spirit master? Who would eat something like this? How do you eat this? Eat it raw, it's so disgusting. The crowd below was buzzing with discussion. The appearance of a raw brain as a food-type soul master's spirit truly tested people's endurance. Fang Tang was already used to this. His wrinkled face was expressionless, and there was not a ripple of emotion in his murky eyes. He softly chanted his spirit ability incantation to demonstrate his spirit ability. Spark of wisdom, clear insight. 5 baboons eating together, connection of hearts. Clear as fire, reflecting the abyss of the heart. An invisible mental wave spread out, centering on the several crystalline monkey brains in Fang Tang's hands, sweeping coldly over everyone present. Dugu Bo frowned, raised his hand to release his spirit power, and blocked it for Jie Zhao and the others behind him. Distinguished judges, my first soul skill is the clear wind baboon monkey brain. After consuming it, one's thinking becomes agile, and observation and mental focus are significantly improved for a quarter of an hour. It should align with Jie Zhao philosophy. Fang Tang remained expressionless, simply bowing slightly and handing over the 40 portions of monkey brain, wrapped in spirit power, to Dugu Bo. My second soul skill, resonant spirit rhinoceros monkey brain. After consumption, it allows the consumer to have a connection of hearts, establishing a brief mental link to conduct silent telepathic communication. Third soul skill. Fang Tang was softly introducing the effects of his spirit ability, but was interrupted by Jie Zhao. Your spirit is not a monkey brain at all, is it? Although it was a question, his tone was certain. Because after he had obtained the 4 brains earlier, he had thrown them into the auction house for identification, and the introduction provided by the auction house clearly stated the words open black lens bracket human brain. It is. Hearing this, ripples appeared on Fang Tang's expressionless face. He wanted to say something to cover it up, but he didn't know what to say. He was used to being a loner. If not for the fact that the rewards for this food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation competition were too tempting, and his first soul skill was extremely compatible with the Ji Jiao philosophy, he would never have appeared in front of this noisy crowd. Your first soul skill comes from a wind baboon. Your second soul skill comes from a psychic one-horned rhinoceros. Your third soul skill comes from an abyssal jellyfish. Your spirit is actually just a brain, it's just that you forcibly endowed it with the appearance of a monkey brain so that it wouldn't be so repulsive. Zhe Zhao was straightforward, exposing Fang Tang's disguise. Upon hearing this, a chill quietly crept up everyone's spine. None of the audience below dared to underestimate this withered little old man anymore, their eyes were filled with deep wariness and shock. Young Master Zhe, how did you know? Fang Tang's expression changed drastically, he really couldn't hold it together anymore. Since even the source of his spirit rings was stated so clearly, he knew that his secret had been completely seen through by Zhe Zhao, and he immediately wanted to turn and leave. Don't be in a hurry. Zhe Zhao smiled and spoke, standing up and walking in front of him. Looking at his spirit, he said loudly to the audience below the Duhun stage. What do you all think? What exactly is food? And what is a food-type soul master? After asking, without waiting for the audience to answer, Zhe Zhao continued on his own. I believe that food is something that can be eaten. A food-type soul master. Their spirit is naturally edible. That is why, after awakening their spirit and obtaining a spirit ring, a spirit ability incantation appears. It seemed like Zhe Zhao was just spouting nonsense, but in reality, this was just a prelude. Following that, he continued to raise his own questions, which was actually instilling his own concepts into the will of the Douluo world. The appearance of the spirit ability incantation means that the future path of the spirit is fixed and can only be food system. Then, why does the spirit ability incantation appear? If all edible food can become the spirit of a food-type soul master, then, can all beast spirits, such as the white tiger spirit, rhinoceros spirit, and lion spirit, also become food-type soul masters? Then why is it that they do not have a spirit ability incantation after obtaining a spirit ring? As he spoke, Zhe Zhao used a Chang from earlier as an example. A Chang spirit, the spring and autumn cicada, had originally been an attack system spirit for generations in his ancestry. Why did it mutate when it reached him, becoming a food-type soul master? Furthermore, the quality of his spirit received a qualitative improvement. After finishing, Zhe Zhao paused for a moment, giving the audience below the Duhun stage time to think and react. He also gave the Douluo world some time to react. He believed that this evaluation competition he was hosting, which was receiving widespread attention on the continent, would definitely attract the attention of the world's will. This was also one of the reasons why he wanted to hold the evaluation competition. By using the evaluation competition, he could guide the inclination of the world's will. Even if it didn't succeed, it was just a matter of wasting a few more words, why not do it? Based on this, I believe that there must be a key factor in the appearance of the spirit and spirit ability incantation of a food-type soul master. And this key factor is nutrients. Zhe Zhao threw out the concept he had summarized over these past days. Just like when we eat things, why is food called food? It is not just because it can be eaten, but because it is nutritious. Only things that are nutritious and edible can be called food. By the same token, when nutrients appear in a person's spirit, then it is a food system spirit, and a spirit ability incantation will appear after obtaining a spirit ring. The role of the spirit ability incantation. As the key, it is the bridge that guides the nutrients contained within the spirit to combine with the spirit ring and spirit power to produce various special buff-providing foods. In the final analysis, the essential difference between the spirit of a food-type soul master and other spirits lies in whether or not nutrients are present. Then, when nutrients appear in beast spirits or plant-type spirits, will their spirit abilities develop spirit ability incantations and become food system spirits? The audience below was confused by Zhe Zhao's words. They understood a little, but they didn't understand. They understood Zhe Zhao's definition of a food-type soul master, but they didn't understand why Zhe Zhao was saying these things. Could he really turn beast spirits and plant-type spirits into food-type soul masters? They guessed right. Zhe Zhao immediately continued, saying passionately, "The various food system spirits that have appeared at the evaluation competition today tell me, yes, they can." Chapter 104, Establishment of the Food-Type Soul Master Guild. A Chang and Fang Tang spirits are the proof. One of their spirits is a beast spirit, and the other is a body spirit, the brain. After nutrients appeared within their spirits, they became food-type soul masters. The quality of their spirits improved because they became a food system. Zhe Zhao's voice suddenly rose as he proposed his true thought: what if we can actively impart nutrients to the spirit? Then, can we make a spirit that is not outstanding on its own actively become a food-type spirit, thereby improving its spirit quality? The words fell. In an instant, the entire soul-fighting arena plunged into an unprecedented, vacuum-like dead silence. Zhe Zhao's words were like several heavy hammers, fiercely smashing into the hearts of every audience member beneath the Douluo stage, stirring up heavy ripples. Actively impart nutrients. Actively become a food-type spirit. Actively improve spirit quality. The essence of a food-type spirit was actually because nutrients were contained within the spirit, and these nutrients could actually be artificially imparted. This was simply unbelievable. Most people present felt that Zhe Zhao was daydreaming and talking nonsense, but a few people began to ponder deeply, deducing the future along Zhe Zhao's train of thought. If it were really as Zhe Zhao said, for spirit masters with low innate spirit power and low spirit quality, it was definitely a great thing. And the number of food-type soul masters would increase. Obtaining spirit rings and spirit abilities that increased cultivate speed according to the Zhe Zhao philosophy was an even better thing for everyone. Based on this, I plan to establish the Food-Type Soul Master Guild. Food-type soul masters under heaven are one family, and all food-type soul masters can join. Interested beast spirits and plant-type spirits can also come to help me refine this concept. Zhe Zhao spoke eloquently for a long time, including a series of things like future plans for the Food-Type Soul Master Guild, guild systems, Tiansheng token, soul spirits, and so on. I join. Without waiting for Zhe Zhao's instruction, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan stood up. Countless sounds of inhaling cold air converged into one. The various sounds off the stage were noisy and chaotic: doubt, shock, bewilderment, wild joy. Various expressions of emotion merged into the myriad states of spirit masters. All joined too. Fang Tang, with the brain spirit, followed closely behind. Not only because of Zhe Zhao's philosophy, but also because after his spirit was exposed, he, who was already discriminated against, had nowhere else to go. What did he say? Actively become a food system. Off the stage, a beast spirit soul master at the spirit elder rank grabbed his companion's arm, his face mixed with disbelief and a trace of fanatical hope. He came from a humble background. His spirit was just an ordinary gray rock mouse, with innate spirit power of only rank 2, and now his path of cultivate was almost cut off. Zhe Zhao's words were tantamount to lighting a bright lamp on his already abandoned spirit master path. Impossible. Simply talking nonsense. What kind of nutrients, things I've never even heard of, how can they improve spirit quality? An extravagantly dressed old man suddenly stood up, his hair and beard standing on end, excitedly refuting Zhe Zhao's remarks. But what if what he said is true? Then, do I have a chance to change my spirit? In the corner, a timid-looking girl had an unprecedented light flashing in her eyes. Her spirit was a small white flower. Her innate spirit power was rank 4, but her first spirit ring only made the floral fragrance emitted by her spirit stronger, with not a shred of combat power to speak of. Quote. Everyone was talking at once off the stage, with various opinions. Most bottom-tier soul masters and commoners, especially those with inferior spirit quality and insufficient innate spirit power, had fires of hope reigniting in their eyes. People with high innate spirit power and good spirit quality did not understand how difficult their spirit master cultivate path was. When peers obtained their second spirit ring and became a spirit grandmaster, some of them were still stuck at rank 9, unable to obtain their first spirit ring. This gap, this sense of frustration, was something people with high innate spirit power ranks could not experience. especially when reaching the bottleneck period, getting stuck for 5 or 6 years at a time without any progress in spirit power, which made them despairingly give up cultivate, spending whole days soaking in the soul fighting arena to scrape by on some gold coins. Now, it was different. What Jade Zhao depicted was a shortcut they had never imagined, one that could change their own destiny. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. It was enough to make them crazy for it. And some knowledgeable soul masters fell into deeper contemplation. What they saw was not only the hope of bottom-tier soul masters, but also the potential contained behind Jade Zhao's theory that was enough to change the pattern of the entire spirit master's world. The number of food-type soul masters surged. Cultivate speed generally increased. If this concept could come true, matched with the food-type soul master guild and the soul spirits launched by Jade Zhao, what would the future look like? A brand new era. An era belonging to food-type soul masters. Even if food-type soul masters themselves had no combat power, when battle spirit masters needed food-type soul masters to increase cultivate speed. Food-type soul master guild. Food-type soul masters under heaven are one family. Many food-type soul masters who had or hadn't gone on stage felt a surge of hot blood rush straight to their heads at this moment. I'll join, I'll join too. For the future of food-type soul masters. Serve Lord Jade Zhao. Quote. The waves of sound rose higher and higher. Quickly gathering from scattered points into a torrent, countless arms were raised high, looking eagerly at Jade Zhao on the Douluo stage. There was the effect of the food-type soul master token. More so, they recognized Jade Zhao from the bottom of their hearts, believing that Jade Zhao could bring change to food-type soul masters. And me, Lord Jade Zhao, my spirit is iron thread vine. Poor quality, terrible in combat. If it can be transformed into a food system, I am willing to try. A plant-type 3-ring spirit elder waved the dark vine in his hand, his eyes full of fanaticism and excitement. Jade Zhao looked at the boiling crowd below, feeling the continuously increasing power of faith in the faith collector within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. It succeeded. Jade Zhao raised his hand and pressed it downward in the air. Under the appropriate release of titled Douluo Coercion by Chrysanthemum Douluo and others, the commotion within the soul fighting arena quickly subsided. The food-type soul master guild is hereby established. Those who want to join, come to the stage to register after the evaluation match ends. Now, the evaluation match continues. After speaking, Jade Zhao turned his head to look at the excitedly faced Fang Tang on the stage, evaluating, your spirit quality is not low, I can give you 8 points. The spirit ability effect is particularly good, 9 points. It's just this potential, I can only give you 3 points. Jade Zhao shook his head and handed out a 6th grade token. There was no help for it. Fang Tang looked older than the previous Dragon Beard Ramen Soul Master Sun Shuo, and his future potential was indeed limited. Thank you, Lord Jade Zhao. I wonder if I can join the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Fang Tang's voice trembled, his back slightly hunched, appearing somewhat nervous. Of course you can. Food-type Soul Masters under heaven are one family. Jade Zhao smiled. Hold the token well. This is the proof of the Food-type Soul Master Guild, and the grade on the back represents your level among Food-type Soul Masters. Drop blood to recognize your master, and you will understand. Chapter 105, The Birth of the Champion. Fang Tang carefully took the token. His eyes were filled with gratitude and relief. He bit his fingertip. A drop of crimson blood dripped onto the token, and instantly, a subtle connection was established between his mind and the token, while information and permissions regarding the guild also flooded into his mind. Next, Jade Zhao's voice sounded. At the entrance, Yang Tong called out the number. A figure carrying a rich aroma of wine walked onto the Douluo stage. With gray hair, a slightly frail figure, looking around 80 or 90 years old, he wore a moon-white robe. His eyes carried a hint of drunken haziness. But when he released his spirit, an aura that made one's heart sway spread out. A rustic wine jar appeared in his hand. The body of the jar was carved from jade, and the liquid inside was amber-colored, slowly rotating and emitting a dreamy halo. Jutian greets all the judges. My spirit is drunken dream and life-death wine, a 78th level spirit saint. The man announced his name, his voice carrying a unique horse magnetism. 7 spirit rings lit up beneath him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. It was clearly the best spirit ring configuration. At a glance, it was obvious he came from some unknown major power. One pillow of carefree ease, butterfly dreams in full swing. Who wakes first from the great dream? I alone know my own life. Judian gently patted the wine jar. The second yellow spirit ring beneath him flashed. From the mouth of the jar surged a glazed-colored wine liquid with a dreamy 7-colored halo, which was wrapped by his spirit power in the air and divided into several portions. This wine is called Butterfly Dream Immortal Brew. After drinking it, the spirit master will immediately fall into a drunken dream state. In the dream, the operation speed of spirit power and the spirit master's comprehension ability will increase 5-fold, and the effect on spirit power growth and the tempering of mental force is extremely remarkable. However, there is a side effect. After drinking Butterfly Dream Immortal Brew, one will become addicted. If you don't drink it for a day, your whole body will feel uncomfortable. Respected judges, please help yourselves. Judian flicked his finger, and the wine suspended in the air accurately flew in front of each judge. His spirit power condensed into shape, transforming into wine glasses. Displaying extremely superb spirit power control skills. It's addictive. Zhe Zhao's gaze fell on Judian, choosing to play it safe. He pretended to drink it casually, but actually put it into the auction house for identification. Butterfly Dream Immortal Brew. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 2,000 coins. Description: an exceptionally fine quality brewed wine. Drinking it immediately enters a drunken dream state, increasing cultivate speed in the dream by 5 times, and can temper mental force. However, its effects are overbearing and possess strong addictiveness. It is recommended to consume it together with ice heart fruit. Seller remarks: none. Sure enough, the identification result given by the auction house indeed clearly indicated that this Butterfly Dream Immortal Brew possessed strong addictiveness. But the auction house also provided a solution. Zhe Zhao searched for the ice heart fruit on the auction house list with his consciousness. After swiping through a dozen pages without finding it, he had to helplessly give up for the time being. The wine aroma is mellow, and the spirit ability effect is top-notch. It's just that this side effect can only earn you 3 points for now. What about your other spirit abilities? Zhe Zhao nodded slightly, commented on the effect of this spirit ability, and looked at Judian expectantly. Judian's second soul skill effect matched his own theory. From this, it can be deduced. The effects of his other spirit abilities probably wouldn't disappoint him either. Good. Judian didn't say much and continued to display his spirit ability. Heart-burning fiery wine, the battle soul never dies. The 6th black spirit ring lit up. He gently patted the jar with his palm, and droplets of crimson red wine leapt out, condensing into several dark red wine balls in the air. 6th spirit ability, heart-burning battle wine, please taste it, everyone. In my humble opinion, Butterfly Dream Immortal Brew and heart-burning battle wine extremely match the theme of this evaluation competition. As for the effects of my other spirit abilities, I won't bring them out to make a fool of myself. Judian bowed gracefully. With no redundant movements from him, the wine balls in the air flew out one after another, stopping in front of every judge. With the precedent of Butterfly Dream Immortal Brew, Zhe Zhao didn't drink it directly. Instead, he similarly and covertly sent the heart-burning battle wine into the auction house, letting the auction house identify it first before deciding. Heart-burning battle wine. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 1,000 coins. Description: a fiery wine containing violent fire attributes. Drinking it can instantly ignite chi and blood, significantly increasing attack power within an hour while ignoring pain. However, after the effect wears off, one will suffer a backlash and fall into weakness. Long-term or excessive consumption may damage the foundation. Seller remarks: none. Zhe Zhao was speechless. The massive boost from this spirit ability's effect might be strong, but damaging the foundation from long-term or excessive consumption, isn't this purely tasteless like a chicken rib? No wonder the starting bid given by the auction house wasn't high. It was merely equivalent to the price of his own second soul skill. You must know. This was the sixth spirit ability effect produced by a 10,000-year spirit ring. It truly lived somewhat below its reputation. But it was also normal. In the original work, Oscar's 10,000-year fifth spirit ability, the Limit Dark Green Sausage. Its effect was merely to enhance spirit power by 30% for a duration of 3 minutes, causing weakness for 3 days after use, hurting Origin Chi, and could only be used once a month. With this comparison, indeed, his own standards were a bit too high. Zhe Zhao pondered inwardly. When his gaze fell on Judian again, his anticipation was gradually replaced by pity. What a pity. Zhe Zhao shook his head and sighed lightly. Your spirit ability effects are very strong, but the side effects are severe. There is really no way to give you a higher score. Ultimately, a token engraved with grade 6 on the back was delivered to Judian's hands. Judian bowed gracefully to Zhe Zhao without showing too much disappointment. He put away his spirit and turned to leave the Duhun stage. The evaluation continued. Food-type soul masters stepped onto the Duhun stage one after another to display their spirits and undergo evaluation. Lionheart Meatballs, Grade 4. Lightning Young Bee, Grade 5. Tiger Bone Soup, Grade 4. Sea Turtle, Grade 3. Pollen, Grade 1. Bubble Gum, Grade 6. Quote. 60 or 70 food-type soul masters took the stage consecutively, yet not a single person could obtain an evaluation above Grade 8. Either the spirit quality was insufficient, or the spirit master was too old with limited potential. Finally, after brief discussions with several judges beside him, Zhe Zhao stepped to the front of the stage, his resonant voice clearly spreading across the entire venue. This food-type soul master evaluation competition has now concluded. Through comprehensive evaluation, the winner of this competition's championship is Aqiang. His spirit, the Spring and Autumn Cicada, scored 300 points and is well deserving. The reward is 1 wisdom skull of a 90,000-year ice soul snow fox and 3 10,000-year soul spirits. Zhe Zhao held up a crystal-clear snow fox skull in his hand. Led by Yang Tong, Aqiang walked onto the stage, almost too excited to speak. Thank you so much. Aqiang's voice trembled slightly as he respectfully received that priceless spirit bone with both hands. Zhe Zhao smiled and patted his shoulder. Congratulations. This is what you deserve. Your spirit quality, your spirit ability effects, and your potential all match the position of champion. Originally, Zhe Zhao wanted to let Oscar and Xiao Xin both come to participate. But they politely declined. In their own words, as core members of the Food-type Soul Master Guild, there was no need to go through this process again. As for spirit bone rewards and the like, ever since Zhe Zhao listed dozens of 100,000-year spirit bones all at once in the guild tokens exchange store, even a 90,000-year spirit bone was no longer an unattainable treasure in their eyes. Chapter 106, Evaluation Competition ends, Shui Yi summons. The runner-up, Lu Yu. Spirit Peppermint, score 278. Prize, 1 20,000-year Yuying Jiming Phantom Pupil Skull, and 2 10,000-year Soul Spirits. A slender teenager walked onto the Duhun stage under Sen Yu's lead. His face was likewise full of excitement. Yet he appeared slightly constrained. After handing the dark purple skull in his hands to him, Zhe Zhao announced to the audience once again. The second runner-up, Dudu. Spirit 100 Flower Brew, score 266. Prize, 1 4,000-year Frost Sky Ice Wolf Left Arm Bone, and 2 10,000-year Soul Spirits. As soon as Zhe Zhao finished speaking, a little girl walked onto the Duhun stage led by Oscar. The Soul Spirits are inside the token. You can just claim them directly from the token when you need them. As the results were announced, thunderous applause broke out below the stage. Quite a few people looked at the spirit bones in the hands of the three youths, their eyes revealing a look of greed. They were plotting in their hearts how they could snatch the 3 spirit bones into their hands next. Aqiang's honest face was filled with excitement, Lu Yu's eyes flashed with a glowing light of exhilaration, and Dudu smiled gently. As for the other food-type soul masters, although they failed to enter the top 3 due to various reasons, they also learned about the information of the Food-type Soul Master Guild through the tokens in their respective hands. There was no jealousy in their hearts. There was only a slight envy in their eyes. They knew that in the future within the Food-type Soul Master Guild, there would likewise be a place belonging to them. Spirit Bone. As long as they worked hard to complete guild missions and accumulate guild points, they would be able to obtain one sooner or later. It was just that they failed to gain Jade Zhao's recognition like the three of them, making them unable to help envying the three. Everyone. Before the applause and discussions from the audience had subsided, Jade Zhao's voice sounded once more. I said before, the method of obtaining soul spirits will be told to everyone after the evaluation competition ends. Jade Zhao raised his hand and waved it, using spirit power to guide the air as dense black gold tokens emerged. The front was engraved with food. The back was engraved with commerce. This is the gift that I, representing the Food-type Soul Master Guild, will bestow upon everyone, the Tiansheng token. The Tiansheng token. The spirit masters below looked at each other in dismay, their eyes filled with curiosity. They did not understand why Jade Zhao had pulled out another similar token besides the guild tokens given to the Food-type Soul Masters earlier. What did this have to do with soul spirits? Could it be that one could claim soul spirits by relying on this Tiansheng token? Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with anticipation. Correct. The Tiansheng token. No matter where you are on the mainland, you only need to inject a trace of spirit power into the Tiansheng token to purchase spirit ability food of Food-type Soul Masters from it. Similarly, you can also purchase soul spirits inside. Jade Zhao's fingertips moved slightly, and a trace of pure spirit power was injected into the token. The token in midair suddenly lit up with a clear light screen, projecting out of thin air above the soul fighting arena. Countless screens lit up together. The text and patterns on them were clearly visible. As Jade Zhao's thoughts flowed, the light screen displayed dazzling arrays of icons and text. The contents of all the light screens were identical. Various food-type spirit ability products sold in the guild in the future will gradually be put on the shelves of the Tiansheng Token Mall. Whether it is for assisting cultivate, for instantly restoring spirit power, or food with special combat effects, their efficacies will be marked one by one for your viewing, selection, and purchase. Most crucially, the interior of the token is equipped with a spatial teleportation spirit guiding array. When you select your favorite merchandise and confirm payment, you only need to infuse spirit power once more to make the merchandise appear in your hands. As soon as Jade Zhao finished speaking, an irrepressible exclamation sounded from below the stage. Spatial teleportation spirit guiding array. Instantly transmitting items from a remote distance. Simply unheard of. This exceeded their understanding of spirit tools. Based on this Tiansheng token alone, it was already a priceless supreme treasure. Let alone that it connected to the channels for purchasing spirit ability food and soul spirits. Jade Zhao changed the subject, suppressing the commotion in a timely manner. The Tiansheng token has built-in points, and you can purchase spirit ability food and soul spirits through points. The method of obtaining points. He repeated what he had said to Ning Fengji earlier once again. Jade Zhao paused, and added, oh, right. Even 10,000-year soul spirits and spirit bones can be purchased in the Tiansheng token, but it requires the corresponding permission qualifications. This detailed information. After everyone binds the Tiansheng token with a drop of blood, you will learn them one by one. I won't elaborate too much. Later, Your Excellency Bilin will distribute them to everyone. At this point, the evaluation competition has concluded to perfection. Thank you all for coming. Jade Zhao smiled slightly, raising his voice to declare the close of the Food-type Soul Master Soul Skill Evaluation Competition. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who had long received instructions from Jade Zhao behind him, moved together and appeared by Jade Zhao's side. President. Escort all students who chose to join the Food-type Soul Master Academy for further studies, set off immediately, and return safely to the academy. As you command. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos responded in unison. The aura of titled Douluos permeated, and 18 spirit rings appeared beneath them, serving as both a deterrent and a guarantee. Those young spirit masters below who chose to join the academy began to gather excitedly and orderly under the gaze of the two titled Douluos. Especially Akyong and the other two who had just obtained spirit bones. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Their favorability towards the food-type Soul Master Guild and Jade Zhao soared up, up. As Jade Zhao's voice fell, the commotion inside the soul-fighting arena did not subside. Instead, after a brief silence, it erupted into an even greater wave of sound. In the private box, Prince Shui-Xing pushed open the door and invited Jade Zhao and Lin Yi. Your Excellency Night Shadow, President Jade Zhao, His Majesty invites you. Everyone's gazes instantly focused on Jade Zhao. The personal invitation from the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire was undoubtedly the Heaven Do Imperial family's recognition of Jade Zhao and the food-type Soul Master Guild. It is our utmost honor to be invited by His Majesty. Jade Zhao smiled slightly, handing over the control of the countless Tiansheng tokens in midair to Du Gubo. He whispered a few words to Du Gubo. Du Gubo nodded. Afterwards, Jade Zhao calmly turned around and led Lin Yi toward the private box, having thoughts in his heart. Emperor Shui Yi extending an invitation at this time was nothing more than valuing the worth displayed by the food-type Soul Master Guild and the Tiansheng token. Perhaps, the vast sea cosmic shroud could be obtained today. Under the gaze of countless spirit masters, Jade Zhao and Lin Yi parted the crowd, their figures disappearing behind the door of the private box. Inside the soul-fighting arena, the crowd did not disperse immediately. Discussions concerning the Tiansheng token, soul spirits, and Jade Zhao and the Imperial family sounded once more, even more intense than before. Did you hear? His Majesty personally invited him. This food-type Soul Master Guild has a boundless future. The Tiansheng token, we must get our hands on it. With it, humph. Spirit bone. Did you really think it would be foolproof just because there are titled Douluos escorting them? There will always be a time when they are alone, right? In the corner, several cold gazes swept past the team escorted by Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluos and the direction where Akyong and the other three disappeared, communicating in low voices before vanishing into the crowd. Chapter 107. Red Arrow Gastrodia Herb and Golden Flu Inula Flower. Jade Zhao and Lin Yi did not stay in the private box for long. The soul-fighting arena was bustling with noise. The two quietly left along the hidden passage of the private box, avoiding the noisy crowd. The night was slightly chilly. Moonlight stretched Jade Zhao's shadow. Fingertips brushed across the vast sea cosmic shroud in his hand. The touch was slightly cool, and it contained a majestic amount of energy. What a pity. Jade Zhao shook his head. Without the sea god's recognition, it can only be used as a spirit tool. Obtaining the sea god's recognition. Jade Zhao smiled. Raising his hand and tossing it, the vast sea cosmic shroud disappeared from his hand. Vast sea cosmic shroud. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 100,000. Introduction: Core of a rule-grade divine artifact with diverse functions, it is the key token of the sea god's legacy in the Douluo world, also known as the sea god's heart, possessing a natural affinity and suppression toward marine life and water attribute creatures. Seller's remarks: none. The price was within Jade Zhao's expectations. It was not particularly expensive. Mainly because the usage conditions of the vast sea cosmic shroud were harsh and it had world limitations, having a starting bid of 100,000 was already quite good. Hanging the vast sea cosmic shroud on tomorrow's auction house list. Jade Zhao quickened his pace. His figure melted into the bustling night scenery of Heaven Do City. Young lord, someone is following behind us. One man and two women, the one with the highest cultivation is a spirit Douluo. Lin Yi, hiding in Jade Zhao's shadow, used mental force transmission to describe the aura and clothing of the followers in detail. It's fine. No need to mind them. Jade Zhao smiled and shook his head, quickly returning to the stern and familiar marshal's mansion. Just stepping over the threshold, he heard a hearty laugh coming from behind. Ha ha, little brother, long time no see. The heroic eldest sister, Jie Shi, wore a fiery red battle robe, leaping out from the night and calling out to Jade Zhao who had just entered the door. Closely following behind her, was the scholarly and elegant in white Jie Yun. Eldest sister, eldest brother. Jade Zhao smiled and turned back. You followed all the way, couldn't you finally help yourselves from coming out? Look at what you're saying. Aren't we worried about you? Jie Shi walked up with a grin, patting Jade Zhao's shoulder, taller, thinner, and even more handsome. Not bad, not bad. Raising her hand to touch Zhe Zhao's face, Zhe Shi teased jokingly, with this dashing look, you truly are my younger brother. Little brother, well done. Zhe Yun also praised him. By the way, gesturing to introduce the beautiful matron beside him, this is Senior Digia, the stabilizing pillar of the Empire's legions. Hello, Senior. Zhe Zhao was polite and courteous. I don't dare accept such praise, I don't dare. Digia waved her hand with a smile. President Zhe was truly pointing and ruling with majestic grace on the Duhun stage, you are indeed a young talent. These words were spoken in such a way. Those who knew would think it was a compliment, while those who didn't would think it was sarcastic. Fortunately, Zhe Zhao could sense that Digia held no malicious intent towards him, so he smiled and took over the conversation. Senior flatters me too much. The four exchanged a few pleasantries and did not linger too long at the doorway. The night grew deeper. Zhe Zhao briefly recounted his recent situation to his eldest brother and eldest sister, and then they scattered. Before leaving, Zhe Zhao reined in his smile, his expression turning solemn. He took out a jade box from his spirit tool and handed it to eldest brother Zhe Yun. Eldest brother, here. This is the immortal herb I prepared for you, golden flue inula flower. Its effect is to concentrate the mind and calm the spirit, cleanse the impurities of spirit power, significantly enhance mental force and mental strength, and assist high-tier spirit masters in breaking through bottlenecks and resolving spirit power foundation issues. Golden flue inula flower. Zhe Yun froze slightly, pointing at himself, for me. He took the jade box, and it felt warm and cool in his hand. Ripples stirred in his heart, feeling somewhat incredible. Although he knew his little brother had prepared an immortal herb for him, he never expected it to be an herb capable of resolving spirit power foundation issues. You must know, in his early years, in order to boost his spirit power, taking medicine had caused his foundation to become hollow and floaty. He had been stuck at the threshold of a level 60 spirit emperor for a long time. This immortal herb was no different from a dawn in a desperate situation. In his little brother's hands, did he really have every kind of immortal herb? Zhe Yun couldn't help lifting the box lid. A golden plant over a foot long lay quietly on top of the jade-colored lining. The leaves were sparse, slender like a shuttle, with fine serrations on the edges. Its entire body flowed with a warm golden luster, and liquid gold flowed within its leaf veins. Several delicate golden flowers dotted upon it. The petals were layered and dense, curled into a strange vortex shape, emitting a peculiar and rich fragrance. Observing its appearance, one could tell its value was extraordinary. Of course, could eldest brother still be polite with me? Zhe Zhao closed the jade box without a word, shoved it firmly into Zhe Yun's hands, and instructed, just take the flowers to consume, leave the leaves and rhizomes, and remember to return them to me tomorrow. I have a treasured land. When I take it back to replant it, it won't be long before I can harvest another crop. Words having reached this point, warm currents surged in Zhe Yun's heart, and he no longer declined. Cradling the jade box in his arms with utmost care, he laughed aloud, all right. Since it is my little brother's sentiment, eldest brother will shamelessly accept it. This immortal herb truly has an immense effect on me. Little brother, little brother. Zhe Shi, who had long been unable to hold back on the side, tugged at Zhe Zhao's sleeve and urged anxiously, what about mine? On the side, Zhe Shi urged impatiently, ever since we were little, sister has spoiled you plenty. Eldest brother got his, where is mine? You mustn't favor one over the other. How could that be? Zhe Zhao chuckled, flipped his wrist, and took out a slightly smaller jade box from his storage spirit tool to hand over. I've already prepared it for eldest sister long ago. Here, Zhe Shi beamed with joy, grabbing the jade box, little brother is the best. I knew you didn't forget sister. The jade box opened. A wave of heat instantly rushed towards their faces. Lying in the box was a uniquely shaped crimson immortal herb, as straight as an arrow. Zhe Zhao's introducing voice sounded at the right time. This is called Red Arrow Gastrodia herb. A top-tier fire attribute immortal herb. Born beside the extreme Yang volcano, its medicinal property is overbearing and fierce, specializing in body refining, stimulating qi and blood potential, which is a match made in heaven with eldest sister's blazing Yazi spirit. Inside the jade box, Looking closely at that immortal herb, its entire body was crimson and crystalline, about a foot high. Without leaves or flowers. The main body was as straight as an arrow crimson stem, with the top slightly raised, condensing a cluster of crimson gel resembling liquid flame, emitting astonishing heat. How'd I eat it? As Jade Zhao's biological sister, Jade Shi had a straightforward personality and completely didn't know what being polite meant, asking directly. Eat its stem tip. Then just suck dry the immortal herb essence contained within the stem. Got it, got it. Before Jade Zhao could finish speaking, Jade Shi closed the jade box with a snap sound, a mischievous smile on her face, and waved her hand to chase people away. Eat the stem tip, suck dry the stalk, and return the remaining stalk to you tomorrow morning, right? All right, sister knows it all. Look at you being tired all day, hurry back to your room and rest. Eldest brother, let's go. With the immortal herb in hand, Jade Shi instantly flipped her face, pulling Jade Yun, who was still helplessly chuckling, turned around and left, leaving Jade Zhao behind in place. Chapter 108, Establishment of the Food-Type Soul Master Academy. Half a month of time passed in the blink of an eye. The establishment of the Food-Type Soul Master Guild and the issuance of the Tiansheng token were like a giant boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up continuous ripples throughout the Spirit Master's world. In the academy, Douluo Bo, who had been busy for half a month, came to find Jade Zhao to report on the situation. Zhao, the distribution of the Tiansheng token is even more explosive than expected. Douluo Bo's hoarse voice rang out as he said excitedly, 39,724 pieces. Almost a little under half of the Spirit Masters in the Spirit Masters world each have one in their hands. Now on the black market. The price of 1,000-year soul spirit sphere has been hyped up to an astronomical figure. It is truly unpredictable. Douluo Bo clicked his tongue in wonder. In his opinion, since the Tiansheng token already existed, purchasing a soul spirit should not have been difficult, yet he never expected it would be hyped up to this extent. You have worked hard, senior. Jade Zhao smiled and nodded, speaking pleasantries. Douluo Bo waved his hand, PSH. Why are you being so courteous with this old man? Since there is nothing else, this old man will take his leave first. Next, this old man plans to make a trip to the Star Luo Empire. There are still quite a few Spirit Masters over there who don't have a Tiansheng token yet. Jade Zhao raised a hand to stop Douluo Bo. Senior, please stay. Schoolmaster Ning just sent me a message saying that the Food-Type Soul Master Academy has been completed and invited me to inspect and accept it. Why don't we go together? Jade Zhao then explained, it just so happens that we can build up some momentum for the establishment of the Food-Type Soul Master Academy. Good. To this, Douluo Bo readily agreed. And he cheerfully expressed, the Food-Type Soul Master Guild and the Food-Type Soul Master Academy are now spreading all over the mainland amidst a great uproar. Where would you even need this old man to help build up momentum for you? Just as they were speaking, Yang Tong walked in holding a thick stack of documents. Boss. Yang Tong respectfully bowed and placed the documents on the table. This is a summary of the detailed information of the Food-Type Soul Masters currently registered and officially joining the guild. As of last night, there are a total of 1,376 people. Among them, 109 are spirit ancestors and above. There are 382 spirit elder realms, and the rest are all below the spirit elder. Yang Tong reported on the overall situation. It is worth noting that more than 70% of the members come from the commoner spirit master class. And they did not come to participate in the appraisal meeting. Jade Zhao placed his hand on the documents without opening them to look closely. Knowing roughly was fine. The rest could be slowly chosen when he had time later, picking out some with potential to cultivate specially. His heart felt somewhat thrilled. Over 1,000 food-type soul masters. Although most of them were 1 ring or 2 ring, the various food system spirit ability foods gathered every day were still a massive quantity. Fortunately, the auction house's warehouse was infinitely large. Furthermore, time in the warehouse could be briefly stagnated, only requiring a certain amount of auction coins to be paid daily. Otherwise, thinking of this, Jade Zhao felt that he needed to buy a time stagnation type spatial item. Specifically used to store and freeze these foods. Well done. Thinking in his heart, without affecting the communication between Jade Zhao and the two, the development of the guild cannot be separated from your efforts. Let's go. Come with me to announce the opening of the Food-type Soul Master Academy. The three of them didn't walk far. The Food-type Soul Master Academy was only a dozen or so kilometers away from Heaven Do Academy, located at the foot of the Heaven Do Mountains. It belonged to the eastern suburbs of Heaven Do City. The brand new signboard open black lens bracket Heaven Do Empire Food-type Soul Master Academy hung on the entrance. There was no overly luxurious celebration, but representatives of various forces who heard the news, along with food-type soul masters full of yearning, still surrounded the academy's gates impenetrably. President Zhe Ning Fengji led Sword and Bone Douluo to greet them, having already changed his form of address. Currently, Zhe Zhao's most prominent title in the Spirit Masters world was that of the President of the Food-type Soul Master Guild. Perhaps after today, he would also have the title of the Principal of the Food-type Soul Master Academy. Sorry to trouble you both, Your Excellencies. Zhe Zhao spoke pleasantries, while Sword and Bone Douluo waved their hands repeatedly. Not troublesome, it is all what we should do. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Zhe Zhao stepped onto a temporarily erected high platform. Looking at the hopeful faces below, a heroic spirit surged in his heart. You must know, in just half a month since the Tiansheng token was sent out, the food system spirit ability food transmitted from all directions had already allowed Zhe Zhao to pay off most of the auction house's debts. Now these fine chives before his eyes. The future is promising. The future is indeed promising. Nodding with satisfaction in his heart, Zhe Zhao smiled and opened his mouth. Everyone. Today, here, it is not just for the completion of an academy, but even more to open up a brand new era, an era belonging to us food-type soul masters. In the past, food-type soul masters were regarded as auxiliary. After Zhe Zhao gave a brief two-sentence opening speech and pumped up the food-type soul masters, he directly announced, the Heaven Do Empire Food-type Soul Master Academy is officially established. Classes start immediately. All food-type soul masters below the spirit ancestor rank may enroll and cultivate. Inside the academy, we have arranged spirit saint grade food-type teachers for everyone, and there is more than one. After finishing talking about the benefits, thunderous applause broke out at the entrance. Hundreds of food-type soul masters had their eyes blooming with light. Spirit saint grade food-type teachers were something they wouldn't even dare to imagine before. That's right. This was precisely talking about Xiao Xin. Through a full month of contributions, under Zhe Zhao's guidance, he took out a loan from the food-type Soul Master token to purchase an immortal herb. After eating it, his spirit power naturally broke through the 70th rank. Aside from this, there were also two other food-type spirit saints. One whose spirit was tofu, with a spirit power level of 78. One whose spirit was chives, with a spirit power level of 73, which Zhe Zhao purchased from the good brother in Douluo too. There was no other way. The surface had to be maintained. If it weren't for considering Xiao Xin's face, Zhe Zhao would have already arranged the immortal herbs for them and had a spirit Douluo grade food-type soul master hold down the fort. It wasn't that he didn't give the spirit saint with the chive spirit an immortal herb. Rather, he came from the Sun-Moon continent and grew up taking pills since childhood. His potential had long been overdrawn beyond overdrawn, and his weak constitution could not absorb it. He could only temporarily nourish him with dragon Ganoderma leaves. As for the spirit saint with the tofu spirit, he also came from the Sun-Moon continent, except it was the Sun-Moon continent from Douluo I. When he arrived, he even brought Zhe Zhao a marine route map, making Zhe Zhao seriously suspect that this was the result of the worlds while pushing behind the scenes. But it didn't matter. It just so happened that Zhe Zhao was planning to head out to sea after holding the food-type soul master appraisal meeting, to find the deep-sea demon whale king to obtain his fourth spirit ring. Going a bit further was also nothing impossible. Anyway, everything had already entered the right track. After leaving the Food-type Soul Master Academy, Zhe Zhao quickly took action, summoning the team members to prepare for the matters of going out to sea. Du Guyan, Yi Lengleng, Oscar, Akiong, Examen Yang, Zhang Cheng, Li Tu, Li Shu, Sen Yu. It wasn't just the team members. This time going out to sea, Jade Zhao was prepared to make a long voyage to the Sun-Moon continent. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Tong needed to preside over the student union at Heaven Do Academy, he would have brought him along as well. It could be considered a journey of ocean-going cultivation. Chapter 109, The Sen Family of Vast Sea City. Outside Vast Sea City, a carriage was traveling along the official road. It was the only port city on the western coast of the Heaven Do Empire, as well as the must-pass route to Sea God Island. Built against the sea, built on the mountains by the sea, no matter how the tides rose and fell, it could not shake it in the slightest. The thick city walls were a full 100 meters tall. Before even walking into the city, Jade Zhao and the others inside the carriage could already faintly smell a hint of salty moist scent brought by the sea breeze. Get out of the carriage for a routine inspection. At the city entrance, a soldier raised his hand to intercept the carriage. Inside the spacious carriage, Sen Yu said excitedly, "Boss, let me handle this, let me handle this. Once we reach our Sen family's territory, we must arrange everything crystal clear for the boss and all the older brothers and sisters." After speaking, upon seeing Jade Zhao nod, he smilingly lifted the carriage curtain, poking his chubby head out. "Yo, young Master Sen, is that you back?" The moment he saw Sen Yu's iconic rounded head, the seriousness on the face of the leading soldier captain at the city gate instantly melted, piling up with smiles, and his tone also became familiar. "Atn, is it your turn to be on duty today?" Clearly, Sen Yu was very familiar with this captain. Or rather, having grown up in Vast Sea City since childhood, there was almost no resident in Vast Sea City who didn't know him or whom he didn't know. Of course. "Welcome young Master Sen back home." Captain Atn waved his hand, signaling the other soldiers to let them pass. Seeing the road ahead cleared, Sen Yu patted the carriage driver Examen Yang, waved goodbye to Captain Atn, and said, we're off. I'll find time to spar with you later." "Haha, young Master Sen, stop playing with me. Your kung fu is definitely stronger than mine." A-Tn responded with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sen Yu pulled his head back into the carriage. Amidst the respectful gazes of the soldiers, the carriage drove unimpeded into Vast Sea City. The wheels rolled over the flat and wide bluestone road, and the bustling and vibrant cries of peddlers inside the city immediately enveloped the carriage. Returning inside the carriage, Sen Yu proudly introduced to everyone. "Boss, you know, Vast Sea City is our Sen family's territory." Sen Yu gave a thumbs up, pointed at himself proudly, and bragged like showing off a treasure. "In the whole Vast Sea City, no one knows it better than me. Everyone, older brothers and sisters. Arriving here is just like arriving at your own home. Don't stand on ceremony with me at all." He heavily patted his thick chest, making thudding sounds, with an air of heroism. "Whatever you want to eat, whatever you want to play, whatever you want to buy, just put it on my tab. All expenses, I'll pay for them. I must treat the boss and all the older brothers and sisters to good food, good lodging, and a fun time." The long journey along the way made the relationship between several people even closer. The carriage moved forward along the main street. Stores lined both sides of the street, hanging all sorts of signboards. Most of them were seafood such as catches, coral, pearls, and sea spirit beast materials, mixed with some vendors selling Vast Sea City characteristic snacks. Unlike inland people, pedestrians and residents in Vast Sea City were generally slightly shorter in stature, and their skin was also a bit darker than that of inland people. These were all the results of dealing with the ocean for a long time. Seeing Du Guyan interested in the street food stall, Sen Yu pointed and introduced, "Sister Yanzi, those are octopus balls. However, the octopuses they use for these are all small octopuses. Wait until tonight. I'll have the family chef make a huge one for you guys to try. The most authentic thing in Vast Sea City, first is the seafood, which is so fresh it has no friends. Head-sized abalones, thigh-thick lobsters, and all kinds of deep-sea rare treasures, which could only be eaten when the boss came to my house a few years ago." "Right, boss." Sen Yu's desire to share was soaring, and his words unconsciously carried a bit of Vast Sea City dialect, making him look much more spirited than before. The carriage steadily drove towards the higher terrain area in the city center. There stood a cluster of buildings, obviously the mansion of the Grand Duke of the vast Sea Duchy, where the Sen family resided. That night, under Sen Yu's arrangements, Zhe Zhao and the others ate a meal of rare vast sea treasures. Iced silver shark fillets, deep-sea arc shells, crystal squids, blue flame sea urchins, dragon whisker sea cucumber soup, head-sized soft-centered abalones, thigh-thick salt-baked vast sea giant clawed lobsters. All kinds of seafood were readily available. It gave the few people who grew up inland an extremely satisfying meal. Even Zhang Cheng and Examen Yang, who grew up living in the military camp of Vast Sea City, had never eaten such a sumptuous seafood feast. Early the next morning, the gentle sea breeze dispersed the last trace of morning mist. By the port, a large spirit guidance-powered warship that the Sen family had prepared long ago quietly docked, its streamlined hull covered in steel armor. The deck was spacious. On several towering masts, sails stood straight. On both sides of the hull, spirit guidance power core arrays glowing with deep blue light were embedded. Hoist the sails, set sail. At Zhe Zhao's command, the anchor slowly rose. The sails billowed, the spirit guidance power core emitted a low hum, and Sen Yu, holding the map given by Zhe Zhao, maneuvered the spirit guidance powered warship to leave the port. Sailing along the route described on the map, it left a long white wake. On the deck, the fierce sea breeze whipped at the collars of the youths and maidens. The morning sunlight spilled down without obstruction. Looking out, the sea surface shimmered, leaving the group of youths and maidens who grew up inland staring in amazement. After the astonishment, several people routinely began their daily training. Examen Yang and Zhang Cheng were lifting weights, Li Tu was training her flight ability, Li Shu was practicing spirit power control. Zhe Zhao's consciousness immersed in the auction house. His spirit power rank had already reached the 40th rank bottleneck, he only needed to find the deep-sea demon whale king to become a 4-ring spirit ancestor. Lin Yi silently came to the bottom of the ship. Releasing the coercion of a limit Douluo toward the sea surface to drive away some blind sea spirit beasts. During the dozen or so days of voyage, the wind and waves were calm. Under Sen Yu's steering, the spirit guidance warship slowly sailed into the final destination marked on the map, the Demon Whale Sea area. They arrived just in time. From far away, one could see the calm sea surface churning violently. Fierce waves surged. Seawater gathered into a whirlpool, and a water column thicker in diameter than the spirit guidance warship shot straight into the sky, even distorting the air around it. "Young lord, it has noticed us." Lin Yi's telepathic transmission appeared in Zhe Zhao's mind. A page of a scroll appeared in Zhe Zhao's hand, but was quickly put away by him again. He took large strides to the very front of the deck and commanded in a clear voice. "Sen Yu, steer the ship further away. You guys leave this place first, let me go meet him." After speaking, under the gazes of Du Guyan and the others, Zhe Zhao shook his shoulders. Dense water attribute energy gathered, condensing a pitch-black belt around his waist, where a spot of blue-green light suddenly lit up right in the center. Following closely, with the blue-green pattern in the center of the belt as the origin, the surging water attribute energy spread across Zhe Zhao's entire body, condensing into a suit of armor flashing with metallic luster. Pitch black throughout. The lines were heavy. Rhinoceros horns extended from both shoulders, and in the center of the top of the helmet, a thick black rhinoceros horn like a crown echoed the rhinoceros horns at the shoulder armor. Chapter 110, Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. The entire process was as fast as lightning. Sunlight shone on the black rhino armor, reflecting a cold metallic light. The deck was dead silent. Sen Yu's hand almost slipped from the helm. Du Guyan looked at Zhe Zhao in shock, and the others stood in place, staring blankly. "What is this? Is this boss Zhao Zhao's second spirit?" Countless questions rose in their hearts. Zhe Zhao slightly turned his head, and his yellow-green visor swept across the shocked crowd. "Fall back." As his voice fell, his knees slightly bent, and he exerted fierce force under his feet. Wrapped in the black rhino armor, Zhe Zhao catapulted into the air and plunged straight into the sea surface. Roar! A deep, muffled roar rang out. 1,000 meters away, a mountain-like spine broke through the sea surface, and a huge whale glowing entirely in sapphire colors floated up from beneath the sea. Its surviving right eye coldly stared at the Soul Guide warship. He felt the threat. Beneath the sea surface, a black shadow flashed past. Zhe Zhao wielded the dance of the sky technique, stepped on the turbulent waves, and sprinted straight, locking onto the figure of the deep-sea demon whale king. The deep-sea demon whale king moved slightly. Its huge tail rose from behind and heavily slapped against the sea surface. Hundreds of millions of water droplets soared into the sky, and under the control of its spirit power, they transformed into countless sharp arrows shooting forth. Well timed. Zhe Zhao grew interested. Standing on the sea surface, he dropped his waist and steadied his stance. His left hand fiercely spun the wheel on the left side of his belt, meteor spear. Water elements in the void realm gathered. A dark black spear entwined with spiraling water currents fell into his hand. The spear tip flashed with dim black profound light, and swirling water currents condensed at the trident. Zhe Zhao raised his right arm high, and the right wheel on his waist spun rapidly like flying. Meteor spears raging waterfall stab card, shatter demons and subdue violence, perish in the raging waterfall, smooth as mirror water. As the words fell, water elements surged over, condensing an emerald green ancient rune card in midair. Raging waterfall stab. Zhe Zhao held the meteor spear and passed through the emerald rune card. The energy of the finishing move card gathered on the tip of the meteor spear, and he stabbed it head-on toward the deep-sea demon whale king. Relying on the defense of the black rhino armor as heavy armor, Zhe Zhao directly ignored the incoming water arrows. Rumble. A distance of 1,000 meters arrived in the blink of an eye. The meteor spear fiercely pierced into the forehead of the deep-sea demon whale king, and the surging water element energy exploded inside, blowing out a 3-meter-wide blood pit. However, compared to the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale king, this was merely a superficial wound. Howl. Suddenly, the deep-sea demon whale king let out a painful, long roar, fishy blue blood splashing like a waterfall, and its remaining right eye weeping blood from the pain. The true killing move had only just arrived. As the black rhino armor capable of rivaling a first-class elemental god, the power of its finishing move was naturally not so simple. Countless abyss currents poured into the brain of the deep-sea demon whale king along the wound caused by the raging waterfall stab. Pain. Excruciating pain. The deep-sea demon whale king felt as if its brain was going to explode, wildly shaking its body and stirring the surrounding seawater to whip up towering waves. Retreat. Quickly retreat. 1,000 meters away, Li Shu, who had been watching stupidly, snapped back to his senses, suddenly pushed the helmsman Sen Yu, and shouted at him to quickly control the soul guide warship away from the battlefield. Sen Yu shuddered. He hurriedly controlled the helm to turn, his palms covered in cold sweat. Countless water arrows fell on the soul guide protective shield supported by the warship, stirring up crackling noises. Under Sen Yu's control, the huge soul guide warship trembled violently, twisting its steel body to quickly escape the sea area affected by the fallout. In the distant battlefield, the deep-sea demon whale king had already shaken off Zhe Zhao, who was stabbed into the top of its head, its huge body churning in the seawater and stirring up bursts of tsunamis that swept across the sky. Human, you and I have no grievances, how about stopping here? A deep voice issued from the sea, and strange sound waves fell into Zhe Zhao's ears. Before Zhe Zhao could respond, the deep-sea demon whale king continued to persuade, I admit you are very strong, but I am a million-year-old spirit beast. Your body cannot withstand my spirit ring. And my million-year accumulation has already allowed 9/10 of my body to enter the divine rank. With just this strange black rhino armor and the trident in your hand, you are definitely not my match. The deep-sea demon whale king had chickened out. It seemed to be threatening Zhe Zhao, but in reality, it was adding chips to its own negotiations. Then you can just sacrifice yourself. The black rhino armor stood proudly at the peak of the surging waves, casually uttering these words. This instantly enraged the deep-sea demon whale king. You go too far. A furious roar came over. The body of the deep-sea demon whale king released a blue-purple energy vortex, continuously compressing its own energy. Its skin surface seemed to condense a layer of blue-purple crystals. Its huge body began to shrink at an extremely fast speed. Before long, the blue-purple light converged. The 200-meter-long deep-sea demon whale disappeared, and appearing in midair was a middle-aged man with an ugly expression. Since you aren't willing to leave, then stay here. The deep-sea demon whale king let out a low roar, his right hand suddenly raised, and purple light spheres appeared behind him. In just an instant, they spread across a range of hundreds of square meters around, dyeing the entire sky a distorted purple. 3 parts water, 7 parts thunder. With this strike from the deep-sea demon whale king, every light sphere was fused by 2 elemental energies. Once a collision occurred, a chain reaction was bound to happen. Facing this move, Zhe Zhao simply lowered his hand gently and placed it on his waist. Chanting seal. Instantly, the air froze. The wind stopped, the waves ceased, and the sounds fell silent. An astonished expression hung on the face of the deep-sea demon whale king, and he struggled to slightly wave his right arm, moving so slowly as if jammed. He only possessed a divine body, not a true deity. Facing this chanting seal capable of freezing all existences below deities, he had completely no power to parry. Boom! Zhe Zhao's figure appeared in a Gui Mei-like manner above the deep-sea demon whale king. His right fist covered in heavy vambraces with fingers tightly clenched, without any fancy tricks, condensing pure strength, fiercely smashing down. Thud. A muffled, huge sound. The chanting time was lifted by Zhe Zhao, and the deep-sea demon whale king let out a painful whimpering sound. His brain was blank and dazed. Before he could even react, he took a heavy punch. But this was only the beginning. Zhe Zhao stuck to him like bone-gnawing maggots, clinging to the human body transformed by the deep-sea demon whale king, striking extremely smoothly. Left hook, right hook, elbow strike, knee strike. The body covered in the black rhino armor was at this moment the purest fighting weapon. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy striking sounds merged into one piece. With every blow that fell, the deep-sea demon whale king wailed in pain. It wanted to resist, but was constantly interrupted by Zhe Zhao. The numerous purple thunder spheres condensed in the air became mere ornaments, completely failing to play the slightest role. Pure violent crushing, unquestionable ravaging. The monstrous ferocity of a million-year-old spirit beast had completely no power to fight back in front of the occasional chanting seal. The humanoid body spasmed painfully under the continuous heavy blows, and before long, it was completely beaten back to its original form by Zhe Zhao, transforming into a huge deep-sea demon whale that smashed down into the sea. Roar! The deep-sea demon whale king let out a roar mixed with anger and fear. Looking at Zhe Zhao, who was close at hand with its surviving right eye, its spirit power condensed wildly, attempting to counterattack once more. Chapter 111, The Fourth Spirit Ring, Million Year. Zhe Zhao had played enough. He had simply been itching for a fight to show off, by the way spar with the deep-sea demon whale king, and test the combat power limit of the black rhino armor. The result was not bad. Below the divine rank, he could basically crush them effortlessly. Of course, Lin Yi was an exception and could not be measured by conventional standards. Standing on the huge head of the deep-sea demon whale king, Zhe Zhao's movements suddenly paused. A Japanese-style scroll appeared in his hand. It should be used like this. Without paying attention to the counterattack of the deep-sea demon whale king, Zhe Zhao poured spirit power into it and gently unrolled the scroll towards the deep-sea demon whale king's only remaining eyeball. Instantly, the deep-sea demon whale king's deep purple solitary eye turned crimson. Against the deep blood-red background, a pitch-black pinwheel slowly rotated, and an extremely eerie power of law flowed clearly within it. Mangekyo Sharingan, Dujutsu, Koto Amatsukami. Furthermore, it was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whose control had reached the law level through continuous upgrades and modifications by that guy in the auction house who looked extremely similar to Uchiha Sasuke. The rotation of the pinwheel pattern suddenly accelerated. Time froze at this moment. The violent spirit power gathered within the deep-sea demon whale king instantly subsided, replaced by a loyal look toward Zhe Zhao. The effect of Koto Amatsukami, absolute loyalty to the person it first saw after being hit, and the command of absolute obedience, were deeply branded into the deepest layer of its spirit. Its huge head lowered slightly. With a nearly devout posture, it floated tamely on the monstrous waves, waiting for Zhe Zhao's command. A transaction price of 15,000. What a steal! Seeing that the effect of the Koto Amatsukami Dujutsu scroll was so powerful, Zhe Zhao couldn't help but let out an exclamation. He had originally thought the deep-sea demon whale king could break free from the control. For this reason, Jade Zhao had even prepared a hypnotic pocket watch as a backup plan. He hadn't expected that it wouldn't be needed at all. Standing on the drooping forehead of the deep-sea demon whale king, Jade Zhao sat cross-legged, summoned the white Jade Dragon Turtle spirit, and without lingering too much, directly issued an order. Sacrifice to me. As soon as the words fell, the massive body of the deep-sea demon whale king bloomed with a crimson blood-red light. Brilliant, pure, and vast. Instantly dyeing the entire sea and sky blood red, countless blue-purple spirit power light spots surged and condensed into a dreamy rainstorm in the air. The massive body of the deep-sea demon whale king began to turn transparent. Ooh! A long, low hum came from the mouth of the deep-sea demon whale king. Above the sea surface, raindrops fell, and the brilliant blue light converged into a scarlet gold spirit ring, containing the million-year life origin of the deep-sea demon whale king and vast spirit power. On the distant sea level, the dark shadow of a soul-guided warship loomed faintly amidst the waves. The deck was dead silent. The blood-red color that filled the entire firmament in the distance captivated the minds of the 9 youths. Du Guyan's hands tightly gripped the railing, her face full of tension and worry. Yi Lingling was the same. Sen Yu's lips moved silently, but he couldn't spit out a single word. Li Shu gasped, as boss, fighting a 100,000-year spirit beast. Probably. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. Forgive them for their shallow knowledge, as they did not know that million-year spirit beasts existed above 100,000-year spirit beasts. In their eyes, a 100,000-year spirit beast was already the peak of spirit beasts, enough to contend with titled Douluo among spirit masters. So, as boss's pitch-black armor, his second spirit, Li Shu couldn't help guessing. But he hadn't seen a spirit ring beneath the black rhino armor just now, so he didn't dare to be really sure, and turned his head to ask Du Guyan, who was closest to the boss in the squad. Not clear. Du Guyan shook her head slightly. While worrying about Jade Zhao's safety, she felt a vague excitement and pride in her heart, as expected of the younger brother she fancied. No matter what kind of miracle he created, it seemed taken for granted on him. This is a sacrifice. While worrying, Yi Lingling remembered the texts recorded in her family's ancient books, which were extremely similar to the scene before her. What? Du Guyan and Yi Lingling were close, and hearing her soft murmurs, she hurriedly huddled over. She appeared extremely attentive to any information regarding Jade Zhao's current situation. I have seen a record in my family's ancient books. Yi Lingling raised her voice a little bit and explained to several people, when a spirit beast extremely recognizes a spirit master, it will voluntarily sacrifice itself to the spirit master. Under this kind of sacrifice, no matter how strong the spirit master is, or whether they have reached the rank needed for a spirit ring, this spirit ring provided by the sacrificing spirit beast will have a 100% successful fusion. The spirit master only needs to cultivate their spirit power to the corresponding rank to continue improving. The ancestors once had a conjecture. If 9 spirit beasts could be made to continuously sacrifice to one person, it might forcibly turn a spirit master with rank 1 innate spirit power into a titled Douluo. Speaking of this, Yi Lingling shook her head, but this is only a conjecture. Hiss. Hiss tilde. Hearing this, Sen Yu and the others couldn't help clicking their tongues. Li Tu added a sentence, if I remember correctly. Boss's third spirit ring is also a 100,000-year spirit ring. Could it also be a sacrifice? Although it was a question, the tone was extremely certain. In midair over the distant ocean, the million-year scarlet gold spirit ring condensed from the sacrifice of the deep-sea demon whale king emitted a scarlet gold light, gently enveloping Jade Zhao. Without requiring Jade Zhao to pull it with effort, the scarlet gold spirit ring slowly descended, acting extremely proactively. A boundless torrent of energy surged into Jade Zhao's body, naturally flowing to his limbs and bones. The process was smooth, as harmonious as milk and water. The scarlet gold spirit ring fitted into the position of the 4th spirit ring under the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul. It was vastly different from the first 3 purple, and red spirit rings, yet it appeared exceptionally harmonious. The amber soup in the jade bowl flickered with scarlet gold light. It leisurely absorbed the million-year accumulation and gift from the deep-sea demon whale king, and the spirit's quality gradually improved. Zhe Zhao's aura climbed steadily at a stable and astonishing speed. Rank 41. Rank 42. Rank 46. Rank 49. Rank 50. Driven by the terrifying foundation of the million-year spirit ring, the spirit power rank was breaking through like a hot knife through butter. It came naturally and without a ripple. In the blink of an eye, it reached the bottleneck of rank 50. He only needed to acquire another spirit ring to become a genuine spirit king, and his spirit power rank would continue to improve. Zhe Zhao closed his eyes with a calm expression. The deep-sea demon whale king was right. With Zhe Zhao's physical fitness, it was difficult to bear the spirit power accumulated by it over a million years, so he could only seal the vast majority of the spirit power in the spirit spring world. He let Xiaoyu help Jade ify the spirit power, and slowly release and refine it later. Between the sea and the sky, the permeated blood-red light began to gradually dissipate. The massive body of the deep-sea demon whale king completely turned into nothingness, leaving only the purest energy essence, the million-year deep-sea demon whale king head spirit bone. Zhe Zhao's body was situated on top of the demon whale king's skull. And the scarlet gold spirit ring suspended in midair finally fell completely, steadily fitting over the white Jade Dragon Turtle spirit, becoming Zhe Zhao's fourth spirit ring. Chapter 112, 4 Spirit Abilities of the Million-Year Spirit Ring. Its brilliance restrained, its aura deep and composed. Zhe Zhao slowly opened his eyes. Deep within his eyes, a flash of red gold light flickered and passed. Feeling the spirit power surging unceasingly inside his body, as well as the red gold spirit ring attached to his white Jade Dragon Turtle spirit, a satisfied curve curled up at the corners of his lips. Fourth spirit ring, a million years. It was not in vain that I painstakingly plotted until now. I finally obtained it. He stood up tall and floated above the surface of the sea. Stretching his limbs and joints, crisp pops echoed all around his body. Zhe Zhao's consciousness sank into the red gold spirit ring, examining in detail the spirit ring and spirit incantation information provided by the million-year spirit ring to see if they matched his expectations. When the deep-sea demon whale king sacrificed itself, Zhe Zhao had communicated with it through thought about the desired spirit ability effects, wondering if the deep-sea demon whale king could bring them to fruition. Deep within the spirit ring, a gentle stream of information from the million-year deep-sea demon whale king spirit ring surged into his mental consciousness. The spirit ability's name, effects, limitations, as well as the spirit incantation required to activate the spirit ability, appeared clearly in Zhe Zhao's mind. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. The smile on Zhe Zhao's face deepened, leaving him even more satisfied with the law-level Kotoamatsukami pupil art. The deep-sea demon whale king had not only perfectly understood Zhe Zhao's intention, but its million-year profound foundation also granted spirit ability effects that far exceeded Zhe Zhao's expectations and initial vision. Bland and tasteless dragon saliva liquid, cleansing dust and opening wisdom to comprehend the Tao soup. As he softly uttered the spirit incantation, the red gold spirit ring flashed with light. A bowl of nearly colorless, transparent soup appeared out of thin air in Zhe Zhao's palm. The broth was crystal clear to the bottom, without a single impurity inside, pure and flawless. Longxian Enlightenment Tao Seeking Soup. Zhe Zhao whispered, and with a slight flick of his thought, sent this bowl of transparent Longxian Enlightenment Tao Seeking Soup into the auction house for appraisal. Longxian Enlightenment Tao Seeking Soup. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting bid, 400,000 coins. Description, top-tier rule-type Tao comprehension food. Contains heaven and earth Tao rhythm. After drinking, it greatly increases comprehension ability, shortens the time to comprehend cultivation techniques, has a chance to trigger an epiphany state, and has miraculous effects on breaking through realm bottlenecks. The duration of the effect is related to the amount consumed and one's own mental endurance capacity. Seller's note, none. 400,000. Zhe Zhao's eyes brightened slightly, and his smile became almost impossible to suppress. As expected, rarities involving comprehension ability hold tremendous value. It seems that in the future, besides mental boosting spirit abilities, I can also have the food type soul masters in the guild focus more on spirit abilities with this kind of effect. Having made up his mind, Jade Zhao spoke again. 1,000,000 atoms condense into dragon essence, extending lifespan by 10,000 years as if it were nothing. The glow of the red gold spirit ring surged once more. Inside the jade bowl, the amber dark gold soup was thick as honey. A red gold heart-shaped dragon essence beat slowly at the bottom of the soup, releasing a surging, pure aura of life origin into the air. Merely holding it in his hand made every single cell in Jade Zhao's body leap for joy. The second spirit ability of the fourth spirit ring, a million-year spirit ring. Longyuan longevity soup. I wonder what kind of description and starting bid the auction house will give for this bowl of longevity soup that can extend lifespan by 10,000 years. With a slight thought, the thick soup in his hand vanished instantly, appearing inside the auction house. Longyuan longevity soup. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting bid, 250,000 coins. Description, top-tier life rule type food. Condenses the dragon whale's origin vitality, greatly replenishes life origin, delays the origin decay process, and partially reverses lifespan loss caused by non-fatal injuries. Contains weak longevity laws, extending lifespan by 10,000 years. For law-level beings, the effect is reduced 100-fold, only increasing lifespan by 100 years. Seller's note, none. Looking at the description given by the auction house, Jade Zhao nodded silently. Longevity law. A starting bid of 250,000 is quite reasonable. After all, it is only effective on beings below the law level, and for law-level beings, the effect is weakened 100-fold. It can't compare to the immortal herbs of the shrouding the heavens world. Even so, Jade Zhao was still very satisfied. At least, he didn't need to worry about the lifespan issues of the people around him for the time being. After drinking a bowl of Longyuan longevity soup, in a time span of 10,000 years, even a pig could cultivate to become a titled Douluo, right? Jade Zhao made up his mind. The longevity soup would temporarily only be listed in the auction house and given to those around him. It would not be listed on the Tiansheng token or the Student Union's internal exchange mall. Immediately after, Jade Zhao urged his spirit power and recited the third spirit incantation to test the effects of the remaining 2,000,000-year spirit abilities provided by the deep-sea demon whale king. The boundless vast sea accepts 100 rivers, the whale swallows all things to store origin essence. As the red gold spirit ring swirled, a deep blue soup was held in a white jade bowl. At the center of the bowl, a miniature oceanic whirlpool rotated rapidly, with a faint whale phantom floating and sinking inside. Profound and marvelous. Unlike the soups from Jade Zhao's other spirit abilities, this was a flowing soup. This soup, Jade Zhao felt slightly novel and was somewhat unsure. This bowl of whale-swallowing vast sea energy-storing soup that he summoned looked really attractive, but as for its effects, without thinking too much, Jade Zhao sent it directly to the auction house for appraisal. Whale-swallowing vast sea energy-storing soup. Origin, Douluo Continent. Starting bid, 90,000 coins. Description, special energy-storing food. Upon drinking, it forms a temporary demon whale stomach inside the body, capable of refining and absorbing any substance and efficiently converting it into highly compressed pure life origin qi. When released, it rapidly replenishes energy in a short time, filling the qi sea. The medicinal power is gentle and majestic with no side effects. Seller's note, none. Seeing the description provided by the auction house, the expectant light in Jade Zhao's eyes extinguished instantly, leaving only a hint of helplessness. Tisk. Flashy without substance, all superficial show. What a waste of such good looks. It couldn't be called disappointing, only highly deceptive. Even Jade Zhao himself, the spirit master who knew the general effect, was almost fooled by it. A starting bid of 90,000 wasn't low. But compared to the first two spirit soups provided by the million-year spirit ring, it paled in comparison. Not to mention, even the starting bid of Jade Zhao's 100,000-year third spirit ring's second soul skill, soft jade lard deer milk paste, was 98,000. In comparison, it was simply unbearable to look at. After his disappointment passed, Jade Zhao activated his spirit ring, releasing the final spirit ability provided by the million-year spirit ring. The sea-suppressing demon whale guards the soul court, stabilizing the spirit, calming the mind, and defending against evil falsehoods. He recited the spirit incantation in a deep voice. A flash of deep blue light flashed over the red-gold spirit ring, its surface seeming to surge with hidden waves as a bowl of liquid resembling a sapphire appeared before Jade Zhao. Inside the jade bowl, an extremely tiny demon whale phantom could be faintly seen slowly swimming around. With every flick of its tail, layers of ripples washed outward. He sent it into the auction house to inspect the appraisal results. Demon whale sea-suppressing soul-stabilizing soup. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 300,000 coins. Description: top-tier defense and soul rule food. Can stabilize soul origin, permanently expand the capacity of the consumer's spiritual sea, increase the mental force cap and resilience, and form a demon whale phantom guarding deep within the spiritual sea. Effectively defends against mental impacts, soul shocks, illusion attacks, and rule-level mental corruption, triggering a counterattack from the demon whale's will. Seller's note: none. Chapter 113 Million-Year Deep-Sea Demon Whale King Head Spirit Bone. Good, good, good. Jade Zhao repeatedly praised, his eyes brimming with smiles. The starting bid for these 4 types of soup combined exceeded 1 million. According to the unwritten rules of the auction house, the actual final transaction price would definitely be above 2 million. Compared to these 4 spirit abilities, the 130 million soul spirit procurement contract signed with the good brother from Douluo II was simply not a big deal at all. Looking at the 4 bowls of soup floating in the auction house warehouse, Jade Zhao was extremely satisfied. The Tao Enlightenment soup was crystal clear. The Longevity soup was thick. The Yuan Gathering soup was profound. The Soul Fixing soup was condensed. With a slight movement of his mind, he put them up for auction on the auction house one by one. Feeling the surging power within his body and the auction house information in his mind, Jade Zhao felt immensely satisfied and cast his gaze toward the million-year head spirit bone left behind by the deep-sea demon whale king at his feet. Actually, given the physical strength of the deep-sea demon whale king, bestowing Jade Zhao with a torso bone would obviously be better. However, Jade Zhao already had a spirit bone in the position of his torso bone, so he could only communicate with it and leave behind such a head spirit bone. Without too much hesitation, Jade Zhao bent slightly, pressing his hands virtually against both ends of the spirit bone. After sensing the somewhat homologous spirit power on Jade Zhao, the spirit bone instantly erupted with a dazzling dark blue light. The violent energy fluctuations caused the surrounding seawater to vibrate. Ripples spread across the sea surface. An irresistible torrent of vast mental force and spirit power rushed along Jade Zhao's hands into his glabellous sea of consciousness. His head lit up with a dark blue glow. There was no excruciating pain tearing at the soul. As expected, what poured into his body was an exceptionally gentle warm current, containing the purest mental origin of the deep-sea demon whale king. It naturally merged into Jade Zhao's mental sea. Jade Zhao could feel it. His mental sea was expanding, condensing, and strengthening at an astonishing speed. His originally clear mental perception range extended infinitely at this moment, instantly covering the entire demon whale sea area and even reaching distant islands. The rhythmic pulsation of every single drop of seawater. The trajectory of every swimming fish. The shellfish sleeping in the depths of the seabed, the tiny creatures hiding in the crevices of the reefs, were unprecedentedly clear, presented in Jade Zhao's mind like a scroll. Every single detail was vividly displayed, perceiving everything with acute insight. At the same time, the spirit power refined to the extreme dissipated above Jade Zhao's head, perfectly fusing with his skull, carrying the unique heavy and vast meaning of the deep sea. His spirit power rank was quietly increasing. It just couldn't manifest yet because he hadn't obtained the 5th spirit ring. The strength of his mental force allowed Jade Zhao to clearly see that his originally tough skull was now covered by a layer of profound dark blue mysterious patterns. The fusion was nearing its end. The dazzling dark blue light patterns gradually retracted and eventually disappeared completely. Information about the 4 spirit bone abilities provided by the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king head spirit bone appeared in Jade Zhao's mind. Not bad. Jade Zhao opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a satisfied arc. Deep within his pupils, A dark blue gloss flashed and disappeared. He gently exhaled a long breath and spoke with satisfaction. A million-year spirit bone, truly lived up to expectations. 4 spirit bone abilities. Ocean Overlord, a passive domain-type spirit ability. When in an oceanic environment, all one's attributes are increased by 50%. It produces absolute bloodline suppression against marine life, greatly weakening their combat power and will, causing them to instinctively generate fear and submission. On his glabella, a dark blue whale pattern lit up slightly. Zhe Zhao was merely standing on the sea surface. The spirit beasts under the surrounding seawater, which were originally restless due to the spirit bone's energy aura, instantly fell silent out of fear, diving into deeper sea areas one after another, not daring to offend in the slightest. Demon Whale Domain. A domain-type spirit ability. Binding force and pressure will be generated within the domain, just like in the deep sea, restricting the enemy's movements. At the same time, the Demon Whale Domain is filled with the devouring force of the deep-sea Demon Whale King, continuously eroding the enemy's spirit power and mental force. In seawater, its power is even greater. This effect. Speaking in a low voice about the effects of the spirit bone ability, Zhe Zhao couldn't help but click his tongue. With a thought, the seawater within a radius of 1,000 meters instantly became thick, and countless small whirlpools appeared on the sea surface, so heavy that it was suffocating. Zhe Zhao did not try the remaining 2 spirit bone abilities. One was Devouring Evolution. It could actively devour spirit power, life force, and even soul origin, converting them into pure energy to permanently increase one's own spirit power limit and mental strength. This was the core ability that allowed the deep-sea Demon Whale King to grow to 1,000,000 years. It was a proper evil spirit master skill. If placed in Douluo 2, it would definitely be hunted down by Shrek Academy all the time. Another spirit bone ability was Wrath of the Demon Whale. A pure group attack spirit ability. It condensed the phantom of the deep-sea Demon Whale King to launch a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering duel. Mental and physical impact. While issuing a whale cry that shook the soul, it crashed and crushed the target with peerless giant force. Its power was strong enough to seriously injure or even instantly kill a titled Douluo. It was just that the consumption was a bit large. At least with his current rank 50 spirit power, he could only activate it twice, so he could only temporarily keep it in reserve. It was temporarily a bit of a chicken rib for now. Perhaps in the future, when Zhe Zhao's spirit power rank increased and the spirit power accumulated in his body became more, it could be used as a routine output skill. Well, as a trump card, it didn't have this qualification. After a brief trial, Zhe Zhao lifted the Demon Whale Domain. With a movement of his figure, Zhe Zhao melted into the sea breeze, quickly crossing 3,000 miles of sea surface, and lightly landed back onto the deck of the Soul Guide warship. Zhao Zhao. Du Guyan was the first to rush up, almost crashing into Zhe Zhao's arms. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry and lingering fear, and she tightly grasped Zhe Zhao's arm. "Are you all right? You scared your elder sister to death. That spirit beast, was it 100,000-year spirit beast? Is this the Demon Whale Sea area that Senyu mentioned? Was that spirit beast the deep-sea Demon Whale King?" In a series of rapid questions, Du Guyan looked Zhe Zhao up and down to confirm whether he was injured. Yi Lingling closely followed behind. Her cold and detached face carried obvious concern and worry. Her lips were slightly pursed, and she said nothing. The gazes of Senyu and the others also lingered on Zhe Zhao. At this moment, Zhe Zhao had already put away the black rhino armor, and there was not much difference from before he left. The only difference was his temperament. His aura was more restrained and profound. "Rest assured, I am doing great." Zhe Zhao laughed heartily and stretched his muscles. He paused, met Du Guyan's caring gaze, and smiled casually. It truly was the deep-sea Demon Whale King. "However, I had good luck. We got acquainted through a fight, and in the end, it became my 4th spirit ring." What? The 4th spirit ring? The spirit ring of the 100,000-year spirit beast, the deep-sea Demon Whale King. The deck instantly fell into dead silence, immediately followed by gasps of cold air and incredulous exclamations rising one after another. Although several of them had already guessed it, hearing this news straight from Zhe Zhao's mouth still felt unbelievable. The notorious 100,000-year spirit beast, the deep-sea demon whale king, could actually become Jade Zhao's spirit ring. Simply unimaginable. Du Guyan's worry was instantly replaced by shock. Her mouth was open, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. She just instinctively gripped Jade Zhao's arm even tighter to confirm that this was not an illusion. Chapter 114, Diverting to the Extreme North, Targeting Tianmeng and Snow Emperor. After Zhang Cheng and the others finished chatting with boss and sister Yan Yan, he immediately hurried forward, his face brimming with a smile. "Boss, that armor of yours just now was insanely cool." His eyes lit up, full of curiosity. "Is that your second spirit?" Jade Zhao's lips curved up slightly with a hint of playfulness. "Guess." Then, changing the subject, his gaze shifted toward the north. "However, our original plan to go to the Sun-Moon continent will probably have to be temporarily put on hold." "Why?" Du Guyan was puzzled. Jade Zhao pointed at himself and said with a smile, "My spirit power has already reached the bottleneck of level 50, and I need to obtain my 5th spirit ring." Level 50. 5th spirit ring. Zhang Cheng and Oscar blurted out in shock almost simultaneously. Zhang Cheng, who was smiling cheekily just a second ago, instantly froze, his eyes wide open and his mouth wide agape. "Boss, the one you just obtained was the 4th spirit ring, right?" He stared straight at Jade Zhao, his eyes filled with shock and incomprehension. That's right." Jade Zhao nodded with a smile, looking relaxed. Beside him, Li Tu covered her cherry lips with her small hand, a look of envy swirling in her eyes. Good heavens. The 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king actually provided boss with a full 10 levels of spirit power directly. This is equivalent to skipping the entire spirit ancestor realm directly. Hiss. Sounds of intake of breath rose one after another. Examen Yang, Aqiang, Li Shu, Sen Yu, streams of adoring and admiring gazes focused on Jade Zhao. For this group of youths still in the spirit grandmaster realm, the boss, who was similar in age to them, had actually touched the Spirit King bottleneck. The impact brought by this news was enough to subvert their cognition. This speed of cultivation, could it be that before reaching adulthood, boss would be able to reach the pinnacle as a titled Douluo? No, wait, everyone suddenly recalled an even more terrifying fact. Just now, boss had gone alone to fight the 100,000-year deep-sea demon whale king and successfully hunted it as his 4th spirit ring. Thinking like this, expressions of shock, bewilderment, and even a trace of doubting life intertwined and spread across everyone's faces, their worldview shattering all over the floor. Du Guyan put down her hand and took a deep breath. Confirming with Jade Zhao again, Zhao, are you sure it's a level 50 bottleneck?" Of course. Jade Zhao thoroughly enjoyed everyone's shocked expressions, a hint of teasing in his smile. Nodding slightly, he said, "Therefore, the itinerary to the Sun-Moon continent needs to be put aside for now. Our top priority is to obtain the 5th spirit ring first. As for my target, it is in the extreme north." Jade Zhao's eyes flashed with a determined light. Both the 3rd and 4th spirit rings are above 100,000 years. Naturally, this 5th spirit ring cannot be lower than 100,000 years, right? 100,000 years. The extreme north. Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, and the others were stunned once again. They were already somewhat numb from shock. At this moment in their hearts, even if Jade Zhao said his target was a million-year spirit beast, they wouldn't find it surprising at all. That's right, the extreme north. Jade Zhao nodded and instructed Sen Yu to change the rudder and adjust the course. The Soul Guidance ship turned its bow. Facing the sea breeze, it sailed slightly north of the direction they came from. The extreme north was far away to the northeast of the Douluo Continent. And right now, they were located at the western border of the continent. Theoretically, Douluo planet was round, and continuing to sail northwest would also reach the destination. But it was too far, and there was no need. The boring voyage continued day after day, yet the deck was not desolate. Examen Yang and Zhang Cheng were sparring intensely, Oscar was patiently teaching Aqiang food-type soul master knowledge, and Li Shu was humbly asking Yi Lingling for tips on spirit power control. Stimulated by Jade Zhao's imminent advancement to Spirit King, everyone exerted all their effort and pushed themselves to the limit. Especially Examen Yang and Zhang Cheng. After receiving Jade Zhao's guidance, the two often tied thick ropes around their waists and jumped into the seabed, utilizing the pressure of the deep sea to temper their spirit power and hone their physiques. As for Jade Zhao, he spent most of his time in the quiet room of the cabin, praying to the world will. There was no help for it. He genuinely forgot where the Tianmeng iceworm was at this point in time. In his impression, some said it had already been captured by DTN at this time, imprisoned in the lake of life at the core of the Star Do Great Forest, and was having its energy essence extracted in turns by numerous vicious beasts including DTN. That was why there was the joke in Douluo about the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape guarding the door for DTN. There was another saying. It was said that Tianmeng personally stated in Douluo too that while it was sleeping deep underground in the extreme north, it sensed the aura of Tang San becoming a god. After waking up, it followed the sea god's aura into the sea. Yet because it lacked combat power, it ended up being hunted by sea spirit beasts, and ultimately fled in panic to the Star Do Great Forest, where it was caught by a 100,000-year spirit beast and subsequently taken away by DTN. He truly couldn't remember clearly. Jade Zhao had asked a good brother of his from Douluo too in the auction house. His answer was the second one. However, he also said that the myriad realms were all different, and even under the same timeline, there were parallel worlds. With different developments, so it couldn't be guaranteed. It could only be used as a reference. For this reason, Jade Zhao could only pin his hopes on the favor of the illusory world will. Come on, world will, let me see your limit. No matter where the Tianmeng iceworm is right now, as long as it can ensure that it appears before him in the future and becomes his spirit ring, that will do. If Tianmeng is not found on this trip to the extreme north, he would just use the Snow Emperor as a substitute first. The 700,000-year Snow Emperor. As his fifth spirit ring, it surely wouldn't make him run this trip for nothing. Dozens of days later, the ship sailed into a relatively calm sea area. The setting sun sprinkled onto the surface of the sea, its descending golden brilliance dyeing the seawater a magnificent golden red, making the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, an ethereal and misty singing voice came over, melodious and winding, plucking at the heartstrings. Inside the cabin, Jade Zhao frowned, stood up, and walked out. On the deck, Du Guyan and the others also sensed something was wrong and gathered around. Zhao Zhao. Boss, there is something weird. Oscar said vigilantly. In this uninhabited depths of the sea, the singing voice appearing out of thin air startled everyone, making them worry that they had encountered a 100,000-year spirit beast again. Big boss, here, found it. Senyu searched through the map in his hand, pointed to a forbidden area, and introduced, the map says this is the territory of mermaids. The mermaid clan possesses more than 100,000-year spirit beast. Jade Zhao nodded. Behind him, Lin Yi's figure quietly emerged, causing several of them to let out a sigh of relief. The singing continued, crisp and pleasant, just like heavenly music. Jade Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, his powerful mental force instantly dispelling the faint charm effect within the singing, probing towards the direction from which the singing came. In the distance was an iceberg. At the edge of the iceberg emerging from the water, the seawater gently rippled, and a petite figure half floated in the water. She possessed the upper body of a human. Her skin was as white as snow, shimmering with a pearl-like luster under the setting sun, and her damp long blue hair draped over her shoulders, resembling sea algae floating on the water's surface. Her face was exquisite, carrying an ethereal and pure beauty. Chapter 115 Mermaid Princess. And her lower body was impressively a huge fish tail covered with gradient blue-purple scales. At this moment, it was lazily patting the water surface, finding the rhythm for the singing. The leaping seawater refracted a colorful halo under the golden glow of the setting sun. The powerful mental force attributes of the mermaid clan made her perceive Jade Zhao's mental detection, and the singing stopped abruptly. A pair of azure blue big eyes, carrying a trace of curiosity, a trace of surprise, and a trace of vigilance, crossed the thin mist of the sea surface and gazed at Jade Zhao from afar. Mermaid Princess. Jade Zhao's heart stirred. He didn't expect that on this road to the extreme north, he could actually run into the Mermaid Princess who appeared in Doer. Is it this sea area? Looking at the golden crown on top of the mermaid's head in the distance, Jade could determine her identity, but he was not sure if she was the mermaid princess Leah who appeared in Douluo. The mermaid girl hesitated for a moment. In the end, she didn't dive into the water, but continued to stay there, quietly observing the distant Soul Guide battleship and that group of strange humans on the deck, especially the human youth who used mental force to probe her. Don't panic, Jade instructed steadily. Sen Yu, do the records mention the specific quantity of 100,000-year spirit beasts in the mermaid clan? Sen Yu quickly flipped through. Boss, it didn't say. The records are vague. It only says that the mermaid clan has 100,000-year spirit beasts, and more than one has been discovered. Only the purest mermaid bloodline will possess a golden crown. Sen Yu read out the records on the ancient maps and books at home one by one, telling Jade. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Jade shook his head. He knew clearly in his heart that the strongest of the mermaid clan should be the 600,000-year sea princess in Douluo. Lin Yi is fully capable of handling it. The main thing is that he didn't have any ideas about the sea princess's spirit ring, and he wouldn't necessarily come into conflict with the mermaid clan. The age is a bit low. Moreover, with the Tianmeng iceworm as a precedent, in his planning for the remaining spirit ring positions, there are no positions for other mental-type spirit rings. The Soul Guide battleship sailed slowly. Getting closer, Du Guyan and the others could also clearly see the appearance of the mermaid princess. Zhao. She doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Du Guyan walked to Jade side, her beautiful eyes carrying a trace of amazement and curiosity. Her singing is very pleasant. That bit of charm power just now was very weak. It looks like her innate ability, not a deliberate attack. As someone of the control system 9-colored illusory light snake spirit, her perception of mental force was also very acute. Boss, should we? Oscar licked his lips, his heart was moved. Continue moving forward. Jade pondered for a moment and resolutely ordered. The appearance of icebergs means we are approaching the extreme north, there's no need to change route anymore. We are just passers-by, try not to conflict with the mermaid clan. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. The Soul Guide battleship sailed smoothly and slowly toward the iceberg. As the distance closed, the figure of the mermaid princess became clearer and clearer in everyone's eyes. Fair skin, blue-purple scales. Above light blue long hair was a small golden crown, flashing with broken gold light among the hair strands, adding a bit of nobility. Hello. As the battleship approached, Jade walked to the very front of the ship's side to negotiate. The mermaid princess tilted her head. Her long blue eyelashes fluttered as she curiously sized up this group of humans in front of her. After a moment, an ethereal and crisp voice sounded, timidly probing, You are humans. This place is in the deep ocean, and the figures of humans rarely appear. Her voice carried thick novelty, as if she had seen some rare species, and her only vigilance disappeared after seeing the kind attitude of everyone. Jade silently evaluated in his heart, looked silly. No wonder the mermaid princess in Douluo was bewitched and captured by evil spirit masters to be refined into an evil spirit. I don't know if their race is all like this, or if she is that mermaid princess Leah. Yes, we are human spirit masters. Jade showed a gentle smile, but not all human spirit masters are enemies. We are just passing by here. Hearing this, Leah's fish tail unconsciously patted the water gently, swimming forward a short distance, getting closer to the battleship. She asked curiously, the extreme north. It's so cold there. What are you going there for? There are some things that need to be done there. Jade didn't explain in detail, he couldn't possibly say they were going to hunt spirit rings. Instead, he asked, looking at the golden crown on your head, are you a princess of the mermaid clan? What is your name? Leah nodded vigorously, and the small crown on her head shook. My name is Leah. I am the princess of the mermaid clan. When she spoke, she carried a trace of small pride. But then she stuck out her tongue and added embarrassedly, however. I am still young, and the elders always say I am not stable enough. Her playful action made her look particularly naive and cute. Du Guyan couldn't help chuckling softly, this little mermaid princess was really too cute. She stepped forward, standing by Jade side, and said softly, "Hello, Princess Leah, my name is Douluo Yan, your singing is particularly pleasant." Yi Lingling also walked over with a kind smile on her face. Oscar whispered to Sen Yu behind, "Goodness, so pretty." "Hello, hello to you too." Leah responded to the greetings of Douluo Yan and the others, her azure eyes sparkling brightly, being a little shy. Zhe Zhao struck while the iron was hot, releasing goodwill and asking, "Do you know the route to the extreme north? We are just passing by and have no malicious intent towards your mermaid clan." Leah nodded earnestly, I know. Follow me. I believe you are not bad people." Leah flicked her fish tail, carving a graceful arc on the sea surface, and swam briskly towards the distance. She turned her head and waved, "Keep up quickly. I'll lead you over." She swam cheerfully on the sea surface, and Sen Yu, after getting Zhe Zhao's permission, drove the battleship to follow behind Leah. The battleship cut across the sea surface, breaking apart pieces of floating ice. Suddenly, a low and long cry came from the deep ocean in the distance, penetrating through the thin mist. Leah's swimming figure paused slightly. Turning her head back, a trace of tension appeared on her small face. "Ah, the patrolling uncle is calling me. I sneaked out to play for too long. I'm sorry, I can't lead the way for you anymore, I have to go back." Leah apologized to Zhe Zhao and the others with some guilt. She thought for a moment and said earnestly, "Along this direction, just keep going forward, and the patrolling uncles won't go over there before sunset. Further north, there is a very, very powerful big octopus, you must be extremely careful. Very, very powerful, even Mom can't beat it." Leah gestured hard, intending to depict the horror of the big octopus, reminding her newly acquainted friends to pay attention and avoid it. "Thank you for your reminder. We will be careful." Zhe Zhao nodded, becoming interested in the big octopus mentioned by Leah. Chapter 116, 600,000-year plant-type spirit beast. Leah's mother was a 600,000-year sea princess. A spirit beast capable of defeating her. Either its age exceeded 600,000 years, or it possessed unique talents allowing it to fight above its rank. Regardless, it would be sufficient as a candidate for his next spirit ring. After all, at the current point in time, the Snow Emperor was only around 700,000 years old. Had he not already planned out the attributes for his upcoming spirit ring, a 600,000-year sea princess wouldn't have been out of the question either. After finishing, Leah cast a lingering glance at everyone. With a powerful sweep of her large fishtail covered in dreamy blue-purple scales, her figure instantly vanished into the shimmering, golden-scaled seawater. Leaving behind circles of rippling waves, she disappeared from sight. What a special spirit beast. Douluo Yan softly sighed in emotion. Indeed, Oscar couldn't help but nod. Pure as the sea, innocent and carefree. The ship advanced along the direction pointed out by Leah. Along the way, Zhe Zhao occasionally released his mental force into the sea, searching for traces of the large octopus spirit beast Leah had mentioned. Late into the night, the ship docked against an iceberg. The surrounding seawater was as dark as ink, and the chilly moonlight shone on the iceberg, casting a faint blue glow. Zhe Zhao sat cross-legged in the cabin. His mental force continuously extended toward the seabed beneath the ship, penetrating thousands of meters of deep seawater to meticulously scan the seabed spirit beasts. Time passed bit by bit. The range of his mental force detection grew broader and deeper. Most areas only had cold seabeds and jagged rocks, and even the figures of some 1,000-year and 10,000-year sea spirit beasts were rare. Abnormal. Extremely abnormal. Zhe Zhao was certain in his heart, feeling that he should find it soon. Just as his mental force was about to touch an exceptionally deep trench, an extremely obscure spirit beast aura appeared within Zhe Zhao's mental perception. Zhe Zhao's eyes lit up, and his mental detection instantly focused. The trench was bottomless. Deep within a natural cave on its cliff face, formed by countless reefs and coral, was a translucent, silver-white shadow attached to it. Without careful investigation, it was indeed easy to overlook. Its figure almost blended with the darkness of the seabed, and several translucent gelatinous substances resembling octopus tentacles crawled and probed outward. A portion of them plunged deeply into the cliff face. Another portion drooped limply. Spanning hundreds of meters, they were covered with tiny holes similar to suction cups. Structurally, they were very much like an octopus, but Jade believed it was not an octopus. It's actually a plant-type spirit beast. Jade furrowed his brows slightly, unable to figure it out. That's right. It was indeed a plant-type spirit beast. After his mental force fully probed the entire body of that octopus-like spirit beast in the deep sea, doubts arose in Jade's heart. It was not the large octopus Leah had spoken of. Instead, it was a plant-type spirit beast whose appearance was extremely similar to an octopus, and its texture and manifestation were extremely similar to white fungus. Only the extended mycelium was in the shape of octopus tentacles. Quite peculiar. Just as Jade attempted to further investigate its essence, clusters of bright silver mist spewed from the tiny holes on its tentacles, filling the surroundings. Sluggishness. Blurriness. The flow of time around it became chaotic. The perception of the previous second was overridden and forgotten in the next. Jade widened his eyes, a look of pleasant surprise hanging on his face. It actually has the time attribute. This is perfect. A spirit ability with the time attribute is definitely top tier. This is the one. Jade beamed with joy and made up his mind. What million-year Tianmeng iceworm? We're not familiar yet, step aside for now. This time attribute spirit beast of over 600,000 years is even rarer and scarcer. If I miss this time, it will be very difficult to encounter it again in this deep sea. Muttering to himself, Jade used his consciousness to open the auction house and found the purchase interface for the previously bought transferred sealing scroll, Koto Amatsukami version. He opened the chat box. You there, buddy? After about half an hour, a reply came from the dialogue box. Hello, I was crossing the Dragon Vein tunnel just now and didn't pay attention to the auction house messages. It's fine, You go ahead and be busy. I'm already done. Oh, buddy, can the Koto Amatsukami transferred sealing scroll be customized? What do you mean? Meaning, can it take effect on plant-type spirit beasts? Because I saw in the introduction that it needs to be aimed at the eyes, but it's hard to tell where the eyes of a plant-type spirit beast are located. No customization needed. The scrolls one have listed on the auction house will do. When you use it, just tear it open and throw it. The Koto Amatsukami dojutsu inside will automatically take effect on creatures within range. Only the holder is exempt. Just make sure there aren't too many intelligent creatures around it. Alright, thanks a lot, buddy. The chat ended, and Jade's heart settled completely. During this recent voyage, every morning, Jade would snap up the transferred sealing scroll, Koto Amatsukami version at the auction house, and now he had stockpiled 7 of them. Dealing with a mere 600,000 plus year spirit beast was more than enough. Leaving Lin Yi behind to guard the ship, Jade took a deep breath and silently entered the water. The whale pattern between his eyebrows flickered with faint blue, and the spirit bone skill gifted by the million-year deep-sea demon Whale King was activated. Ocean Overlord. Not only could it increase all of Jade attributes by 50% in the marine environment, but it also allowed Jade to walk on flat ground as if on land within the sea. His figure gradually descended. Jade held a Koto Amatsukami dojutsu scroll in each hand, cautiously and slowly approaching the diffusing silver mist deep on the seabed. He knew the opponent had already discovered him. Next, it would depend on who could seize the initiative. The Chenkin belt appeared at his waist, and the eagle armor appeared on Jade. Wind Eagle crossbow. Without the slightest hesitation, Jade twisted the button at his waist, summoning the exclusive ranged attack weapon of the Wind Eagle Ranger. He stuffed the scroll into the launch port. Holding the Wind Eagle crossbow, Jade continuously infused it with energy to charge it, while his body continued to descend, searching for a suitable attacking position. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Jade patiently waited. First, for the temporal silver mist to dissipate, and second, to find the main body of this 600,000-year spirit beast temporarily named Deep Sea White Fungus by Jade. It was hidden a bit too deeply. The outside was filled with branches and tentacles, making it impossible to find where its rootstock was located specifically. About a quarter of an hour passed. The silver mist slowly dissipated, revealing its translucent gelatinous tentacles. Jade did not act immediately. He continued to wait silently, observing quietly, waiting for it to lower its guard and expose a flaw. Finally, after Zhe Zhao continuously adjusted his position, he saw the oral apparatus of this deep-sea white fungus. Oral apparatus. Zhe Zhao's heart shook slightly. Moving with extreme speed, his hand pulled the trigger, firing a wind attribute ray carrying the Koto Amatsukami scroll. Swish! The light blue wind energy ray traversed the dim seawater, instantly reaching the oral apparatus exposed by this spirit beast just now. Bang! The energy exploded, stirring up bursts of bright silver water mist. Zhe Zhao did not stop his movements. He stuffed another Koto Amatsukami scroll in and fired it again toward the previous direction. The silver fog blocked his vision, but it could not block the wind attribute energy ray. Bang! Water mist burst forth once more, shining with brilliant silver light. Chapter 117 Abyss Time Spiny Moss Insect Emperor. The second wind attribute energy ray shot inaccurately. Once again, it plunged into the area shrouded in silver water mist. Streaks of silver time turbulence stirred in the deep sea in visible ripples, attacking in the direction of Zhe Zhao. Is it not working? Zhe Zhao muttered to himself. He took out another Koto Amatsukami scroll, stuffed it into the port of the Wind Eagle crossbow in his hand, accumulated energy, and prepared to fire again. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet. And his body gradually retreated, avoiding the incoming silver ripples. Who knows what unpredictable consequences would happen if one touched something linked to time. Zhe Zhao did not dare to risk himself. He was already prepared in his heart to summon Xiaoyu to back him up. Silver waves rolled. In the gloomy deep sea, time was stretched several times over. Suddenly, the light silver time ripples flowed back against the current and contracted, causing confusion to appear in the eyes of Zhe Zhao, who was preparing to summon Xiaoyu. Did it succeed? Or is it luring the enemy in deep? Zhe Zhao could not guarantee it. A small teleportation talisman appeared in the palm of his hand, and he was ready to run away at any time. Deep within the trench, the silver light and mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the 600,000-year spirit beast. Its main body was nearly 1,000 meters long. A total of 7 tentacles clung to the rock wall and slowly pulsated. Overall, it presented a translucent silver-white gelatinous mass, extremely similar to white fungus, with silver light flickering on the surface like thorns. Master. Its mouthparts opened slightly, and a voice like an infant's came over, faintly carrying some joy and elation. Zhe Zhao looked at it vigilantly. He did not step forward immediately. Instead, he sent a command to it with his mental force: sacrifice to me. Deep at the bottom of the sea, the white fungus-shaped spirit beast's body suddenly erupted with brilliant silver light. Countless profound bright silver runes emerged from its body, and majestic spirit power rose, intertwined and binding, quickly condensing a scarlet spirit ring in the deep sea. Unlike the previous sacrifice of the Jufang white deer, the red light that should appear when a spirit beast sacrifices itself did not appear, causing Zhe Zhao to raise his vigilance against it once again. Time attribute. No amount of defense is too much. However, it had no extra movements. Its entire body gradually disappeared, attaching a layer of bright silver light to the scarlet 100,000-year spirit ring. Appearing extremely noble and mysterious. Sweeping it with mental force detection, there were dense thorn-like barbs on the spirit ring, and red silver light and shadow flickered, resembling solidified time ripples. The spirit ring floated quietly in the deep sea. It should be fine. Zhe Zhao's heart settled, and he summoned his white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul, issuing attraction force toward the red-silver spirit ring below. Accompanied by Zhe Zhao's traction, the bright silver radiance wrapped around the scarlet spirit ring, floating up slowly like a light feather containing endless time, quiet and obedient. It slowly landed on Zhe Zhao's white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul. A gentle and vast torrent of spirit power surged violently into Zhe Zhao's body. There was no severe pain. There was no discomfort. The torrent of spirit power naturally flowed through every inch of meridians, nourishing every bone, especially Zhe Zhao's left arm. The rank 50 bottleneck was subsequently broken open. But this was only the beginning. The red-silver interwoven spirit ring slowly fluctuated under the white Jade Dragon Turtle Soup martial soul, continuously gushing out spirit power origin that was pure to the extreme. Rank 51. Rank 52. ... Rank 56. Rank 57. The spirit power rank climbed rapidly, continuously crossing 7 steps without any obstruction, and it was still growing slowly. Until the spirit bone at Jade Zhao's left arm condensed and formed. Rank 58. The spirit power rank climbed again, eventually stopping at the peak of rank 58. It failed to rush to rank 60 in one breath, leaving Jade Zhao with a bit of greedy regret. At the same time, the name of this spirit beast also appeared in Jade Zhao's heart. Abyss-time Spiny Moss Insect Emperor. The name was a bit tongue-twisting, but it was essentially an insect. Rather than the plant-type spirit beast Jade Zhao initially identified, nor the big octopus in Lia's mouth, this couldn't help but make Jade Zhao feel a bit surprised. The whole process was smooth and natural, falling into place like water flowing into a canal. The spirit power brought by the sacrifice of the 640,000-year abyss-time Spiny Moss Insect Emperor was completely accepted, without any sense of floating. The spirit power was condensed and robust, far surpassing spirit masters of the same rank. Jade Zhao felt that, with his spirit power quality, when he reached rank 60, he should be able to condense his first spirit core. The red-silver 600,000-year spirit ring fell beneath Jade Zhao, carrying a restrained nobility. The 5 spirit rings flowed with brilliance, reflecting off each other. Dark purple, deep purple, scarlet, red gold, red silver. Especially the last red-silver spirit ring, which flowed with the texture of time, and dense silver thorn patterns loomed faintly on the ring body. Amidst flickering light and shadow, time ripples rippled, illuminating the surrounding deep dark seawater to present a dazzling brilliance, filled with a sense of sanctity and mystery. Jade Zhao slowly opened his eyes. In his deep pupils, silver light flashed. Feeling the surging and endless majestic spirit power in his body, Jade Zhao's mouth overflowed with a satisfied smile, and there was no longer any doubt in his heart. The power of time. Jade Zhao muttered in a low voice, his mental consciousness touching the red-silver spirit ring beneath him to obtain the information and content of the 2 spirit abilities it brought him. Jade armor leaves a trace to imprint this moment, tracing back the current dust to reflect this time. The spirit incantation was chanted. The 5th red-silver spirit ring beneath him shone slightly. A bowl of translucent milky white soup appeared in Jade Zhao's hand, like high-grade suet white jade marrow melted into the soup, emitting a soft radiance. On the surface of the soup, a light silver tortoise shell phantom floated. The phantom was nearly transparent. The soup was dotted with many tiny gravels, which, upon close inspection, were extremely similar to the time thorn barbs on the spirit ring. A unique fragrance came over, similar to ancient sandalwood. The white jade porcelain bowl holding the soup also had an aura of the years, with a patina sense of enduring the precipitation of time. Abyss time trace back jade armor soup. It really is a time-type spirit ability, and the effect is not ordinarily strong. Jade Zhao showed joy on his face and uploaded the soup in his hand to the auction house. Abyss time trace back jade armor soup. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting price: 100,000 coins. Description: time system rule level food. After drinking it, the current complete physical state will be burned onto the time jade armor, including physique, talent, energy, mental force, and everything else. Within 12 hours after drinking, the drinker can actively stimulate it to return to the state before the record. Long-term consumption can increase time rule affinity. Seller introduction: none. Only 100,000. Jade Zhao saw the starting price given by the auction house and was slightly disappointed. But thinking about it, he was also clear. This was actually a high-end version of the Naruto World's Dojutsu Izanagi, and the starting price of 100,000 was entirely due to the fact that long-term consumption could increase time rule affinity. It's just that the spirit ability provided by a 640,000-year spirit ring had the same starting price in the auction house as the spirit ability provided by Ah Chang's 10-year spirit ring, which made Jade Zhao hard to keep a straight face. Fortunately, a 600,000-year spirit ring provided more than one spirit ability. Gathering his mood, Zhe Zhao whispered again and chanted the spirit incantation. Chapter 118, Suyu Fusheng Time Du. A single sip from the long river of time and space, shattered jade condenses into dew to illuminate the heart. Suyu Fusheng Time Du. Silver light swirled in Zhe Zhao's eyes as the red-silver spirit ring beneath him flashed with a hazy light. This time, the white jade porcelain bowl was slightly miniature, about the size of a teacup, and contained half a cup of crystal-clear dew. In terms of appearance, it was completely different from the previous soups. On the surface of the dew floated countless tiny bright silver fragments, like starlight, rippling with subtle ripples visible to the naked eye. The taste was indescribably strange. Neither fragrant nor smelly, yet it made one want to drink it from the depths of their soul. Zhe Zhao stared at this cup of Suyu Fusheng Time Dew in his hand, already understanding its effects and miraculous nature in his heart. It did not fail his expectations. It could allow the drinker's consciousness to transcend the present, enter the long river of time, and glimpse a random fragment of time. It could be the future. Or it could be the past. It might be related to the drinker themselves, or it might have nothing to do with them at all. The most crucial part was that the future seen through it was not a fixed prophecy, but a scene that had a very high probability of occurring in the future. The future seen through it could be changed. Of course, one could also actively work to bring it about. The outcome depended entirely on how the drinker chose after seeing the future, rather than a predetermined prophecy of the future. In the words of the primordial world, minor trends can be changed, but major trends cannot. After drinking the Suyu Fusheng Time Dew, what one saw were all minor trends, which were inherently changeable, depending entirely on whether the person who knew the future wanted to change them. Not only that, the Suyu Fusheng Time Dew contained time fragments, which would subtly nourish the drinker's soul and perception. With a thought from Zhe Zhao, he uploaded this tea dew, which was different from the soups, to the auction house, intending to see if the appraisal result given by the auction house matched what he had in mind. Suyu Fusheng Time Dew. Origin: Douluo Continent. Starting bid: 40 million coins. Description: a time attribute law-grade spiritual liquid. A glimpse of time and space, ripples of fate. After drinking, one can randomly glimpse fragments of the past or future, and can change the seen future. Long-term consumption can significantly enhance affinity and comprehension of the time law, serving as a precious medium for contacting the time law. It imposes a heavy mental burden, so frequent consumption is not recommended. Seller's introduction: none. Peeking into the past and future, changing the future, and using it to comprehend the time law. Zhe Zhao's breathing quickened slightly, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. With so many heaven-defying effects, it was well worth saving the spot for my fifth spirit ring for it. This value, as far beyond what the Abyss Time Retrograde Jade Armor Soup can compare to. Looking at the starting bid of 40 million given by the auction house, Zhe Zhao could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart, his grin stretching from ear to ear. 40 million. 40 million for a single cup. With my spirit power, making 80 cups a day is an absolute breeze. What does this mean? Zhe Zhao didn't even need to calculate, the result blurted out of his mouth: 3.2 billion. A sudden fortune. What is the debt to the auction house? What is the soul spirit ordering contract? I can earn it all in a single day. Zhe Zhao clenched his fists and waved his arms, venting the joy in his heart. He kept murmuring, a time attribute law-grade spiritual liquid can easily be used at auctions to exchange for the law-grade treasures I need. In the auction house, there's absolutely no worry about it not selling. Perhaps it will be even more popular than all my other spirit ability soups. Only after a long time did he suppress the joy in his heart. Zhe Zhao put them up on the auction house to test the waters, then turned his gaze to his left arm. On his left arm, a surge of spirit power clearly containing the power of time had already condensed into shape. It was precisely the left arm spirit bone provided by the Abyss Time Spiny Moss Insect Emperor. Its age was also 640,000 years. He infused spirit power to activate it. Profound time runes appeared on his left arm, as if condensed from pure mercury. Silver-white gelatinous energy emerged, instantly covering Zhe Zhao's left arm. Grasp of time reversal. As he spoke, 7 huge illusory tentacles appeared on Jade Zhao's left arm, identical in appearance to the tentacles of the abyss-time spiny moss insect emperor from before. From afar, they looked like octopus tentacles. Upon closer inspection, they resembled the leaves of snow fungus. As the tentacles waved, they stirred up ripples of time, making a phantom grip in the dark, deep seawater. The effect of the spirit bone skill also became clear in Jade Zhao's mind. Targets directly hit by the phantom tentacles would be imprisoned by the power of time. Their individual flow of time would be forcibly stripped away, plunging them into an independent and infinitely looping corridor of time, and their perception of external time would also be distorted and stretched. During the imprisonment, the target's internal spirit power would also be continuously consumed. A rather strong single-target control skill. Jade Zhao sighed and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, it's not a hard control skill with a 100% hit rate, otherwise it could definitely be called a divine skill. But with the power of time, ordinary people would find it very difficult to dodge." Sensing the drain of spirit power in his body, the consumption was not large. Under normal circumstances, the spirit power in Jade Zhao's body was enough to sustain this spirit bone skill for an entire day. Unlike the spirit bone skill provided by the deep-sea demon whale king, it could completely be used as a regular combat method. Releasing the grasp of time reversal, the illusory tentacles turned into specks of spirit power and vanished in the seawater. Jade Zhao's left arm lit up with a silver-white, profound glow once again. With Jade Zhao as the center, a vast, ocean-like fluctuation of time was released, and silver-white tides of time surged, forming an extremely wide, distorted time domain. Abyssal time domain. Another domain skill. Jade Zhao sensed its effect and compared it with the demon whale domain granted by the million-year deep-sea demon whale king's head spirit bone. Instantly, the demon whale domain lost its appeal. Within the abyssal time domain, Jade Zhao could freely adjust everyone's physical state, but only by 1 minute. Equivalent to a low-end version of the abyss time retrograde Jade Armor Soup. Just like the duration of Izanagi in Naruto. But the benefit was that it could be adjusted at any time with low consumption, and it was effective on everything within the domain's range. This effect was somewhat heaven-defying. Just off the top of his head, Jade Zhao realized that during a spirit fight, after the opponent's support buffed them, he could revert their state back to before the buffs. Not to mention using it in combat. After the opponent painstakingly unleashed an ultimate move, Jade Zhao could directly revert the state of all his team members. There was also the consumption of spirit power. By continuously resetting their states within the domain, he could keep his and his team members' spirit power at full capacity at all times. Any extremely high consumption ultimate move could be unleashed at will. As he thought about it, the smile on Jade Zhao's face grew more and more radiant. The effects of this spirit ability and spirit bone skill. Even the million-year Tianming iceworm probably wouldn't be much stronger than this, right? Comparing it horizontally with the deep-sea demon whale king, Jade Zhao felt that the deep-sea demon whale king had truly lived its million years in vain. Releasing the abyssal time domain, Jade Zhao continued to dive, going deeper toward the coral cluster on the trench cliff where the abyss time spiny moss insect emperor had previously been entrenched. When the abyss time spiny moss insect emperor sacrificed itself earlier, it had left Jade Zhao with some mental information. Saying that beneath its body, it had stored its lifetime savings, which it wanted to offer to Jade Zhao, its master, hoping that the master would accept them. To this, Jade Zhao naturally accepted with a smile. Chapter 119, 2 years, creating the innate soul powerless cultivation technique. His figure gradually submerged. The seabed was pitch black and deep, so dark that he couldn't even see his own hand in front of his face. Jade Zhao then released his mental force, swimming unhurriedly toward the traces left behind after the abyss time spiny moss insect emperor's sacrifice. The spirit bones were right inside, they couldn't run away. According to the information left by the abyss time spiny moss insect emperor, the 3 spirit bones inside were all over 200,000 years old, and they all possessed the time attribute. It usually used them to absorb time energy to assist in its cultivation. Down in the coral reefs below, Jade Zhao squeezed through a narrow crevice and arrived at a protected space. The opening was not large. Inside was a stone slab, upon which lay 3 spirit bones of different colors. Deep blue, dark gold, and silver white. 3 completely different glows intermingled, emitting pure and vast spirit power fluctuations, with strange runes faintly flickering on their surfaces. The abyss-time spiny moss insect emperor is truly an honest and generous fellow. Jade Zhao praised in admiration. Without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and took all 3 spirit bones into his possession. Not bad, not bad. Even with Jade Zhao's current wealth, he couldn't help but feel delighted after obtaining these 3-time attributed spirit bones. Spirit bones of this quality are rare even in the auction house. The main issue was the time attribute. Although 3 to 400,000 year spirit bones were rare in the Heavens Auction House, they could still be encountered from time to time. But those with the time attribute were truly rare. Especially ones with such a high age, their value naturally doubled. However, Jade Zhao did not plan to sell these 3 spirit bones. Instead, he wanted to keep them for future research, to use them himself or give them to those around him. After putting away the spirit bones, and confirming there was nothing else left behind, Jade Zhao turned around, left the underwater coral cliff, locked his mental force onto the soul tool ship on the sea surface, and floated upward. He had been gone for quite a long time. On the sea, the morning sun was rising in the east. As the ship continued to sail north, Jade Zhao informed Du Guyan and the others that he had already obtained his 5th spirit ring, instantly eliciting several gasps of surprise. But Jade Zhao did not change course. His spirit power rank had reached the peak of rank 58, and it wouldn't be long before he could break through to rank 60. He needed to go to the extreme north to scout in advance. The appearance of the abyss-time spiny moss insect emperor made Jade Zhao even more convinced of how much the world will of the Douluo world favored and preferred him. He naturally had to strike while the iron was hot. What if the Tianmeng iceworm really was in the extreme north at this time? 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They didn't find the Tianmeng iceworm in the extreme north, but Jade Zhao and his group settled down and lived by the coast of the extreme north for a long time. The team members used the harsh environment to temper their bodies. Jade Zhao, on the other hand, conducted experiments on the spot, deeply researching the spirit master cultivation system and exploring methods to convert beast spirits and plant-type spirits into food-type spirits. Far from the hustle and bustle of the world, it didn't matter if his experiments went a bit too far. Furthermore, with the newly obtained abyssal time domain and abyss time retrograde jade armor soup, he could continuously try and fail to find the correct answer. During this period, he also consumed plenty of heaven and earth treasures and miraculous elixirs that boosted his comprehension ability. Not just for research and experimentation, Jade Zhao also wanted to create a cultivation technique that would allow ordinary people without innate spirit power to cultivate and generate spirit power. Just like in the original work, where Tang San used a 10,000-year ginseng king and the mysterious heaven skill to clear Ji Zhang's extraordinary meridians, allowing Ji Shang to go from having 0 innate spirit power to becoming a spirit master. This would completely expand the base population of spirit masters. According to the data from the Douluo Continent Historical Spirit Master Awakening Archives that Lin Yi brought from the Spirit Hall, the number of spirit masters with innate spirit power was extremely small. On this Douluo continent where everyone possessed a spirit, the total number of spirit masters was only slightly over 100,000. Compared to the massive population base, this number was simply too small. 2 years' time, or rather, a bit over a year, Jade Zhao combined the physical characteristics of the people on the Douluo continent and continuously purchased various cultivation techniques from wuxia worlds through the auction house to experiment with. Pairing them with the mysterious heaven skill and heaven and earth treasures that boosted comprehension ability. He conducted deep analyses and improvements on the cultivation techniques. Finally, there were results. Jade Zhao named it the Innate Soul Powerless meditation method. It allowed spirit masters who inherently lacked spirit power to continuously cultivate spirit power after practicing this cultivation technique, without needing extra supplements like the heaven and earth treasure 10,000-year ginseng king. Of course, it did not change the essence of their 0 innate spirit power, nor did it increase their cultivation speed. It was merely equivalent to a constant innate rank 4 spirit power. It wasn't that it couldn't be better. But rather, without requiring any external items, it could only reach this level. If paired with medicine or the spirit ability, food of a food-type spirit master that boosted cultivation speed, this cultivation speed could still be increased. It could even match the cultivation speed of someone with innate full spirit power. It was just that the resources required were incalculable. Overall, Jade Zhao's 2 years had not been wasted. Although the ultimate challenge of converting beast spirits into food-type spirits had not been completely solved, Jade Zhao had already achieved breakthroughs and results in converting plant-type spirits into food-type spirits. He had mastered a practical method of conversion. The core of this method lay in using specially formulated medicinal decoctions to catalyze the spirit. Combined with a special spirit power guiding ritual, it safely and directionally guided plant-type spirits to undergo a benign mutation into food-type spirits. Specifically, Jade Zhao referenced the soul spirit ritual from Douluo 2, wizard formations from other worlds, and so on. The medicinal decoction was not expensive. In essence, it was a secondary processing of the whale-swallowing vast sea energy storing soup, with the most expensive component being the whale-swallowing vast sea energy storing soup itself. It could easily be popularized across the entire Douluo continent. Thus, the methods and conclusions for converting plant-type spirits into food-type spirits, along with the innate soul powerless meditation method, were popularized to every corner of the continent at an amazing speed through the power of the food-type soul master guild. Not even remote villages were left out. Over the course of 2 years, under the deterrent presence of the 4 titled Douluos, Night Shadow Douluo Linyi, Jade Phosphor Douluo Dugubo, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan, and Ghost Douluo Guimei, the food-type soulmaster guild flourished. Furthermore, there was the full support of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's commercial network, which spanned the continent, became the best channel for the guild to promote the innate soul powerless meditation method and the service of converting plant-type spirits into food-type spirits. The guild's basic promotional personnel, together with the caravans of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the food-type Soul Master Guild, became messengers of hope in the eyes of countless commoners. The reputation of the food-type Soul Master Guild skyrocketed, temporarily surpassing even the Spirit Hall. Even the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School benefited immensely. The guild's headquarters was located at the foot of the Heaven Do mountain range, where a city had already been built, with a level of prosperity far exceeding that of Heaven Do City and Spirit City. Branch guilds were also located throughout major cities and key market towns, forming a dense network that covered the entire continent. Just like Mishui and Lucan, wherever there was a great spirit arena, there would be a branch of the food-type Soul Master Guild, truly crossing the river by following the great spirit arena's lead. The various branches might not have powerful battle spirit masters, but no one dared to cause trouble. Chapter 120 Food System Spirit, Blue-Silver Grass. A large number of commoners who were able to cultivate because of the innate soul powerless meditation method saw a surging demand for spirit rings. At this time, within the food-type Soul Master Guild, soul spirits that could be freely traded and provide more than one spirit ring to a spirit master naturally became extremely popular. Lacking strong combat power, unwilling to take risks to hunt spirits, lacking money to hire mercenaries. For many reasons, this triggered the explosive popularity of soul spirits and the trend of plant-type spirits transforming into food system spirits. Especially plant-type spirit masters who had no money to acquire spirit rings. One after another, they transformed their own spirits into the food system, thereby obtaining the 1,000-year soul spirits that could be claimed for free upon joining the food-type Soul Master Guild. 1,000-year, placed in the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Although 1,000-year soul spirits could only provide them with 200 to 300-year spirit rings, compared to the vast majority of spirit masters whose first spirit ring was still a 10-year one to this day, they were already very content. You must know, on the Douluo Continent, some spirit masters were still using 10-year spirit rings for their second spirit rings, and with this comparison, swear death to be loyal to the food-type Soul Master Guild. Long live the guild. Eternity to the guild. Harboring such thoughts, this group of successfully transformed food system spirit masters and their family members or family naturally became the loyal supporters and base of the guild. Within a short span of 2 years, the food-type Soul Master Guild had already transformed from a newly emerging organization into a behemoth comparable to the Spirit Hall. Even stronger. Saint Spirit Village. Tang San, who was already 6 years old, under the guidance of old Jack, came to the Spirit Hall in the center of the village. Of course, this so-called Spirit Hall was nothing more than a slightly larger wooden house. Next, Su Yuntao's voice came from inside the wooden house. Tang San followed old Jack into the wooden house. Spirit Sickle. Spirit Power Rank 1, slim hope of becoming a Spirit Master, go to the side first. Su Yuntao spoke with some disappointment. This was already the 6th child he awakening ed, not a single plant-type spirit, and the spirit power was basically at rank 1 or rank 2. One look and he knew it was obtained from cultivating the innate soul powerless meditation method. As for the spirit quality, it was simply unwatchable. Continuously using spirit power, it came to the 7th little girl. Golden points of light gathered together. This time, it was finally no longer farm tools like sickles or hoes, but a light blue small grass that appeared in the little girl's palm. Blue-silver grass spirit. A trace of pleasant surprise flashed across Su Yuntao's face. Handing a blue crystal ball in front of the girl, he smiled and said, "Come, test your spirit power rank. You can transform your spirit into a food system spirit. If your innate spirit power rank is high, you can completely go to claim the soul spirit subsidy from the food-type Soul Master Guild." Although Su Yuntao belonged to the Spirit Hall, but he did not avoid talking about the food-type Soul Master Guild because of his identity issue, instead actively promoting it, hoping that the little girl could embark on the path of a spirit master because of this. Tang San watched quietly from the side. Thanks to the appearance of the food-type Soul Master Guild, he already had some understanding of spirit masters and spirits. However, blue-silver grass transforming into a food system spirit. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Innate spirit power rank 2. Not bad. Work hard, go join the food-type Soul Master Guild, in the future you have hope of becoming a spirit grandmaster like me. Su Yuntao smiled and patted the little girl's head, pointing to the 2 spirit rings beneath him as he said. Finally, the last one, it was Tang San's turn to go up. Without Su Yuntao saying much, he was already standing among the 6 black stones in the center of the wooden house. Quite a self-conscious little fellow. Su Yuntao smiled and injected 6 streams of spirit power, and the light golden radiance lit up once again. Warm, comfortable. This was Tang San's feeling, as a continuous stream of warm qi permeated into his body, and he could clearly feel his mysterious heaven-skill internal energy fluctuating. Soon after, it was as if something inside his body had shattered. All the warm qi surged into his palms. And it was both hands. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly lit up. Because the commotion when Tang San awakening ed his spirit was obviously different from the previous children, this was a sign of awakening a powerful spirit. Blue-silver grass again. Su Yuntao was a bit disappointed. If it were changed to a beast spirit or a tool spirit, he could pull this child into the spirit hall, which would have many benefits for his performance appraisal. But, blue-silver grass spirit, although due to the method proposed by the food-type Soul Master Guild to transform plant-type spirits into food system spirits, the status of the blue-silver grass spirit had risen somewhat. But that was all. Weak is weak. For many commoners with low spirit power, after awakening the blue-silver grass spirit, joining the food-type Soul Master Guild was a heaven-defying opportunity to change their fate. But with the commotion this child made during spirit awakening just now, shouldn't he have awakened a spirit as frail as blue-silver grass? Su Yuntao felt doubtful in his heart. However, he wasn't overly disappointed. There was just a bit of a gap, and with a faint helplessness he said, "Come, child, test your spirit power rank." Following the spirit awakening process, Su Yuntao handed over that blue crystal ball once again. "Okay, uncle." Tang San followed the operation of the little girl from the same village earlier, controlling the blue-silver grass to withdraw back into his body, and pressed his palm onto the blue crystal ball. A powerful suction force came over. Tang San was greatly startled, subconsciously wanting to break free. But the mysterious heaven skill inside his body surged out, and the blue crystal ball in his hand became dazzling and eye-catching, lighting up with a brilliant radiance. Innate full spirit power. Su Yuntao was likewise greatly startled. Looking at Tang San in shock, his eyes were filled with incomprehension. Does the blue-silver grass spirit have the existence of innate full spirit power? Child, have you eaten any tonic? Tonic. Tang San raised his head in confusion, not understanding why Su Yuntao said that. Seeing Tang San's expression, Su Yuntao asked again, then have you cultivated any cultivation technique? Instantly, Tang San's vigilance in his heart reached the maximum. His fists clenched slightly, considering the strength gap between himself and the Spirit Grandmaster in front of him, and whether he could silence him. Su Yuntao didn't notice this point, but continued to speak. It's just that innate soul powerless meditation method circulating in the newspapers some time ago, have you cultivated it? Tang San let out a long sigh of relief in his heart, nodding repeatedly. He naturally had tried the innate soul powerless meditation method mentioned by Su Yuntao, but at that time it couldn't let the spirit power in his body break through the bottleneck. After tasting a little bit, he put it aside. He didn't expect that the cultivation technique mentioned by the Spirit Grandmaster in front of him was that one, almost making him think that his own mysterious heaven skill had been exposed. That still shouldn't be. Su Yuntao frowned tightly, racking his brain to think. In his understanding, even if he cultivated the innate soul powerless meditation method, at most it would only raise spirit power by 2 ranks, and this was under relatively diligent circumstances. Most children only had rank 1 spirit power. And the little boy in front of him had blue-silver grass spirit with innate full spirit power. Even with the blessing of the innate soul powerless meditation method, his innate spirit power should still be around rank 8, right?